Chapter 858, Fallen City. When the system announcement appeared, every player in God's domain was stunned. There was nothing surprising about the launch of a new expansion pack. After all, this was not the first time something like this had happened, however. The mention of a new class piqued everyone's interest. A new class being offered as a reward showed that this new class undoubtedly possessed an advantage other classes did not. If they managed to class change into this new class, they might receive warm welcomes from the various large guilds. Just like those who managed to obtain hidden classes, this thought tempted a lot of players. Very quickly, many began planning to travel to the Twin Towers Kingdom to hunt abyssal monsters and earn large amounts of merit. Meanwhile, at the Twin Towers Kingdom's Snowfield City, at this moment, hordes of abyssal monsters, both in the air and on the ground, surrounded Snowfield City completely. The strength of these monsters varied, their levels ranging between 50 and 200. What current players could do against these monsters was very limited. Fortunately, Snowfield City possessed a defensive magic array that could easily envelop the entire city. As a result, the horde of abyssal monsters could only roam outside the boundary of the magic array and continuously bombard it with attacks. The sound of explosions echoing throughout the entire city instilled fear and despair in the players. Can this magic array really hold? This is an NPC city's magic array. It should be able to. Otherwise, what will we players be able to do against those monsters? Just as the players inside Snowfield City were debating about the city's defensive magic array, Kachike crack suddenly appeared in the magic array above the city. Along with the appearance of this crack, the magic array also began destabilizing. Not good. The magic array is collapsing. Nobody knew which player shouted, but these words triggered a stampede as the players on the street fled for their lives. Every one of them rushed towards the city's teleportation hall in an attempt to leave Snowfield City. After all, these abyssal monsters were different from the ones found in the Abyss battlefield. The abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield were orderly, sorted based on their levels, and players could choose which area to go to, depending on their own strength. Now, however, even monsters with levels in the triple digits mixed in with level 50 monsters with just their strength, the players would be killed instantly. Losing a level. The hardships of leveling up were the pain of all players. Nobody wished to die a pointless death. They would have to spend several days recovering from such a loss. Ha ha ha. Let's see what Sindheart will do in this situation. Seated in the largest open-air restaurant of Snowfield City, Hellfiend laughed with great joy as he overlooked the entire city. A delighted look on his face. Immortal Light's base of operations was Snowfield City. If the guild wanted to earn large sums of money, it could only do so at Snowfield City. If Snowfield City were to fall to the abyssal monsters, the loss would not only uproot Immortal Light's foundations but also drag down the value of the city's lands. Nobody would want the lands here anymore, even if Zero Wing kept its word and was willing to purchase those 5 plots of land. How much could the lands of a city captured by monsters possibly be worth? However, the thing that made him feel happy the most would still have to be the scope of the Abyss summoning. Not only did it cover the entire Twin Towers Kingdom, but it also affected several neighboring countries, including Starmoon Kingdom in the west. The Abyss summoning would definitely impact Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region, which also happened to be Zero Wing's territory. At that time, Zero Wing would similarly suffer, losing all the advantages it had piled up to the abyssal monsters. Hellfiend, we should leave as well. That magic array won't last for much longer, Praying Lotus said hurriedly as she looked at the gradually collapsing magic array in the sky. Relax. As long as you're by my side and neither of us actively attack those abyssal monsters, they won't try to attack us. Hellfiend said nonchalantly. Using the Abyss summoning, he had opened an Abyss passage. As a reward for his efforts, he had obtained a strand of the Abyss's power. To others, the abyssal monsters might be extremely dangerous. To him, however, these monsters were practically his allies. White River City's library, Starmoon Hall. The system announcement was repeated 3 times, the contents of the announcement resonating in Feng's ears. Hellfiend activated the Abyss summoning in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Feng was slightly surprised originally. He had thought his provocation would prompt Hellfiend to use the incomparably precious ancient book on Stone Forest Town. He had never thought that the Elementalist would give him such a surprise. Now, it would be somewhat difficult for him to take advantage of the situation. The Abyss invasion indeed posed an enormous threat to the country the invasion occurred in. players residing in said country wouldn't even be able to level up normally. They would be forced to give up the leveling spots they were familiar with and head to safer locations. Instead, however, this invasion was also an excellent opportunity for players to earn large amounts of merit. Merit could be used to exchange for large numbers of magic array and siege tool designs, as well as to increase guild popularity significantly. It also provided players with a huge opportunity with class changing into a new class. This new class was known as the Demon Blade Knight. Not only was it a class that possessed the characteristics of a berserker, making it extremely strong in melee fights, but it also had ranged attacking capabilities. Although the Demon Blade Knight was neither a match for the berserker class in a melee nor a match for rangers and elementalists in a ranged battle, the combination of these two modes of attacking increased the class's survivability in battles significantly. After all, in both field battles and dungeons, bosses boasted a wide array of attack patterns. Dealing with these bosses with just a single mode of attack was not easy. Players who loved to fight both in a melee and at range would choose this class without hesitation. Just who is the fool who actually dared to open an abyss passage? At this moment, Charlene's complexion had turned extremely ugly, a wrathful flame burning in her eyes. Shifting her gaze to Feng, she said, "I have some matters I need to deal with. If you manage to absorb another mysterious flame, you can come here to look for me." After saying this, Charlene immediately disappeared from the spacious hall. It seems someone is out of luck. Seeing Charlene disappear, Feng could not help feeling some pity for Hell Fiend. How could the power of the ancient book sent from the abyss be that easy to obtain? God's domain was fair. Although the ancient book could grant a player power, this power came with its own risks as well. It would be fine if an NPC of the human race did not catch the player who had used the ancient book. The consequences of capture, however, would not be one bit inferior to the penalty for failing a legendary quest. Feng couldn't care less about the trouble Hell Fiend had just landed himself in, though. After all, he still had to thank him. Without these abyssal monsters, the members of his guild wouldn't have the opportunity to class change into a Demon Blade Knight, following which, Feng quickly left the library and hurried back to Zero Wing's residence. Though he had previously received news that Sindheart was already waiting for him at the residence, he had wanted to absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. Hence, he had not gone to meet with him right away. Now that he had gained basic control over the soul fire, it was about time for him to meet up with Sindheart. Zero Wing's guild residence. How could this be? Inside the reception room, Sindheart was currently walking around aimlessly, a very ugly expression on his face. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his heart filled with anxiety. This was especially so after he received the message from his guild, which notified him that Snowfield City had already fallen into chaos. Many players had died horrible deaths at the hands of the abyssal monsters, and Snowfield City was no longer a place where players could reside. Now, upon hearing this, Sindheart sank into deep despair. If Snowfield City had already fallen into such a state, then the lands of the city might as well be worth nothing. Just as Sindheart was trying to figure out a solution to his problem, Feng entered the reception room. Chapter 859, Design of Astronomical Value. At this moment, Feng was using his original appearance instead of disguising himself as Black Flame. When Sindheart saw Feng walking over, even his usually calm self grew slightly nervous. His reaction wasn't just because of the matter of Snowfield City. Rather, it was due to the massive pressure he felt from Feng like nothing before the last time he had met Feng. He could clearly sense a hint of danger coming from the swordsman that made him feel as if he was standing before a ferocious beast. Now, however, instead of danger, he felt relaxed while standing in Feng's presence. He could not feel any threat coming from the swordsman at all. Sindheart had experienced many things since childhood, so he was very knowledgeable about one thing: the true danger was not the one that could be perceived, but rather what could not be perceived. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Feng apologized. "Let's go carry out the exchange right now then. Brother Feng, I wish to change the contents of our exchange. Will that be all right with you?" Sindheart said, having given the matter some thought. "Change the contents of the exchange?" Feng feigned surprise. "What changes do you wish to make?" "I believe Brother Feng must have already heard about what happened in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, you could say that Snowfield City is already finished. The land there has naturally become worthless as well. Brother Feng, you've treated me so sincerely all this time, so I naturally can't take advantage of you. Sindhart said. He then took out a tattered, old drawing from his bag and unfurled it on the table. I've never told anybody about this item before. Originally, I had planned on using it to make a comeback. Now, however, I wish to sell it to you. At Sindhart's tense expression, Feng shifted his gaze to the drawing on the table. Engineering Locomotive. Feng could not help his surprise. There were 3 major fields of expertise in God's domain, namely forging, alchemy, and engineering under normal circumstances. Engineering did not play a particularly large role. However, as the level of expertise of engineers rose, the variety of items they could produce, which were of great importance to players, also increased. As a result, the value of engineers would also grow. One of the reasons why engineering became popular in Feng's previous life was the need for mounts. Mounts played an extremely crucial role in a player's life in God's domain. However, common ranked steeds were simply too ordinary, both in terms of appearance and performance, and could not satisfy the needs of the general populace. Moreover, many players were independent, so they couldn't obtain a guild mount. Acquiring a mount through other means was also very difficult. As a result, engineering mounts became extremely valuable. Engineering mounts could be categorized into multiple ranks, with the lowest being bronze rank and the highest reaching dark gold rank. However, the design for a dark gold mount was almost as rare as a legendary item. The materials needed to produce it were also extremely rare, making it difficult to mass-produce the mount. However, a bronze mount was different. Although the design for it was similarly very hard to obtain, the materials needed to produce it were not particularly rare. As long as one had a sufficient number of advanced engineers, one could definitely mass-produce bronze mounts. Meanwhile, the design before Feng just happened to be the design for a bronze mount. Only field bosses had a chance of dropping this item, and even the luck attribute would not affect its drop rate. Meanwhile, its drop rate was lower than even that of Titan Cities Pass. Nevertheless, Sindhart had miraculously obtained. Could this be the reason why he had managed to develop Immortal Light so quickly in the past? Feng could not help but think back to the past. Despite being an upstart guild, Immortal Light's rise back then could match even Zero Wings of today. In the end, it had even managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate guilds. One of the main reasons why Immortal Light had managed to develop so quickly back then was its immense funding. However, nobody actually knew how Immortal Light had obtained that funding. Everyone had simply assumed that the guild had found a powerful backer. In hindsight, there was over an 80% chance that Immortal Light had obtained its funds by utilizing this engineering design. Only a bronze mount design could possibly help a guild earn that much money. Even the strengthening device was far from comparable. After all, the value of an item like the strengthening device would decline sooner or later. However, the demand for bronze mounts was inelastic. It was one of the necessities in God's domain. Its value was not something other tools could compare to in terms of monetary value. A single strengthening device was currently worth around 10 gold. It would be fortunate if the item could sell for 4 or 5 gold once it became commonplace in the game. A bronze mount, on the other hand, was worth several hundred gold. Just a single bronze mount was worth dozens of strengthening devices. Moreover, one did not need to fear that a bronze mount wouldn't sell. How much do you want for it? Feng asked as he looked at Sindhart. 20,000 gold. Sindhart stated after giving it some thought 20,000 gold was enough for him to deal with the problems plaguing him. He could also use the money left over to migrate his guild's base of operations to a new location. I believe you should understand what kind of situation Snowfield City is currently in. It would simply be impossible for Immortal Light to continue developing in the Twin Towers Kingdom under the current situation. How about joining Zero Wing? Feng asked in a low tone. Moreover, even if you all try to develop elsewhere, with a single word from King's Return, there won't be any place that will welcome Immortal Light's presence. However, if you guys join Zero Wing, you can realize your ambitions without having to worry about King's Return. What do you think? To Feng, although the engineering design was important, Sindhart and his group of experts were much more valuable. Have us join Zero Wing? Sindhart immediately fell into deep thought. Judging from Hell Fiend's behavior before, he could tell that Zero Wing was truly powerful. After all, even someone like Hell Fiend could not do anything to Zero Wing. If Immortal Light joined Zero Wing, it would indeed allow them to develop safely without worry. However, Sindhart still shook his head as he said, "Brother Yi Feng,
Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I still wish to develop immortal light together with that band of brothers of mine. Feng had expected Sindhart to reply in this manner. Hence, he offered another proposal, saying, if this is so, how about having Zero Wing invest into immortal light? Our side will ask for just 50% of your guild's shares. In return, Zero Wing will supply you all with large amounts of funding and resources. Aside from the 20,000 gold for the design, we'll grant you a starting capital of 50,000 gold, in addition to 30,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, we'll also continue providing you with coins and magic crystals. This much should be enough to let immortal light develop in any city. Zero Wing also won't interfere with immortal light's development. What do you think? Sindhart was momentarily stunned when he heard Feng's offer. Brother Yifeng, you're joking, right? With this much funding, not to mention immortal light, even buying 50% of a second-rate guild's shares won't be a problem. Sindhart said he felt both moved and shocked. Right now immortal light was currently at its lowest point. Practically nobody felt optimistic about immortal light's future, much less want to invest into the guild before this. He had always heard other people mentioning how rich a guild Zero Wing was. He never imagined that the guild would actually be wealthy enough to casually throw out tens of thousands of gold and magic crystals. With this much funding, immortal light would be able to become a second-rate guild quickly. Chapter 860 Guild Expansion. Even after Feng's lengthy persuasion, Sindhart remained silent, his hesitation reflecting in his eyes. Is that not enough initial funding? Feng asked when he noticed Sindhart's pause. He didn't particularly mind the lost funds, although he was tight on money at the moment. With the bronze engineering locomotive design, it would be incredibly easy to earn money. The only problem was that he lacked a large number of advanced lifestyle classes. Manufacturing the bronze locomotive was not easy. Not only was the manufacturing process complex, but it was also different from the method forgers used produced weapons and equipment. Aside from needing a large number of engineers, forgers and alchemists were also needed to produce various components for the engineering locomotive. Even for the Candlelight trading firm, it would be very difficult to mass-produce the bronze mounts unless it stopped producing everything else. In Feng's previous life, abyssal monsters had not overrun the Twin Towers kingdom. Hence, even though King's Return had oppressed immortal light, the guild had a place to develop itself and nurture its own advanced lifestyle players. Now, however, that was not possible. No. It's more than enough. Only... Sindhart hesitated as he looked at Feng. After considering the situation at length, he said, there is one thing that I am really confused about. Brother Yifeng, we are only strangers who met by chance. I have also earned King's Return's ire. Why are you so willing to help us? Immortal Light is an upstart guild, even weaker than a third-rate guild. There should be no reason for Zero Wing to sacrifice so much for us. Can you tell me why? If he claimed that Feng's offer of initial funding did not tempt him, he would be lying. Even a first-rate guild would be greatly shocked by such wealth. Moreover, what had Immortal Light done to deserve such kindness? He was not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It was the same for his brothers in Immortal Light. There was no point for Zero Wing to go so far for them. Do you want to know the truth? Feng laughed. If you're willing to tell me, yes. Sindhart felt as if he were dreaming. Naturally, he wanted to understand this situation. If Feng's goal was the same as Hell Fiend's, even in death, he would refuse Feng's offer. All right. Since you wish to hear it, I'll tell you. I have 3 reasons. The first is that Zero Wing needs to expand to other countries. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has become too famous, and it is very easy for others to target our members, particularly God's Domain's major powers. Zero Wing has already deeply ingrained itself in Star Moon Kingdom. It would be very difficult for those major powers to shake Zero Wing's foundation here. Even if they could do so, the price would be far greater than the gains. There is not a single major power in God's domain that is willing to pay that price. However, it is just as difficult to develop Zero Wing in other countries. None of these major powers will just stand by and do nothing as we expand into their territories. However, another way for Zero Wing to expand its influence is to develop an affiliated guild that won't attract these powers' attention. Immortal Light just happens to fit this bill. Your personality and potential are my second reason. I can tell that you've only joined the virtual gaming world recently. It is possible that God's Domain is the first virtual reality game you and your friends have truly experienced. The fact that you guys can obtain such strength in such a short period speaks volumes about your potentials. There is also the fact that you guys have managed to offend a super guild. Generally, it is very difficult for ordinary experts to do that. After all, the two are on entirely different levels. It is an extremely rare occurrence in the virtual gaming world. The third point is this bronze rank design can offer Zero Wing significant profit. Each of Feng's points was true if Zero Wing wanted to grow stronger. Expanding its influence to other countries was necessary. Feng had spent a lot of time considering the matter beyond those three reasons. Feng's strongest motivation was due to Sindhart and his companions. These people would all be top-class experts in the future. Even spending hundreds of thousands of gold to recruit them would be worth it, not to mention tens of thousands. However, Sindhart did not know this, of course. These benefits are not without a condition. Feng changed the topic. After obtaining these funds, if Immortal Light fails to take control of 3 or 4 major cities within 2 months, Zero Wing will take over the guild's management. After all, coins and magic crystals do not grow on trees. Hearing Feng's condition, Sindhart's previously vigilant expression vanished, as he quietly released a sigh of relief. All right, no problem. I can assure you that, after obtaining this much initial funding, Immortal Light will obtain control of 4 major NPC cities within 2 months. If we can't even do that, I would be too embarrassed to face you, Brother Feng. Sindhart said earnestly as he patted his chest. Feng simply shook his head and laughed. He was only trying to return the debt of gratitude he owed while taking the opportunity to recruit Sindhart to his side. He had never imagined that Sindhart would suspect him of ulterior motives, or that he would be forced to state conditions before the man would agree. There were only so many cities in a country. Now that God's Domain had launched some time ago, other guilds had occupied the various major cities throughout God's Domain. Even a second-rate guild would find it difficult to take control of 4 major cities within 2 months, not to mention Immortal Light, a guild that had recently been uprooted. However, Feng did not mind. Regardless of whether or not Sindhart succeeded, Zero Wing would still make a profit, following which, Feng and Sindhart signed an agreement. Feng then spent 20,000 gold to purchase the bronze engineering locomotive design. He also spent 3,000 gold to purchase the 5 plots of land of Snowfield City, paying far less than what they had initially agreed upon. In response, gratitude filled Sindhart's eyes when he looked at Feng. He had never imagined that Feng would keep to his word to such a degree at this point. Even if he tried to give them away for free, no one would want those lands. After all, one would have to pay the city the corresponding management fees after accepting the lands. Who would be willing to accept such a loss? However, Feng did not feel as if he had taken any loss. On the contrary, he felt that he had made a huge profit. At the end of the day, the Abyss invasion was only an expansion pack. Sooner or later, it would be resolved. Although not all NPC cities affected by the invasion would recover to their peaks and would undergo some changes, as one of the Twin Towers Kingdom's top 10 cities, Snowfield City would recover. Other guilds might not be able to afford to wait, but Zero Wing could. Moreover, aside from being able to resell these lands for a high price in the future, Feng had an important purpose for these 5 plots of land. When the time came, aside from the bronze locomotives, the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City would earn him the most money. After Feng and Sindhart completed their trade, Feng hurried back to the Candlelight trading firm. As he prepared to produce the engineering locomotive, Aqua Rose called him guild leader. I found Hellfiend's location. He is currently residing in Light City, the Glory Empire's imperial capital. Here are his current coordinates. Aqua Rose then sent Hellfiend's whereabouts to Feng. He sure moves quickly. Feng's lips hooked up into a grin as he read the coordinates. Even if you hide in Light City, you cannot escape. Chapter 861. Consecutive upgrades. While the ancient book Abyss Summoning could bring a disaster to God's Domain, it could also bring power to players. However, there was one thing that Hellfiend did not know: the power of that the ancient book could provide was not limited to protection from abyssal monsters or an increase to basic attributes. While in a demonic field erected by abyssal monsters, establishing a safe zone was the ancient book's true purpose. Inside the established safe zone, abyssal monsters would not actively attack. Players, this was the Forbidden Book's greatest value to players now that the Abyss Passage had been opened. Not only had swarms of abyssal monsters appeared in the Twin Towers Kingdom, but Starmoon Kingdom would also be invaded. Fortunately, the abyssal monsters required some time to fly from the Twin Towers Kingdom to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, Starmoon Kingdom was still relatively peaceful when the abyssal monsters reached Starmoon Kingdom. The kingdom's players would suffer, of course. Starmoon Kingdom wasn't the only country affected by the Abyss invasion. Twin Towers Kingdoms, neighboring kingdoms, and empires would similarly be affected. Only, they would not suffer as severely as the Twin Towers Kingdom if Feng wanted an advantageous position during the Abyss invasion. The Ancient Book was a necessary item. Fortunately, the Ancient Book would drop upon death. Moreover, after Abyss Summoning was used, the Ancient Book could only be stored inside a player's bag as long as he killed Hellfiend. He could obtain the Ancient Book now. Light City was the only problem as an imperial capital. The city's security was incomparably strict. A level 180 Tier 3 NPC led every patrol group that roamed the city streets. If a player tried to cause trouble, these Tier 3 NPCs would kill them immediately. It seems I'll have to level up the Abyssal Blade. Feng felt somewhat helpless when he looked at his own attributes to absorb the soul fire. He had temporarily sacrificed 44% of his basic attributes. Even if his attributes had been quite high after such a huge decrease, his basic attributes could no longer compare to Apex Expert like Hellfiend. Furthermore, he had to kill the Elementalist inside Light City shortly after he had upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 30. He had obtained the Sacred Sword Killing Ray. Hence, he had not rushed to upgrade the magic weapon. However, now that his attributes had dropped by so much, he had to upgrade the Abyssal Blade if he wanted to increase his combat power quickly, following which, Feng entered the Candlelight trading firm and stored the engineering locomotive design in the trading firm's warehouse. He then grabbed some of the weapons Melancholic Smile had prepared for him previously before using space movement to leave White River City and reach the deserted Howling Moon Canyon. Howling Moon Canyon was a level 10 to level 20 leveling map. To current mainstream players, this map was far too low-leveled for grinding. Only newcomers to God's domain would come here. Howling Moon Canyon didn't offer particularly abundant resources either. There were also very few quests in this area. Hence, players rarely ventured here to level up, which made it a perfect location for Feng to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. I wonder what kind of commotion will happen with this upgrade. Feng carefully unsheathed the Abyssal Blade from the scabbard hanging at his waist. He then called up the Abyssal Blade's system interface and chose to upgrade it. Compared to the upgrade to level 30. The Abyssal Blade required far more weapons to reach level 35. It needed 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons to current players. Level 35 fine gold weapons were top-tier weapons. Very few ordinary experts could obtain weapons of this rank. It was even more so for level 35 dark gold weapons. Even to large guilds, weapons of such caliber were exceedingly rare. However, without hesitation, Feng chose to sacrifice the level 35 fine gold and dark gold weapons he had prepared, following which, the Abyssal Blade transformed into a dark cloud as 23 weapons flew out of Feng's bag and hovered around him immediately. A black magic array formed beneath Feng's feet. The pitch-black light that the array released shot into the sky. If one watched from afar, they would discover a pillar of light rise up from the canyon's forest. The 23 weapons then disintegrated and transformed into 23 balls of pure, golden energy that melded into the magic array. After the golden energy balls vanished, Feng heard chains snap, following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the canyon, causing the monsters in the area to drop to the ground, paralyzed with fear as if their lives had been stolen from them. The plants around Feng began to wither before eventually turning into ash. This phenomenon continued to spread, only stopping after it had extended 20 yards away from Feng in the next moment. The Abyssal Blade reformed into a sharp, silver sword with engraved, crimson runes on its blade, radiating a faint bloodlust. The runes gave off a sinister feeling. However, Feng did not pay much attention to the changes that had occurred as he clicked the upgrade button once more, this time to level up the Abyssal Blade from 35 to 40. Although the number of sacrificial weapons had not changed, it now required level 40 weapons to current players. Level 40 top-tier weapons were utterly out of their reach. After all, even the number 1 players on Empire's ranking lists were only level 39. They were still far from level 40, Not to mention obtaining level 40 dark gold weapon. Feng, however, had plenty of level 40 fine gold weapons. Previously, while farming for designs, he had killed tons of high-ranking field bosses. He even had a godly skill like Divine Providence to assist him. He had piles of level 40 weapons in stock. Hence, he could easily offer the Abyssal Blade the required 23 articles. The Abyssal Blade leveled up once more compared to the previous black magic array. A twofold magic array now appeared beneath Feng's feet. The array's radius had also expanded from the previous 15 yards to 45 yards. In the next moment, a massive pillar of black light appeared in the middle of the canyon. Even those standing at the canyon's entrance could see the pillar of light clearly, much less the players within the map. What's that? What's going on with those monsters? The players grinding in the canyon were momentarily stunned. The pillar of black light towered like a mountain. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating while they bathed in the pillar's pressure. It felt as if their fate were no longer in their own hands. Shortly after, the pillar of black light faded. However, before anyone could feel relieved, a deafening dragon roar shook Howling Moon Canyon. This roar was so powerful that it even frightened some of the weaker monsters to death. The players inside the canyon had not fared much better as every one of them slumped to the ground. Trembling, is there a legendary monster over there? Why don't we go take a look? It might be a fortuitous encounter or some kind of rare boss. If we can kill it, we might be set for life. Although the numerous parties were afraid, they were also excited. There were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain. One frequently read such stories being on the official forums. There were many cases where unknown noobs miraculously stumbled across a powerful treasure, instantly becoming a famous local expert. Either that or they could make a fortune from selling the treasure they obtained and gear themselves with powerful equipment, earning countless players' envy. Hence, compared to dying, the players in Howling Moon Canyon were more eager to obtain the treasure. This might very well be a turning point in their lives. At this moment, however, the source of the Pillar of Light was a disaster. Every plant and monster within a radius of 100 yards had been turned into ash. Currently, only one man and one sword resided in the center of this desolate area. Chapter 862, The Hidden Effect of Magic Weapons. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade twice in a row, the magic weapon's appearance had changed significantly. The sword was now pure silver with blood-red runes engraved across the blade. There was also a faint layer of black mist enveloping the sword. The hilt bore a miniature black dragon which looked astonishingly lifelike despite part of the sword's blade being buried in the ground. Feng could feel a significant oppression from the weapon. Even he felt slightly uncomfortable even after Feng had firmly held onto the abyssal blade. The oppressive feeling still did not disappear. To think it would be so powerful at level 40. If I upgrade it 2 or 3 more times, I won't be able to wield it in battle. Feng both rejoiced and felt helpless as he gazed at the silver abyssal blade. There were weapons capable of mentally oppressing players in God's domain. However, this was definitely the first time Feng had seen a weapon that would also oppress its user. When expert players fought ordinary players, they could similarly exert a significant mental oppression. This mental oppression could dull an opponent's reactions and weight down their movement, which would, in turn, reduce their combat powers significantly. But against experts of similar standards, this mental oppression was practically negligible. However, the mental oppression that God's domain's weapons and equipment exuded was different from that of players. This kind of mental oppression resembled what players felt when they faced Grand Lord-ranked monsters. Not only could it dull players' thought processes, but it could also increase players' stamina consumption rate. It was precisely this reason that Grand Lords were so difficult to deal with. It was practically impossible to rely on numbers to defeat Grand Lords. Even expert players would suffer tremendously against a Grand Lord's mental oppression. It would be impressive if an expert could even exert 60% or 70% of their actual combat power, yet the mental oppression the Abyssal Blade released was stronger than that of Grand Lords. Even an expert of Feng's level would squirm under this mental oppression, affecting their combat power slightly, following which Feng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade and slashed at the empty space before him. Earth Splitter. Hua! A streak of silver light slammed into the ground, stretching out over 30 yards. When the light vanished, it revealed a deep trench in the ground wide enough to fit 3 people lying shoulder to shoulder. The trench was nearly 5 meters deep. Earth Splitter's power was now far stronger than when he had used the skill in the past. Moreover, swinging the Abyssal Blade also felt completely different. However, what shocked Feng the most was the sudden burst of mental oppression when he activated his skill under this mental oppression. Even an expert like Feng would lose nearly 40% of his combat power. Weaker experts might even experience a 50% decrease. Factoring in the element of surprise, the mental oppression might even increase further. So strong. Sure enough, magic weapons are quite scary. Feng was at a loss for words as he examined the Abyssal Blade's statistics. Abyssal Blade. One-handed sword. Magic weapon. Attack power plus 1204. All attributes plus 72. Attack speed plus 20. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 200% damage, 30% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 4 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 40. Can be upgraded. Devour 30 level 45 fine gold weapons and 10 level 45 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill, Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind, Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration. 4 seconds. Cooldown. 50 seconds. Additional skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration. 30 seconds. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Additional skill 4. Abyssal Curse, Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance. Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration. 10 minutes. Cooldown. 10 hours. The famed Smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. Purely regarding attributes, the Abyssal Blade was no longer weaker than epic weapons. Now that it had gained the hidden effect of exuding mental oppression, it was a tool for slaughter. It seems that I'll have to make some time to get used to this kind of mental oppression. Even now, when Feng thought back to the burst of mental oppression that had occurred when he had used a skill, he was still somewhat afraid. If, when he faced a powerful enemy, this mental oppression affected him at a crucial moment, he would only have himself to blame if he lost the battle. However, when Feng returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, the mental oppression vanished. Oh, someone actually dared to come here? Just as Feng was about to leave, he discovered someone attempting to sneaking up on him. This person was highly skilled with their stealth techniques. However, this person's light footwork was secondary. The frequency of this person's movements was crucial. This person had matched the rhythm of their footsteps to his own. Expert players were powerful because of their ability to push their body's 5 senses and power to its very limits. With heightened senses, even a player in stealth would not escape detection. After all, stealth only made a player invisible. It did not eliminate a player's presence. However, it was far more difficult for expert players to perceive those capable of matching their movement frequency. After all, a person's five senses mainly function to detect existences on different frequencies. It was very easy for a player to ignore those on the same wavelength. The assassin sneaking up on Feng was actually capable of matching his frequency. Unfortunately, the strength difference between the two players was simply too massive. Despite having matched his frequency, Feng detected the assassin easily. A pity. Feng laughed. He then vanished from where he stood void steps. When Feng disappeared, the young man, a level 18 assassin, dropped his jaw in shock, not daring to believe what he had just seen. A swordsman player had actually vanished right before his eyes. How did he disappear? Can swordsmen learn the stealth skill as well? The assassin youth ran to where Feng had disappeared from in an attempt to make sense of what had just happened. However, before the assassin youth came anywhere near his destination, his body froze with fright. By the time he realized it, a chilling blue longsword had appeared at his neck. Had he taken another step forward, that blue longsword would have sliced his head clean off. Chapter 863, Audition. Brat, you sure have guts to run all the way here. Feng smiled faintly as he spoke to the stealthed assassin youth at level 18. There was no way that he could make up for the massive difference between their attributes. Regardless of how proficient he was with his stealth technique, Feng had simply intended to leave the area. However, after discovering this assassin, he changed his mind. He had done so because he was impressed with this youth's strength. In the past, the youth had also been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. The afterimage assassin, Soundless. Feng had encountered Soundless in the past. Soundless had garnered fame in the past due to the mess he had made of Ouroboros. Not only had Soundless targeted the first-rate guild, but he had also targeted its guild leader, Chao Chenghua. Soundless had actually succeeded in killing Chao Chenghua for a total of 3 times. This incident had humiliated Ouroboros thoroughly. It wouldn't have been so bad if Chao Chenghua's killer had been a well-known assassination expert in the virtual gaming world. However, a nameless assassin had claimed his life not once, but 3 times. After that incident, Ouroboros had tried furiously to get rid of Soundless in the end. However, the guild had failed to do anything about the assassin. A single independent player had actually stood against a first-rate guild. This had been an incredibly rare occurrence even throughout God's domain, not to mention a small country like Star Moon Kingdom. As news of Soundless' achievement spread, many large guilds had attempted to recruit the assassin. Some guilds had even offered a portion of their shares to gain his membership. However, Soundless had paid no attention to the offers he received, refusing to join any guild. After some more time, Soundless started a journey through God's domain to challenge the various experts on the continent. Of course, he had not remained undefeated. However, even after a defeat, he had lost gloriously. After all, the victors had not been ordinary experts. Everyone was a top-class expert in God's domain. Some were even old monsters from various super guilds. The assassin had earned those old monsters' favorable opinions and high evaluations. Some of those super guilds had even stretched out an olive branch in an attempt to recruit Soundless. After all, despite his age, Soundless already qualified to challenge those old monsters. Needless to say, his future would be brilliant. In the end, even the first-rate guild Ouroboros had no choice but to surrender and offer corresponding compensation. Soundless had become an idol that many independent players revered. However, Soundless had always mingled in Star Moon City. Feng had never imagined that the youth would appear in White River City. Now that he had encountered such an expert, Feng could not miss this chance to get acquainted. Currently, despite facing the pressure Feng exuded, Soundless showed no hint of fear. Rather, reverence filled his eyes as he looked at the swordsman. This was the first time Soundless had encountered such a situation. He had always been proud of his stealth techniques, although he was only level 18. Even level 35 guild elite players had failed to notice him when he stood beside them. Yet despite being over 60 yards away from Feng, the latter had discovered him. Moreover, before he had realized it, a blue long sword had appeared against his neck. He felt as if he were dreaming. However, the icy sensation he felt at his neck reminded him that this was not a dream, but reality. Although Feng's level was much higher than his, he could tell that the gap between them was not simply a case of attributes. Even the gap between their techniques was despairingly wide. Brother expert, please don't misunderstand. I just came here to take a look. Soundless hurriedly explained as he faintly felt the long sword move forward. While there were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain, Banditry was even more commonplace. When one encountered another player trying to plunder their fortuitous encounter, they would take out said player without hesitation. "You came to take a look?" Feng laughed. He retrieved Killing Ray and said, "All right, then, I believe you. However, you best stay far away from this kind of place in the future. Next time, you won't be as lucky." The youth had mistaken the turmoil the Abyssal blade had caused as a fortuitous encounter. If not for Soundless' late timing, the Abyssal blade's shockwaves would have certainly killed him. Soundless had wanted to respond, but Feng had vanished before he could utter a word. This time, however, Feng had not used Void Steps. Instead, he used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement to return to White River City. Soundless was dumbstruck when he saw Feng vanish, his reverence of Feng growing even more intense. To come and go without leaving a trace, Feng was even more of an assassin than an assassin like himself, so strong. "I wish I had even half of his abilities." "Zero Wings Feng, is it? I must convince him to mentor me." After recovering from his momentary stupor, Soundless retrieved a return scroll and activated it. He planned to join Zero Wing right away. Previously, he had dismissed the idea of guilds, thinking that guilds' elites and experts were decent at best. However, after seeing Feng's frightening performance, he finally understood how little he knew. Elsewhere, Feng had no idea that his display had attracted the afterimage assassin to join Zero Wing. He had only intended to establish an initial connection with the youth and later attempt to recruit him gradually. After all, independent experts like Soundless had a lot of pride. In the past, even after super guilds had extended an invitation, he had rejected their offers. After returning to White River City, Feng traveled to the teleportation hall and towards Light City. When Feng arrived in Light City, he discovered a crowd of players in the teleportation hall. Every one of these players was extraordinary, with most of them being level 35 or above. One would not find a crowd like this in White River City or Star Moon City. Many players who had traveled to Light City were stunned by what they saw, just as Feng wondered how he should search for Hell Fiend. A sudden commotion across the street attracted his attention. "King's Return's audition has begun. Let's hurry over and check it out. I heard that more than 1 million players are participating in this audition. There are over 6 million players here to watch. This is the grandest recruitment competition King's Return has ever held." "I know, right? Right now, God's Domain is insanely popular. Even King's Return has made some slight adjustments to how many people they will recruit this time. Instead of recruiting 100 people like usual, they are recruiting up to 300. I even heard that the upper echelons will be here to observe the auditions. I heard that Hell Fiend, the newest adjudicator, will be watching. If I had even 1/3 of his abilities, I could secure first place. I'd get to enjoy the benefits of a core member." "Keep dreaming. I'm not as greedy as you. I don't need 1/3. 1/5 will be enough for me." Swarms of players on the street were discussing the event recruitment competition. Feng could not help his smile after overhearing these conversations. This is a good opportunity. Chapter 864, S-Rank Evaluation. There were not many super guilds in the virtual gaming world. As a result, the annual recruitment competition that King's Return, one of these few super guilds, held was a huge event in the virtual gaming world. In addition, due to God's Domain's launch, this event had become even more popular than before. However, its guild residents had far from enough space to accommodate the massive number of players participating in this year's assessment. Fortunately, King's Return had thought of a plan to deal with this problem. It would host the audition in the Divine Coliseum. Unlike White River City, Light City's Divine Coliseum had been constructed in the sky, above the imperial capital. However, the building had an ethereal form, as if it existed in a different realm. The audition's requirements are intense this year. They require participants to reach the trial tower's 6th floor. I only reached the 5th floor the last time I challenged the trial. I wonder if I can pass through the 5th floor this time? I know, right? This requirement is simply too high. The most powerful player in my city has only reached the 6th floor. King's Return is not giving us a fair chance. As they arrived, players began to complain when the Ready King's Return's listed requirements. A player's level and equipment did not matter in the Divine Coliseum's trial tower. Only their techniques mattered. However, The trial tower itself was the most damning aspect, as each attempt to challenge its floors cost one magic crystal. Magic crystals had always been a rare commodity in God's domain. Ordinary players had an extremely difficult time obtaining even one. Even expert players would only have a few on hand. Normally, players used every magic crystal sparingly, yet to prove their qualifications to take King's Return's test, they had to spend one magic crystal to challenge the trial tower. If, in the end, they failed to join King's Return, they would have suffered a huge loss. However, as the various players fell into heated discussions, a young man caught their attention as he entered the main hall. Adoration and envy filled their eyes as they watched him. This man was the host of this year's recruitment competition, Hell Fiend. He was also an adjudicator of King's Return. Even in the Super Guild, he was considered a top-class expert. He was also the role model they dreamed of becoming. While he had everyone's attention, Hell Fiend ran the participants through this year's competition rules, following which, he entered a VIP room on the second floor to watch the audition quietly. Hell Fiend. Quite a number of experts are participating in this year's audition. As the competition's host, you should take the opportunity to recruit more high-potential newcomers. They might even become powerful allies. Praying Lotus, who sat beside Hell Fiend, advised as she looked down on the crowd. She had discovered several experts among the participants. Some of them had even reached level 38. To independent players, this was a very difficult feat. There were many factions in a super guild. Hence, the guild's upper echelons paid a lot of attention to the recruitment of fresh talent every year. It was also extremely difficult to obtain the rights to host the yearly auditions. Hell Fiend had only obtained the honor after all sorts of negotiation and trades. As the host, Hell Fiend had the opportunity to rope in the participants he had set his sight on after the competition had begun. After the competition finished, he even had priority in choosing potential newcomers. After undergoing special training, these newcomers would quickly join the ranks of King's Return's experts. Some might even become core members. These people would be extremely useful to Hell Fiend in the future. Hence, he needed to consider his selections carefully. Relax. I've already investigated some of the powerful experts participating in the audition this year. I won't let anyone else obtain a single potential newcomer. Hell Fiend laughed confidently. If those old bastards knew that there were so many potential newcomers, they would regret trading with me. Before the King's Return's recruitment competition had officially begun, he had already sent his subordinates to scout the participants and make a list of the experts taking part in the audition. Among the numerous experts participating, 8 had caught his attention regarding either age or current strength. These 8 people had earned an S-rank evaluation on his list in the past. 3 to 5 S-rank evaluations had been impressive. Now, there were a total of 8. Just thinking about it made Hell Fiend rejoice. To become this year's audition host, he had paid a tremendous price, even giving up his tablet slot. However, securing all 8 of these S-rank newcomers would definitely be worth the sacrifice. After all, it would be the equivalent of hosting 2 auditions. The people who had received an S-rank evaluation would go on to become top-class experts in the guild. Praying Lotus had been one of these S-rank newcomers. Now, she was one of the leading figures in King's Return's younger generation. Old bastards. Just you wait and see. Sooner or later, King's Return will belong to me. When Hell Fiend thought about how he had not only foiled Sindhart's exchange today, but had also orchestrated the abyssal invasion of Starmoon Kingdom, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. It was true that he could not do anything about Zero Wing right now. However, those abyssal monsters could deal with the guild easily. He was very aware that devastation would follow those abyssal monsters wherever they went. Even Starmoon Kingdom would fall if it were invaded, much less White River City. In the end, the lands purchased Zero Wing had purchased would be worthless. However, Hell Fiend had no intentions of letting Zero Wing go with so little punishment to prevent Sindhart from obtaining that money. He had used up his most precious ancient book. If he let Zero Wing get away with so little damage, how could he appease the anger in his heart? He still wanted to get rid of Black Flame and every upper echelon of Zero Wing. He wanted to remove Zero Wing's name from God's domain thoroughly. In the past, he had feared Black Flame somewhat. However, now that he had activated the ancient book and obtained its power, he was very confident that he could kill the swordsman. Just as Hell Fiend congratulated himself, he received a message. Upon reading this message, his expression darkened. Has Zero Wing gone mad? A bloody glint flashed in Hell Fiend's eyes. He wanted nothing more than to devour every Zero Wing member alive. Why are you so angry? What happened? Praying Lotus asked. Zero Wing bought those 5 plots of useless land. Now, Sindheart has collected the required money. Black Flame, I won't let you get away with this. Hell Fiend bellowed. His voice was so cold that the room's temperature plummeted. How can this be? The Abyssal monsters have already taken over Snowfield City. The lands are worth nothing. Are Zero Wing's upper echelons fools? Praying Lotus was shocked as well. She knew just how much money Sindheart needed. Zero Wing must be insane to spend that much money on 5 tattered lands. Lotus, we're leaving. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom will watch as I end the Sword King's legend today. Hell Fiend growled as he stood and prepared to leave. What about the selection? Praying Lotus hurriedly asked. The audition had already begun. I've already notified Ordinary Stranger. When the time comes, he will represent me in choosing those experts. Hell Fiend refused to waste any more time. He rushed out of the room, intending to head towards Light City's teleportation hall. However, as soon as Hell Fiend set foot out of the room, numerous black chains emerged from the ground and bound him, startling the adjudicator. He couldn't respond to the sudden development while he was restrained. Chapter 865 Clean Sweep. The instant the pitch-black chains bound Hell Fiend, the Elementalist released a low shout as he activated a control removal skill, breaking free from his restrictions. He then instinctively raised his staff and used Frozen Circle. A wave of cold air spread out to Hell Fiend's surroundings. However, the cold air had failed to restrain the figure that had ambushed Hell Fiend. On the contrary, the figure had moved closer in the next moment. A streak of blue light slashed towards Hell Fiend. Having no other choice, Hell Fiend used his blink skill, vanishing and reappearing 20 yards from where he had stood in the corridor at this moment. Hell Fiend finally realized who had attacked him. It was a man hidden under a black cloak. The cloak's hood concealed the man's face, and he could only see a pair of black eyes. A silvery white flame burned in those eyes, making Hell Fiend shudder. Despite the man standing in front of him, he couldn't even pick up the slightest tension or oppression with his 5 senses. It didn't even feel as if the man actually existed. Who are you? Hell Fiend immediately realized that the man before him was no weaker than himself, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, if not for his sharp senses instantly detecting the chains that had emerged from the ground. This man would have likely killed him already. Still inside the room, Praying Lotus was similarly stunned. She had never seen such a foolish expert before. She had never imagined that someone would be so daring as to aim for Hell Fiend's life, here setting aside Hell Fiend's combat standard. Light City was King's Return's main base of operations. Moreover, they were in the Divine Coliseum. The NPCs guarding this place were far more powerful than the NPCs patrolling on the streets. Every one of them was a level 200 NPC. Attempting to assassinate Hell Fiend here was nothing more than a suicide attempt. However, the Oracle Praying Lotus also reacted quickly as she began casting a spell to cover Hell Fiend. Meanwhile, the expert that Praying Lotus considered foolish was none other than Feng. Naturally, Feng understood the risks of attacking a player in the Divine Coliseum. However, those risks were exactly what he needed to increase his chances of success. Furthermore, he had chosen this narrow corridor on the 2nd floor to make his move. Combat in such a cramped area was highly disadvantageous for a magical class. Hence, his chances of killing Hell Fiend here were much higher than if he targeted the Elementalist on the open streets or in the fields. In addition, the Divine Coliseum's NPCs were garrisoned in the 1st floor's main hall. By the time they discovered his attack and reached the 2nd floor corridor, they would have wasted at least 10 seconds. They would need more time to react than if he had launched his attack on the streets. No answer? Then die. Hell Fiend began to chant an incantation when realized that his attacker had chosen to remain silent, firing numerous frost arrows at Feng simultaneously inside the Divine Coliseum. He had an absolute advantage. Although the terrain worked against him, he didn't need to defeat Feng. He only needed to buy time until the NPCs arrived. He refused to believe that Feng could kill him in such a short time. Moreover, he currently had the Ancient Book's enchantment. He was confident of contending with his guild's old monsters, much less some fool with a few loose screws. In the next moment, the frost arrows flew through Feng's body and struck the wall behind him, resulting in a white explosion. Hell Fiend's expression darkened as he noticed that someone had appeared behind him. However, Feng had not revealed even a strand of killing intent. Despite reaching the Void Realm long ago, Hell Fiend had been slow by half a beat in discovering Feng just as Hell Fiend considered using Ice Barrier to protect himself. The Abyssal Blade was already unsheathed, and Feng used Blade Liberation and Chop against Hell Fiend. The Abyssal Blade's mental oppression while unsheathed was already extraordinary. After using a skill, the mental oppression increased by several times. Any ordinary player would freeze and fall in fear against such a powerful oppression. Even standing would be a difficult task. To an expert like Hell Fiend, however, although he had not frozen, the mental oppression still delayed his reactions. Although mental oppression could not distinguish allies from enemies, Feng had utilized the Soulfire's power before using the Abyssal Blade. His mind was utterly serene. With the help of the Soulfire's power, even the Abyssal Blade's suffocating mental oppression felt like a light breeze. The Abyssal Blade could not affect him whatsoever as a result of Hell Fiend's delayed reactions. He allowed the Abyssal Blade to slice through Praying Lotus's magic shield and his frost shield without any resistance. Hell Fiend had no time to deploy his Ice Barrier as the magic weapon bit into his body. Blade Liberation's power had doubled Feng's strength and agility attributes. Even if Feng's attributes were currently weakened, his attack power was still higher than before. Even after the magic shield and frost shield absorbed a significant amount of damage from his attack, when his chop struck Hell Fiend, it achieved a critical hit and dealt minus 13,418 points of damage. To Hell Fiend, who only had around 11,000 HP, this single attack was enough to deplete all of his HP instantly. Just who are you? Watching his HP rapidly decrease, Hell Fiend turned his head to look at Feng, regret filling his eyes. If he had activated Ice Barrier from the very beginning, he might have held this man off until the NPCs had arrived. Yet he had allowed his confidence of being in the Divine Colosseum to get the better of him. As a result, he underestimated his opponent's strength. However, no matter how much Hell Fiend regretted his arrogance, his body still collapsed to the ground. He dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient book as he died. Praying Lotus, who still stood inside the VIP room, looked at Feng grimly. She no longer dared to look down on Feng. This had all happened too quickly. She had never dreamed that Hell Fiend would die like that, without even enough time to even activate Ice Barrier. Even if she relayed this story, nobody would believe her. However, this unimaginable scene had indeed occurred. Killing Hell Fiend inside the Divine Colosseum might have seemed extremely foolish, but they had been the true fools. After all, how could an expert of such standard possibly accomplish such a suicidal assassination without at least some confidence of succeeding? Moreover, the burst of mental oppression that had suddenly appeared was simply too frightening. Even from so far away, her mind had still gone blank for a moment. If Feng approached her, only death would await her. Experts were experts because of their quick reactions. However, that kind of mental oppression had even slowed her thought process. In a battle between experts, even an instant of hesitation could be fatal, not to mention falling into a daze. Just who is he? Praying Lotus's mind rapidly shuffled through the well-known experts in God's domain as she watched Feng's cloaked figure. However, not one of the experts she knew of possessed a cold, ethereal aura like the man before her. She felt as if she were looking at an emotionless robot, rather than a human being. While Praying Lotus tried to guess Feng's identity, Feng hurriedly collected the equipment and ancient book Hell Fiend had dropped. He then used space movement and departed from the Divine Colosseum silently. Shortly after Feng left, a group of level 200 guards wielding spears reached the scene of the crime. However, aside from Hell Fiend's corpse, nobody else was present in the corridor. Moments after the guards arrived, a few curious players rushed to the scene as well. When they discovered Hell Fiend's corpse, none of them could believe their eyes. Someone had killed King's Returns Adjudicator in the Divine Colosseum. Chapter 866, Number 1 Bounty. Isn't that Hell Fiend, this year's audition host? Why is he dead? What happened here? When the players attending the audition saw Hell Fiend's corpse on the ground, the quiet corridor erupted with noise as they fell into a heated discussion. Who was Hell Fiend? What was this place? Everyone knew the answers to these questions, yet Hell Fiend had died here. News of Hell Fiend's death in the Divine Colosseum spread like wildfire. Posts about the incident filled the front page of the Glory Empire's official forums. There were even commentary videos and photos showing Hellfiend's corpse. Instantly, this incident caused a commotion that swept throughout the Glory Empire. Every player in the Empire was curious about what exactly had happened. Inside King's Return's guild residence. Lotus, you were there. What happened? A dignified, middle-aged man sternly demanded after he finished reading the report he had received. This man was none other than the Thunder Sword of King's Return, Broken City, one of the Super Guild's upper echelons. Even the adjudicators had to treat Broken City with great respect. However, this was not only due to the man's status in the guild, but also because of Broken City's strength. The man was one of the strongest fighting forces in King's Return. Hellfiend's assassination was by no means a trivial matter. He had even died inside King's Return's territory. King's Return had become a laughingstock among the super guilds over this incident. This is the video I recorded. Praying Lotus forwarded her video, which displayed Feng's assassination of Hellfiend, to Broken City. In the video, Hellfiend had died almost instantly without any time to resist. This video made Broken City's eyes twitch in anger. He was very familiar with Hellfiend's combat standards. Theoretically, it was impossible for the young man to blunder so severely. If Hellfiend had not fallen into a daze for that brief instant, he could have survived that attack. Lotus, what happened during that instant? Broken City asked as he turned to the Oracle with a serious expression. Although Praying Lotus had made a recording of the battle, there were many things that could not be felt through watching a video. He also did not think that Hellfiend would die such a foolish death. Following which, Praying Lotus relayed the events that had occurred in the corridor, particularly emphasizing the moment when Feng had attacked Hellfiend. No matter how much she may have wanted to, she could never forget the feeling of that intense mental oppression. Even the oppression she felt from the guild's old monsters could not come close to Feng's. There had also been that sudden burst of mental oppression she had felt when Feng launched his attack. In that instant, that oppression had far surpassed even that of Grand Lords. During that moment, she felt as if she had been an ant, waiting for some monster to squish her to death. Mental oppression? Broken City's expression turned somber. He had never imagined that God's domain would have such an expert. He finally understood why Hellfiend had died so easily. In a fight between experts, life and death could be determined in an instant. This fact could not be any more real than in a game like God's Domain. Lotus notified the players below immediately. I don't care what methods they use. They must find this person. Also, place a bounty of 20,000 gold on the man's head. Those who can provide clues leading to him can earn a reward of 100 to 500 gold. We need to show everyone that any player who dares to strike against King's Return and use us as a stepping stone will only find death. Broken City commanded. This assassination was a serious matter. This was the first time King's Return had suffered such a loss from an assassin outside of the Flower of Seven Sins. If they failed to display their strength properly, they would only become a laughingstock for other super guilds hearing Broken City's orders. Praying Lotus was shocked. 20,000 gold was no small amount. With this much money, they could easily hire a top-class expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. However, Praying Lotus also understood that it would not be easy to deal with Hellfiend's killer. It would have been a different story if the other party had revealed their identity. The crucial issue was that the other party had not done so. As a result, they had to rely on his class and temperament to locate him. However, how large was God's domain? Just how many players did the game have? Moreover, God's Domain was somewhat different from other virtual reality games. The game's experts were not only from the virtual gaming world. There was also a large number of real-life martial artists who had joined God's Domain. After all, God's Domain could be played without affecting one's daily life. On the contrary, it could give someone more free time, allowing them to do more with their life. The game practically extended one's lifespan. Who knew just how many unknown experts roamed about God's Domain? Furthermore, even if they looked into the motive behind Hellfiend's assassination, finding the killer would not be any easier. It would be a simple matter if that person had only killed Hellfiend out of revenge or for a bounty. However, what if the player had done so to gain fame and prove his strength? There were countless players in God's Domain who would be so daring. This would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Such incidents often occurred every day. There were some who used guilds to become famous, while others used well-known experts to become famous. It was typical for players to use super guilds experts to garner fame. Moreover, such incidents had occurred many times in the past. Among them, the most famous case regarded Silver from the Flower of Seven Sins. Silver had used the upper echelons of several super guilds to build his fame. Although these super guilds had tried to retaliate, they were all helpless against the man. Aside from Silver's personal strength, he had extremely powerful backing. In the end, the various super guilds had been forced to compromise. However, unlike Hell Fiend's killer, Silver had not hidden his identity. Hence, the only way they could possibly locate this killer was to offer an astronomical bounty. Shortly after, news regarding the Bounty King's return had announced spread throughout God's domain. The bounty of 20,000 gold stupefied everyone. The previous top player on the bounty list had only been worth 8,000 gold. This was, by far, a new record in God's domain. King's return is insane. That's 20,000 gold they're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. This is too cool. If a super guild placed a 20,000 gold bounty on me, I could die with pride. But why isn't there a mention of the target's name? Silver fire burns in both of his eyes. He also has a chilling vibe about him. Why don't we call him Frost Eye? Frost Eye? That sounds like a fitting name. A chilling aura and silver eyes. I can picture that person easily with that name. After the bounty had gone public, it was all many players throughout God's domain could talk about. Many also started to idolize Feng. For countless players, both Hell Fiend's strength and his background were unattainable. Now, however, a mysterious expert had slain a powerful existence like Hell Fiend. Moreover, as everyone thought that the nickname Frost Eye was rather fitting for the Image King's return had published of Feng, the nickname spread like wildfire. As a result, another top-tier assassin had emerged in God's domain. His name was Frost Eye. However, Feng, the incident's culprit, was clueless about this, as he had long since returned to the Candlelight trading firm in White River City and was carefully studying the Ancient Book. Chapter 867, Ancient Abyssal Book. Inside the quiet, advanced forging room, Feng was in an ecstatic mood. He had never imagined that combining the Abyssal Blade and the Soul Fire's effects would be this powerful initially. He had prepared a trump card to finish Hell Fiend off. He had never realized that he could defeat the Elementalist so easily by relying on the Abyssal Blade's hidden effect. With this power, he would even be able to contend with old monsters like Sirius without activating Twofold Berserk. Twofold Berserk was his final trump card. He would not use it unless he ran out of options completely due to the severe side effects. If he had to endure a weakened state for a long time, he could easily fall prey to his enemies. However, the Abyssal Blade's mental oppression was not significantly limited. He could utilize it at any time. The only drawback was that the Abyssal Blade's mental oppression also affected Feng, but fortunately, the Soul Fire allowed him to remain calm and in control. Unfortunately, now that he had used the Abyssal Blade's effect on Hell Fiend, he would have to be more careful when using the magic weapon in the future. While he was not afraid of King's Return's retaliation, he was afraid of others realizing that he possessed the Ancient Book. Hence, he had hidden his identity when he killed Hell Fiend. The Ancient Book's power was no trifling matter. It could also enable him to make a massive fortune. Although current players still knew nothing of the Ancient Book's treasure, various quests would appear along with the Abyssal Monsters invasion. This would, in turn, lead to players gradually learning about the Ancient Book and the book's true value. While he was not afraid of anyone attempting to steal it from him due to his confidence of defending the book, he was afraid that, if others learned that he had the Ancient Book, someone would report him to the War God's Temple. Now that the Abyss Passage had opened, the War God's Temple would need the Ancient Book's power to reseal the passage if someone provided evidence to the War God's Temple proving that the Ancient Book was in his hands. The temple's NPCs would hunt him down. If that happened, he would be a wanted man throughout the continent of God's domain at that time. His life would be over, not to mention losing the book. The punishment for possessing the Ancient Book would not be as simple as dying 1 or 2 times in the past. Players who had been caught using the Ancient Book had all their attributes permanently decreased by 500 points, lost 10 levels, and had their reputation in all human cities decreased by 500 points. Players had found it difficult to enter the cities in which they had not earned any reputation points, as their relationship with the city's NPCs had been hostile. If players wanted to enter the city, they had to make up for the negative 500 reputation points first. When Feng took out the forbidden Ancient Book, a black mist instantly enveloped the room, such powerful demonic energy. Feng frowned. Previously, he had not experienced any such phenomenon when he had picked up the book. Now, however, just taking the book out had filled the room with demonic energy. Even after he returned the book to his bag space, demonic energy leaked from his bag. Although demonic energy was mana, it was an extremely violent mana. Players who remained inside demonic energy would find it difficult to stay calm. Moreover, players' reactions would become sluggish inside demonic energy. To abyssal monsters, however, being surrounded in demonic energy felt like heaven. After all, not only would demonic energy allow them to grow stronger, but it would also increase their reaction speeds. However, the worst part about demonic energy was that it would attract abyssal monsters. Now that abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom, it was inevitable that Starmoon Kingdom would be affected. At that time, the demonic energy seeping from his bag would act as a beacon in the darkness when Feng ventured out to grind. Swarms of abyssal monsters would hunt him down. Moreover, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag space after it had been activated. He could not store it anywhere else. However, while Feng's headache grew while he tried to find a solution to deal with the demonic energy leaking from his bag, the sound of a system notification reached his ear. System. Congratulations! You have obtained the ancient abyssal book. Do you wish to wield the book? System. After becoming the wielder, you can gain initial control over the ancient abyssal book's power. However, an abyss imprint will be placed on your body. If the War God's Temple discovers you, you will receive a severe punishment. So, this is the issue. Feng could not help but release a sigh of relief. Immediately, he clicked agree. Currently, he was in sore need of money. Aside from the money he needed to provide mounts for his guild members as they reached level 40 and the funds he had promised to Immortal Light, his head ached over the money he still needed to build his city. Although the strengthening device netted him quite a profit, the money earned was simply not enough to build a city in a short period. After all, they could only produce so many strengthening devices each day. It would also become cheaper as time passed. As for the bronze engineering locomotive, it required a large number of advanced lifestyle players to manufacture. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players alone would require a hefty investment. It would still be a long time before he could profit from the engineering locomotives. Hence, after all was said and done, the ancient abyssal book was the fastest way to earn money. Due to the abyssal monster's appearance, many players were attempting to kill these monsters to earn merits. However, killing these monsters was not easy, as those on the front lines were generally high-level creatures. Low-level abyssal monsters, on the other hand, usually resided deep inside captured territories. Players had no choice but to circle around the high-level abyssal monsters and sneak into these captured areas if they wanted to earn any merits. Unfortunately, sneaking into these captured areas was time-consuming as there were no teleportation points in the cities. Players also had to avoid high-level abyssal monsters carefully. Even with a mount, the journey would be an exhausting one. Furthermore, fights against abyssal monsters were taxing on weapon and equipment durability. When one ran out of durability, they would have no choice but to return to an NPC city, wasting even more time and energy in the process. Hence, those without great determination would not obtain the new class. On the other hand, if a player focused fully on class changing to the new class, they would fall behind in terms of levels and equipment. Yet, the amount of merit one gained, more or less, corresponded with the level of the abyssal monster one killed, with higher-leveled abyssal monsters granting more merits. This was where the ancient abyssal came into play. The ancient abyssal book could be used to set up a barrier. Abyssal monsters would not actively cross this barrier, so players were safe inside. If he established a barrier in an area with low-level abyssal monsters and set up a teleportation magic array, he could allow others to teleport to the area safely. He wouldn't have to worry about the abyssal monsters destroying the teleportation array afterward. He only needed to collect teleportation fees. The teleportation halls in the various NPC cities made even more money than the auction houses. In God's domain, there were various ways to save money, such as purchasing fewer consumables and avoid purchasing better equipment if unnecessary. However, there were two expenditures that one could not avoid: repair fees and teleportation fees. The appearance of a new class sorely tempted players. There were also other rewards available. If one claimed to be uninterested in merits, they would be lying. Meanwhile, to save precious time, These players naturally would not mind spending a little more money operating a teleportation magic array required magic crystals. A single magic crystal could teleport roughly 20 people even if he only charged 4 silver coins per person. He would be swimming in money in no time after solving the problem of the demonic energy. Feng left the Candlelight trading firm secretly. Wearing a black cloak, he rode an advanced horse carriage towards the teleportation hall and traveled to the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. Now that the Twin Towers Kingdom had fallen, the originally lively atmosphere in the capital had cooled completely. At this point, only a few players around level 20 roamed the city. Most of the people on the streets were NPCs. Chapter 868, Abyss Town. This place is certainly deserted. Aside from noticing a few players in the teleportation hall, Feng rarely came across any other players. Even as he walked the trade area streets, it was hard to imagine that there were once millions of players living in this city. Now that the Abyss Passage had appeared, the kingdom's other cities had long since fallen. Only the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital had withstood the invasion. The abyssal monsters had transformed the various cities into nests. Players couldn't level up safely in the fields anymore. Hence, the majority of the players in the Twin Towers Kingdom had migrated to neighboring kingdoms and empires. Moreover, due to the Abyss invasion, teleporting from the Twin Towers Kingdom to other kingdoms and empires was now free of charge. Players did not need to worry about being buried with the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although the Twin Towers Kingdom was the Abyssal invasion's main target, the surrounding countries had also been significantly affected. As a result, the Black Dragon Empire experienced a flood of refugee players, causing the Empire's player population to soar. The capital's shops were completely void of players, however. Although there were only a few players left in the city, none of the guilds who owned the lands here had any intentions of selling them. None of them were fools. The Abyss Passage's activation was simply an expansion pack. The kingdom would soon revert to its original state. They wouldn't sell their lands rashly and hurt their opportunities in the future. However, Feng had not come here to purchase land. Immediately, he searched for a deserted area and used space movement, traveling towards Snowfield City after abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom. Every other city's teleportation hall had been rendered unusable, aside from the capital cities. If one wanted to travel to these cities, they had to do so on foot. Although Feng had a mount, it would take over a week to reach Snowfield City from the capital. Hence, space movement was the fastest method if players wanted to earn merits by killing abyssal monsters. Snowfield City was the best location to do so. This was because the most dangerous location was also the safest. Although Snowfield City was where the Abyss Passage had opened, the high-level abyssal monsters that had emerged had long since wandered off. The abyssal monsters remaining in Snowfield City could be considered the lowest-leveled bunch. Players had discovered this after experiencing multiple Abyss invasions. Meanwhile, Feng needed to find an optimum location to set up a teleportation magic array. After that, money would flow into his pockets without him having to lift a finger as Feng used space movement again and again. The abyssal monsters he teleported close to ignored him as he was the ancient abyssal book's wielder. As a result, he arrived before Snowfield City. Safely. Snowfield City had already become an abyssal nest. Abyssal monsters patrolled the city. He could also see many abyssal monsters cultivating the surrounding forest, using the reclaimed land to grow various abyssal plants. The Abyss Passage was a short distance away from Snowfield City, and situated beside the passage was a tall fortress hovering in the air. Beneath the flying fortress was a town composed of abyssal monsters. Inside this town, one could even see abyssal monsters trading with each other without hesitation. Feng rode the demonic flame tiger into that monster town. The dark abyss was not only home to bloodthirsty monsters. There were also many intelligent life forms in the abyss. Like the humans of God's domain, the abyss's intelligent life forms had their own towns and cities. Demons were one of the intelligent abyssal monsters. However, it was practically impossible for humans to enter these towns and cities safely. Only the wielder of the ancient abyssal book could explore these places. As soon as Feng arrived at the town's main entrance, 2 10-meter tall, dark gray level 200, Tier 3 demons blocked his way and scrutinized him carefully. Only after noticing the abyss imprint did they allow him to enter the city. As Feng entered the town, he noticed that many demons had set up stalls on either side of the street. The items they sold could not be found in any human cities. Very quickly, however, a shop run by a Tier 3 demon caught Feng's attention. There was a massive amount of mana source ore piled up in front of the shop, Exciting Feng, I never expected to find this for sale here. I've struck gold this time. Feng immediately strode over to the shop. Mana source or was an extremely rare or in God's domain. It was used in producing high-rank weapons and equipment. If this item appeared on the market right now, players would fight over its mana source or only appeared in areas with intensely dense mana. However, there were extremely few locations with high-density mana in God's domain. The Dark Abyss, on the other hand, was filled with violent demonic energy. Hence, mana source or could be purchased cheaply in the Dark Abyss. Mana source or's main purpose was to improve the power of the crafting flames. Allowing forgers to better refine materials, not only could stronger flames improve one's refining speed, but it could also increase the success rate. Hence, the various large guilds were desperate to obtain mysterious flames. However, mysterious flames were simply too rare. The only other option was mana source or when the shopkeeper noticed Feng enter his shop, a gentle expression appeared on his sinister face as he said, "My shop has the best prices around these parts. May I know if anything has caught your interest? How much are you selling the mana source or for?" Feng casually inquired. The basic mana source or costs 3 silver per ingot, while the intermediate or is 10 silver per ingot. The shopkeeper smiled as he glanced at the pile of mana source or outside of his shop. "Oh, you have intermediate mana source or 2? Feng asked curiously. Mana source or fell into 4 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. On the continent of God's domain, even basic mana source or was quite rare. Basic mana source or could upgrade a flame's power to tier 2, of course. See those blue ingots inside the glass cabinet? That is the intermediate mana source Oregon. When burned, it can upgrade the flame to the tier 3 standard. At that standard, producing epic weapons and equipment won't be a problem," the shopkeeper explained as he pointed at the deep blue ingots. "Excellent. I want all of the mana source or you have." Feng nodded. "Sir, this is your lucky day. We just recently restocked. We have 30,000 ingots of basic mana source or and 2,000 ingots of intermediate mana source Oregon. That will cost a total of 1,100 gold." The shopkeeper excitedly reported. "What a profit." Feng was instantly ecstatic when he heard this price. It was no wonder why the ancient Abyssal books wielders in his previous life had all been extremely rich. Back then, a 1 basic mana source or ingot could sell for anywhere from 50 to 60 silver, while the intermediate version could sell for around 3 gold. Even so, very few players had been willing to sell their ingots as forgers had treated the mana source or like a priceless treasure. Chapter 869 Monster of Legends. "Sir, this is all the mana source or that we have in our shop. Please confirm the amount," the demonic shopkeeper said after stacking numerous crates of mana source or before Feng. After tallying up the total, Feng stored the crates in his bag space. If he resold all of the mana source or, he could easily make dozens of times what he had paid for them. He could only dream of how rich the book's wielders had been in the past. "When will you restock?" Feng asked. "We've only recently restocked. It will be roughly another 10 days before the next shipment arrives through the Abyss Passage," the shopkeeper explained. He then added, "Although this little shop has now sold out of mana source or, we still have plenty of rare products. I believe that you will find them to your liking, sir." Glancing at the other products in the glass cabinets, Feng shook his head. Although there were many rare products on display, the profit he could make off of them wasn't anywhere near what he could gain from the mana source or. However, as Feng was about to leave, a blood-red pendant caught his eye. Abyss pendant, fine gold rank. Although this item did not provide any bonus to attributes, many players had dreamed of obtaining it in the past. Generally, the item would only drop from high-tiered abyssal monsters, and its drop rate was horrendously low. Despite being so rare, this pendant only had one function: fixed teleportation. After marking a location, one could use the pendant to teleport there. Fixed teleportation's cooldown lasted 5 hours, and only one location could be marked at a time. Even so, it was an extremely valuable pendant after all. Players hated travel more than anything. Unfortunately, due to problems such as equipment durability and running out of consumables, players had to return to cities often to resupply. It was extremely troublesome to travel back and forth constantly. Hence, it was easy to imagine why so many valued the Abyss Pendant in the past. This Abyss Pendant had been one of the main reasons to farm abyssal monsters. "How much are you willing to sell that pendant for?" Feng pointed to the Abyss Pendant. "You have great eyes," "Sir, this is our shop's main attraction." The shopkeeper smiled. He then took the Abyss pendant from its cabinet and said, "If you are interested in purchasing it, I can sell it for 5,000 gold. Feng frowned when he heard this price. A single epic item only cost around 2,000 gold, whereas epic weapons cost around 5,000 to 6,000 gold in the past. People had only spent around 3,000 gold to purchase Abyss pendants. Although the pendant's fixed teleportation was a convenient ability, there was one downside: its long cooldown. After reaching level 40, players would have mounts, saving a massive amount of time when traveling. For distances that one could cross in 5 hours or less, fixed teleportation was a waste. If the cooldown could be reduced from 5 hours to 3 hours, the Abyss pendant might be worth nearly 8,000 gold. Time was money. To any expert in God's domain, time was far more valuable than gold. Seeing Feng's dimming interest, the shopkeeper hurriedly advised, "Sir, are you sure you won't consider it? This pendant is extremely hard to obtain. It is highly unlikely that you will come across another one anywhere else." Feng pondered his choices as he stared at the blood-red pendant. The Abyss pendant was extremely rare. Even if he farmed high-tiered abyssal monsters, the chances of one dropping were abysmally low. Moreover, this could be considered an advantage. The system gave the Abyss ancient books wielder. "All right, then, I'll take the pendant." In the end, Feng decided to purchase it. Although the 5-hour cooldown was a big problem, he needed the Abyss pendant right now. Moreover, he had a way to shorten the pendant's cooldown. The pendant would be worth far more after he did so. Feng spent another 5,000 gold to purchase the Abyss pendant. He then left the Abyssal town, searching for a suitable location to set up a teleportation array. This was the nest of abyssal monsters. Unfortunately, there were far too many abyssal monsters nearby. If the players without an Abyss imprint ventured this far, a swarm of abyssal monsters would slaughter them. Hence, he needed to choose his location for the teleportation array carefully. Time flew by. After spending over 3 hours searching, Feng finally found a suitable teleportation point in the middle of a valley. The valley was relatively far from the abyssal town, and the surrounding abyssal monsters had spread out. Moreover, few abyssal monsters wandered the several paths leading out of the valley, and those that did were not high-leveled. This area was perfectly suited for God's domain's current players. Even if one were not an expert, they could easily survive if they formed a party following which. Feng began to set up the teleportation point in God's domain. The most troublesome aspect of establishing a teleportation array was producing the array itself. Fortunately, if one had already produced the required components, setting it up was much easier. Just as Feng was about to use the ancient abyssal book's power to establish a barrier, a sudden commotion shook the valley. A pillar of black fire had emerged in the valley's center. Even from the valley's entrance, Feng could see the pillar of fire quite clearly. Soul fire. Feng recognized the black flames with a glance, and he could not help his shock. What is going on over there? Soul fire was not a trivial matter. Its appearance signified that an intensely powerful monster lurked in the area. At the very least, the monster had reached the Tier 4 standard. To current players, a Tier 4 monster was practically invincible. It was not something that should be provoked, however. Before Feng could investigate, several explosions shook the valley, the center's ground caving in and forming a gigantic pit, following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the valley. Feng even unconsciously trembled. A dragon? Feng wanted to flee the area immediately. Dragons were symbols of strength and violence in God's domain. They were the natural-born rulers over the game. Even higher beings like demons and angels feared dragons. The appearance of a dragon was cataclysmic. Just as Feng considered leaving, he suddenly noticed several dozens of players floating up from the forest's floor. These players had formed a gigantic, golden magic array that covered an extensive area. How are there players here? Feng was astonished. Snowfield City had already fallen to the abyssal monsters, becoming a nest. Theoretically, players should have long since fled this place. Suddenly, a dragon with a wingspan of over 100 meters suddenly flew up from the gigantic pit, its silver scales shimmering in the sunlight. The instant the dragon appeared, Feng realized how powerless he was. Although this silver dragon was smaller than the frostbone dragon, in terms of power, the two were on entirely different levels. The pressure the silver dragon radiated was many times stronger than Feng's abyssal blade when he used a skill. If not for the distance between Feng and the dragon, he would even struggle to stay standing. However, just as the silver dragon was about to escape the golden magic array, the magic array launched countless golden chains, binding the dragon's limbs and wings. Chapter 870, Legendary Figure. When the silver dragon landed, the sky darkened as a gray mist enveloped the area. Feng had still considered leaving this place. However, after seeing the gray mist envelope valley, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Just who are these people? Curiosity bloomed within Feng as he looked at the flashing, golden magic array in the distance. Regardless of the other players in the valley or why they were here, Feng was shocked to see the gray mist. This was the Tier 5 curse, Dark Sanctuary. When activated, the spell would trap a fixed space within a barrier. Unless one destroyed the barrier or the caster removed the spell, no one could enter or leave the barrier. Moreover, under this Dark Sanctuary, players could not contact the outside world. Even teleportation tools and skills were useless. Gritting his teeth, Feng dashed towards the dragon. The valley was not large. Thus, the dragon was not far. With Feng's speed, after running for a dozen minutes or so, he reached an area of dense forest near a lake. The silvery gray dragon, bound in golden chains, stood proudly in the center of the lake, releasing one roar after another. The lake was roughly 400 meters across. With the dragon standing in the lake, it seemed like a small pond. Every time the dragon slashed its claws, it created massive waves that washed over the surrounding forest. Silver dragon, Tier 5, Level 220, HP? The frost-bone dragon Feng had faced in the Abyss battlefield paled in comparison to this silver dragon. With a single swing of its claws, the silver dragon could easily exterminate the frost-bone dragon. This was because the frost-bone dragon was not actually a member of the dragon race. Rather, it was an undead creature that had taken on the appearance of a dragon. It did not possess the power of the real thing. Feng also noticed dozens of players standing around the lake, continuously bombarding the silver dragon with various attacks. These players' levels were quite impressive, with the lowest among them being level 38 and the highest reaching level 39. Including the players maintaining the magic array, it was obvious that this was a 100-man team. Currently, only super first-rate guilds and super guilds were capable of dispatching a team of such caliber. Moreover, it was impossible for current players to deal any damage to the silver dragon. Yet these players had managed exactly that. Although their damage was not high, with each of their attacks dealing 1 to 2,000 damage, these players were also coping with the silver dragon's attacks fairly well, dodging every avoidable attack possible. For attacks that could not be evaded, the team's 5 MTs worked together to protect the other players. Theoretically, even a light snort from the silver dragon could end these 5 MTs' lives. Yet even after blocking an attack from the dragon's claws, all 5 survive, being thrown backward and taking damages of minus 7,000 points each. To these MTs with over 17,000 HP, the damage was bearable. What a powerful magic array. Feng's attention was on the golden chains around the silver dragon's body. Feng could feel faint divine might radiating from those chains. Although the divine might was not on the level of the chains of order, it had no problem suppressing a Tier 5 dragon with the golden chains binding it. Not only was the silver dragon's mobility restricted, but its strength was also notably suppressed. This was also why these players could stand against the silver dragon. Otherwise, the dragon would have undoubtedly killed them already. As these players fought the silver dragon, Feng quietly watched from a distance. Oddly enough, not one of these players wore a guild emblem. They were all certainly independent players. Feng found it hard to believe that such a large group of independent players could achieve such a high levels and possess the strength to contend with the silver dragon. However, when Feng's gaze fell on the man leading this 100-man team, he was flabbergasted. That man wielded a crimson longbow. Based on his appearance, he should be in his 30s. He had a handsome face and a well-toned body that resembled a cheetah. His entire being also exuded a certain nobility, as if he ruled over all. Why is Owl here? Feng watched the leading ranger, not believing his eyes. This man's player ID was not actually Owl. Rather, it was the name of an adventurer team. In the past, independent players had formed many adventurer teams throughout God's domain. The Midnight Tea Party had been among the most famous. Like the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had been a top adventurer team. However, Unlike the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had possessed many members. The entire adventurer team had around several hundred players meanwhile. The combined combat power of these players had been enough to instill fear into Super Guild's hearts. Moreover, unlike the Midnight Tea Party, which had not had a fixed base, Owl had successfully established its own city. A Super Guild had even attempted to raid Owl City. However, after sending hundreds of thousands of players, the Super Guild returned without success. After the war, Owl had garnered fame throughout God's domain and ranked as one of the game's top adventurer teams. Owl's creator had been none other than the man before Feng, White Knight. During his peak, White Knight had been capable of defeating 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts from Super Guilds in a 1-on-2 fight. Tier 6 God-ranked players had long since reached the very peak of God's domain in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat techniques. Beating one of these players in a 1-on-1 battle was already immensely difficult. Not to mention winning a 1-on-2 fight. It's no wonder why Owl had been so impressive. Feng was at a loss for words as he watched the Silver Dragon's HP decrease. Bit by bit, although he knew that some quest was responsible for Owl's ability to stand against the Silver Dragon, the fact that these players had encountered such a quest in the first place showed just how extraordinary Owl was. Moreover, the longbow, chest armor, and shoes that White Knight wore radiated the special effects of epic ranked items. It was likely that one could only find such an array of items on an old monster from one of the Super Guilds. However, those old monsters had the support of countless players. On the other hand, Owl only had several hundred players, yet they had obtained such powerful weapons and equipment. This was simply inconceivable. Look out for its breath attacks. White Knight suddenly shouted as he noticed the Silver Dragon open its mouth. The other team members immediately spread out, avoiding the area in front of the Silver Dragon. Dragons generally needed time to prepare a breath attack. However, they did not need long, roughly 2 or 3 seconds. Moreover, breath's attack range was quite wide. If players attempted to evade after a dragon's breath attack had begun, they would likely be caught in the attack. However, as soon as the dragon began to move its jaws, White Knight had ordered his team to move as if he had a perfect understanding of the beast's movements. In the next moment, a beam of silver light smashed through the forest, obliterating everything in front of the Silver Dragon. The beam dug out a long 8-meter-deep trench, the lake's water pouring in to form a river. Despite the strength suppression, the Silver Dragon could still alter the terrain with a single attack. Dragon's power was undeniable. Yet, despite the Silver Dragon's immense power, under White Knight's command, the entire team emerged unharmed as time quickly passed. The damage the team inflicted on the Silver Dragon compounded, diminishing the Silver Dragon's HP. Everyone, keep it up. This dragon is almost done for. White Knight shouted excitedly as he saw the Silver Dragon's HP bar turn red. Chapter 871, The Ring of Legends. Restlessness. As the Silver Dragon's HP reached a critical low, Feng turned and fled from the dragon. Feng even activated Windwalk, transforming into a blur as he dashed through the thick forest. Dragons should not be provoked. Even with the suppression from an extremely powerful magic array, they were still terrifying creatures when they went berserk. Feng understood that, with the golden magic array's suppression, the Silver Dragon was as powerful as a level 50 Tier 3 Great Lord. However, dragons were not normal monsters. Dragons were even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Based on Feng's estimations, the Silver Dragon would reach at least Tier 4 after going berserk. A level 50 Tier 4 monster was not something current players could contend with. Owl's 100-man team would, at the very least, have to consist fully of Tier 2 players to stand any chance against the monster. Although Feng had stood roughly 400 yards away from the Silver Dragon, he had felt the danger he was in. Hence, he fled desperately, distancing himself from the dragon. When Feng was over 500 yards away, the Silver Dragon bellowed angrily, "Damnable ants! You dare to ruin my plans! I'll blast you all into oblivion!" As if he had predicted the dragon's next move, White Knight shouted to his team as the Silver Dragon's voice echoed through the valley. "Everyone, retreat from the boss's sides. Frozen Dream, prepare to use the Tier 3 magic scroll." A beautiful, white-robed level 39 female elementalist standing a short distance from White Knight nodded to the ranger's command. She then retrieved a deep blue magic scroll from her bag. The instant she revealed this magic scroll, the surrounding mana surged towards the item. After its threat, the Silver Dragon's wings shook. The golden chains around its body shattered instantly, following which the silver dragon's body darkened to a pitch black. A short moment later, the layer of darkness on the dragon's body flowed like liquid into the now empty lake. The creepy black liquid had a metallic luster. As the liquid slid from the silver dragon's body, it caused the surrounding mana to grow violent and transform into demonic energy. The silver dragon abruptly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. However, as it fell asleep, its HP began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is the main objective. Remove the magic array. Everyone, be careful of that thing. White Knight's mouth curled into a smile as he commanded his team to surround the pool of black liquid. Frozen Dream, get ready. Although Frozen Dream did not know what was about to happen, she did not hesitate to unfurl the blue magic scroll and chant the incantation inside it. An aqua-blue magic array formed beneath the elementalist's feet as mana rapidly collected around her staff. The power she exuded was no weaker than a great lord. In the next moment, the black liquid formed into 101 black-armored human warriors. These warriors' height and weapons varied, with some wielding swords and others wielding spears. There were also some who wielded crossbows, short bows, and longbows. Their tiers were also different. Some were common monsters, while some were elites. The most powerful among them, however, was a two-handed saber-wielding humanoid chieftain. These monsters were unanimously level 50 inches edition. The human warriors shared one special characteristic. Their system interfaces listed them as mutants. When Feng saw this, he couldn't believe his eyes. Mutants were enemies of all life. Moreover, they were not bound by the system's restrictions in terms of level or region. They could grow independently and roam through God's domain as they wished. Although these warriors' tiers were not particularly high, a single common mutant could rival a lord-ranked monster of the same level, while an elite mutant was as strong as a high lord. A chieftain mutant's strength approached that of a grand lord. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. As time passed and these mutants devoured and killed more monsters and players, their strengths would rapidly increase. In Feng's previous life, a single level 80 common monster that had become a mutant had been enough to torment an entire country. Meanwhile, a total of 101 mutants had just appeared. If they were allowed to live and grow, these mutants would annihilate every player in every country neighboring the Twin Towers Kingdom before the abyssal monsters got anywhere near them. Suddenly, White Knight shouted, "Now!" Almost immediately, the Frozen Dream waved her staff and pointed it at the recently formed humanoid mutants as she activated her Tier 3 magic scroll Extreme Frost Field. Suddenly, everything within 150 yards of Frozen Dram transformed into a frozen wasteland. All 101 humanoid mutants froze as well. When activated, the Extreme Frost Field would instantly freeze all enemies within 150 yards for 10 seconds. In addition, all enemies in the area would suffer the Deep Cold debuff, which decreased their movement speed and attack speed by 50% and increased the frost damage they received by 100%. Extreme Frost Field was a large-scale control spell, and in terms of magic scrolls, it was only inferior to summoning spells and large-scale destruction spells. Without a sustainable control removal skill, both players' and monsters' combat power would be limited under the effects of this spell. Excellent. Charge. White Knight stretched his bow into a full moon as he smiled at the frozen mutants. Show. Instantly, 5 arrows carrying the power of Frost 5 common mutants vital points, 715-697-1. 424-708-1. For 17, when the 5 damages appeared, everyone gasped, "My God. Are those really common monsters? Their defense is higher than a level 50 Great Lords." Every team member was shocked. Even White Knight frowned when he saw the minimal damage, his expression turning grim as if he had not expected this development. Everyone knew how powerful White Knight's equipment was. He had a total of 3 epic items, one of which was his weapon. In addition, his epic rank chest armor could reduce the level requirement of all items by 5 levels. Hence, aside from his epic items, White Knight's equipment was all level 40 dark gold equipment. Yet, even with such a high-end weapon and equipment, his frost arrows had only dealt around -700 damage. This was even after the Deep Cold debuff had increased the frost damage the mutants received by 100%. Meanwhile, the common mutants had 1,500,000 HP each, while the elite mutants had 4,800,000 HPAs for the largest humanoid mutant. It had 15 million HP. Even if these mutants stood there and did nothing, it would take a long time for their team to kill all 101 of these mutants. Don't panic. We knew that this quest wouldn't be an easy one. Kite the elites and chieftain first. We'll deal with these monsters one by one. Try to conserve as much of your stamina as possible. White Knight commanded after he readjusted his mood. He knew exactly what they needed to do right now. Meanwhile, Feng, who stood far from Owl's 100-man team, stared at the unconscious silver dragon. Strangely, the fragmented legendary ring on his finger was reacting to the silver dragon. Chapter 872. Repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Under White Knight's encouragement, his team overcame their worries and started moving to separate the mutants from each other. However, just as a shield warrior was about to still frozen common mutants aggro, the frozen effect, which should have lasted 10 seconds, disappeared. As if it had been planned, 6 common mutants quickly and seamlessly surrounded the level 38 shield warrior, flanking him from all sides. They then launched extremely precise, vicious attacks. Although the shield warrior tried to dodge, the mutant's attack speed was frighteningly high. It took the shield warrior all he had to dodge 2 mutants, much less 6 mention 6. Even after using his shield to defend himself, 2 mutants broke past his shield and struck. The shield warrior lost nearly 10,000 HP from both attacks. Over half of his HP had vanished in an instant as the shield warrior considered retreating, for mutants charged forward and grabbed at him, restraining him. He could not even execute a skill to shake the mutants off. As for the remaining 2 common mutants, they laughed sinisterly as they thrust their weapons into the shield warrior, again and again, causing the shield warrior to scream with agony as if they were performing for the players. The mutants took their time in killing the shield warrior. Although the other Owl members tried to save the shield warrior, the other mutants had coordinated to keep them at bay. The mutants' damage was also quite high. Even with a constant stream of healing, the shield warrior could only watch as his enemy hacked him to death. His eyes contained an endless fear as he passed away. Everyone's hearts grew cold as they watched. Consumed by fear, were these monsters really monsters? This thought penetrated the players' minds. They had never seen monsters coordinate so perfectly before. Aside from having a large variety of skills, the greatest advantage players possessed was their ability to cooperate, using their strengths to make up for their companions' weaknesses. This allowed players to challenge bosses of higher levels and tiers. If monsters grasped this ability, players would lose over half of their advantages. Everyone, maintain your distance from these monsters. Don't let them surround you. White Knight hurriedly shouted. Although he was also shocked, he reacted quickly. He finally understood just how difficult this quest was. However, the mutants had no intention of giving White Knight and the others any time to recover from their stupor. Splitting into multiple, smaller groups, they charged at the magical classes in the back of the group, not bothering to waste time with the MTs and melee classes. These mutants behaved like players, rather than monsters. Without any defenses against this sudden development, White Knight changed strategies, choosing team PvP tactics instead. He had the melee classes circle the ranged classes, holding back the incoming mutants as much as possible as they retreated to more advantageous terrain. Watching from afar, Feng had to admit that White Knight was indeed one of God's Domain's legendary characters. Not only were his leadership abilities first class, but he also had incredibly accurate observational skills and foresight. He fought like a machine, grasping every aspect of battle perfectly. He knew who needed to do what, where to supply reinforcements, and when to use specific skills. Every member of the team moved like an extension of White Knight himself. Unfortunately, White Knight's team members gradually fell, one after another. In contrast, the mutants had yet to suffer a single loss. Everyone's attacks only dealt around -300 damage. Critical hits only managed -600. Even if they concentrate their attacks on a specific common mutant, the latter had 1,500,000 HP. It would take the team a long time to kill one common mutant, not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. Even with appropriate commands and responses, Owl's members could not make up for the difference in attributes. As White Knight and the others gradually retreated from the silver dragon, the mutants moved with them. This gave Feng the opportunity to sneak up to the dragon's side after the black liquid had left the silver dragon. The dragon's silvery gray body had paled to a pure silver. Despite being unconscious, the dragon's aura was intensely frightening. Even Feng found it difficult to move once he stood 30 yards from the creature. If an ordinary player stood in Feng's shoes, they'd likely be paralyzed. However, the closer Feng came to the silver dragon, the greater the heavenly dragon's breath reacted. Does it want me to collect the dragon's heart? Feng felt a headache brew as he raised his head to look at the massive silver dragon. The dragon before him loomed like a mountain. The two swords in his hands were no more than toothpicks before it. Moreover, although the silver dragon was unconscious, the magic array no longer suppressed it. It had recovered to its original state, a level 220, tier 5 monster. Even if Feng were allowed to hack and slash at the dragon unhindered, he would not be able to inflict any damage. However, Feng decided to try. Unsheathing Killing Ray, he stabbed the sacred sword towards one of the silver dragon's scales. Dang. Sparks flew when his sword collided with the silver scale. The unconscious silver dragon did not even receive a mandatory -1 damage from Feng's attack. Moreover, the silver dragon's HP bar still increased, little by little. Sure enough, damaging a dragon with my strength is nothing more than a dream. Feng laughed bitterly, although he understood that White Knight and the others had only wounded the silver dragon due to the magic array they had received from their quest. Feng only truly understood how impossible it would be to slay this beast after trying it for himself. Unable to harm the silver dragon, Feng had no choice but to follow where his ring led. He refused to give up on the chance of repairing the heavenly dragon's breath. The heavenly dragon's breath had initially been a true legendary item. If he wanted to restore the fragmented legendary ring, he needed 3 magic stars and a dragon's heart. Among them, the dragon's heart was the most difficult to obtain, as dragons were maddeningly rare in God's domain. Moreover, they were incomparably powerful. With such a God-sent opportunity before him, Feng really would not give up easily. The heavenly dragon's breath had not reacted to the conscious silver dragon in the least. However, as soon as the silver dragon fainted, the ring reacted. Moreover, the closer he was to the silver dragon, the greater the ring's reaction was. Even after standing beside the dragon, the rings grew more intense, throbbing on his finger like a pulsating heart. This indicated that there should be some method to repair the heavenly dragon's breath. Otherwise, the ring would have remained quiet. When Feng arrived before the silver dragon's heart, the ring's reaction reached its peak. Could it be here? Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and stabbed the dragon. However, like before, the dragon's scales were impenetrable. His attack hadn't even left a mark. With no other choice, Feng placed the hand that wore the heavenly dragon's breath on the scales over the silver dragon's heart. At this time, the sound of a system notification reached his ear. System, do you wish to absorb the dragon's heart? So, the dragon's heart isn't literally the heart of a dragon, but the power it radiates. Feng was instantly ecstatic. Immediately, he chose to absorb the dragon's heart, afraid that he would lose this chance if he waited any longer. Chapter 873, Ring of Legends Awakens. The instant Feng clicked absorb, the heavenly dragon's breath on his finger trembled faintly. Wisps of silver mist flowed from the silver dragon's heart and into the ring at the same time. A long loading bar appeared before Feng. As the loading bar began to fill, a golden magic array appeared beneath Feng's feet. Numerous small, purple magic arrays also began to appear beside his hand, becoming more intricate as the loading bar filled. Line after line of divine runes automatically appeared and melded with these magic arrays, continuously perfecting them. If another player saw Feng's eyes, they would also discover a silver magic array in each, the array's complexity surpassing even that of a 3-fold magic array. Feng elation grew when he saw the restoration work for the heavenly dragon's breath begin. Fragmented legendary items were exceedingly rare throughout God's domain. Each item could easily incite an all-out war between large guilds. No epic item could compare to its value in the past. Despite Shadow being a second-rate guild and having established 10 city-states, the guild had not possessed a single fragmented legendary item. If Feng had owned a fragmented legendary item back then, the item would have helped him become a tier 4 sword emperor. Even if his body were weak previously, in the Dark Arena, the heavenly dragon's breath had played a massive role in his victory against Sirius from the Battle Wolves. It was also why he had been able to defeat one apex expert after another in this life. If he could upgrade the heavenly dragon's breath with the strength of the Abyssal Blade's hidden effect, he wouldn't need to utilize the double-edged sword of his twofold berserk to contend with monster-like experts. After all, fragmented legendary items were insanely rare. Even now, he had not heard of anyone, aside from himself and Fire Dance with her 1,000 transformations, owning one. At most, he had seen others wielding epic weapons and equipment after quite some. The loading bar finally reached 1%. This pulled a frown from Feng. The ring's restoration required too much time. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon's HP was still recovering. When the Silver Dragon's HP was full once again, it would definitely wake. At that time, he would lose his opportunity to absorb the dragon's heart's power. Hurry. Please. Feng panicked as he watched the Silver Dragon's HP reach 30%, whereas his absorption progress had only climbed to 4%. Moreover, Feng still had to worry about those mutants. Currently, he couldn't move. Although White Knight's team was impressively strong, against so many mutants, it was only a matter of time before they fell. If he had not finished repairing the Heavenly Dragon's breath by then, and those mutants returned, all his effort would be for nothing. Please, you guys have to hold on for a little longer. Feng prayed as he watched the loading bar reach 5%. Time flowed quickly when the Silver Dragon's HP recovered to 50%. Feng's restoration progress had only reached 32%. Although his restoration speed was slightly faster than the dragon's recovery speed, the latter's HP was nearly full. Meanwhile, White Knight's team also faced an intense situation from the start of the battle to now. White Knight's team of 100 had fallen to around 70 players. In contrast, only 3 common mutants had died so far. If a team of ordinary, even elite, players stood against these mutants, the monsters would have long since annihilated them without losing a single mutant. The fact that Owl had persisted until now and had performed so stunningly proved that there had been a reason for their legendary reputations in the past. Don't hold back. Use all of the magic scrolls we have. White Knight ordered when the team reached the top of a steep hill in God's domain. The terrain was an important factor in determining the outcome of a battle. White Knight's main goal behind the retreat was to move to favorable terrain in a battle between players. Steep highlands were easily defensible now that the team was on higher ground. They only needed to repel the incoming enemies. They could prevent the mutants from surrounding them. Under White Knight's command, everyone on the team gnashed their teeth as they took out their precious magic scrolls and tools. If they couldn't stop the incoming mutants in time, they would use every magic scroll they had to force these monsters back. Like this, they fought off one wave after another. After a short period, 2 more common mutants died. However, these mutants were not easy foes either. Realizing that the battle was at a standstill, the dozen or so elite mutants began to work together to block White Knight and his melee companions' attacks, creating opportunities for the common mutants to break through Owl's defensive line. Boss, I'm nearly out of mana. If this goes on, they will exhaust us to death, even if they can't kill us directly. A level 38 male cleric anxiously reported as he glanced at his remaining mana. This battle was far more taxing than any boss battle they had fought so far. In the past, he had only needed to focus on healing the lead MT. Now, however, he also had to heal the rest of the team, which significantly increased his mana consumption. Moreover, they had already exhausted themselves during the battle against the Silver Dragon healers. Control your mana usage. If your mana is running out, drink a potion. Melees, focus on pinning the monsters down. Don't fight. Try to reduce the burden on the healers as much as possible. If your HP is low, drink a potion, White Knight commanded. He also knew how dire their situation was. He had not expected that these mutants to be so strong and possess such high intelligence. If they continued fighting as they were, their only outcome would be a team wipe. As the seconds and minutes passed, White Knight's team lost members. Elsewhere, Feng's anxiety grew with each passing second. The Silver Dragon's HP had already reached 97%, while the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration had only reached 93%. It was likely that the dragon would wake before the ring's restoration completed. Faster. Faster. Just a little more. Feng inwardly yelled. He had never been this nervous after re-entering God's domain in this life. 95%. 96%. 97%. 98%. When the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration reached 99%, the Silver Dragon's HP bar finished filling. The dragon's massive eyelids slowly opened. The Silver Dragon noticed Feng immediately, and flames of rage filled its gaze. Despicable human. You dare try to steal my power? The Silver Dragon bellowed. Widening its jaws, It used Dragon Breath on Feng without hesitation. Feng initiated absolute defense, the aura of Earth's activatable skill, which he had long since prepared. Boom. The powerful Dragon Breath created a massive crater around Feng. Even White Knight and the others, who were fighting quite a distance away, felt the ground tremble after the Dragon Breath ended and the smoke cleared. Feng held onto one of the silver dragon scales with one hand, while his other hand pressed against the dragon's side over its heart, absorbing the power of the dragon's heart. Although Feng had not received any damage, he was dazed. Unfortunately, absolute defense, which should have lasted 5 seconds, had been destroyed. However, the heavenly dragon's breath's restoration finally reached 100%. The magic arrays that surrounded him then began to merge with the ring, one after another. As if the ring had awoken from its slumber, it radiated an astounding aura. The ring no longer felt like an inanimate object. Chapter 874, Dragon's Domination. Although the heavenly dragon's breath had been restored, the silver dragon was thoroughly enraged. Roar. A single roar shook the valley. Feng had even been thrown over 30 yards, a damage of over -1,000 points appearing above his head. Sure enough, dragons shouldn't be provoked. As Feng climbed up from the ground, he stared at the towering silver dragon in shock. This was the silver dragon's true power. Its roar alone had caused so much damage, even throwing several million players at it would be suicide. However, Feng did not know that, if not for the heavenly dragon's breath absorbing a large portion of the silver dragon's power, the dragon's roar would have been more than enough to claim his life. The silver dragon's roar also alarmed the distant mutants and White Knight's team. Big Brother White, the dragon's awake. What should we do? The elementalist, Frozen Dream, asked worriedly, frowning. They were already badly battered from their fight against the mutants, and winning against these monsters was still a huge problem. If the silver dragon joined the fray, it would be their doom. She understood powerful the silver dragon was. Now that they didn't have a magic array to suppress it, even its sneeze could end their lives. They could deal with suffering a single death. However, the quest White Knight had accepted was extraordinary. If they failed the quest, the consequences would be unimaginable. We're still too close to the silver dragon. Let's continue to retreat. I remember a cave being nearby. Let's head there. White Knight commanded after considering the situation. The silver dragon's strength spoke volumes for itself. However, as long as it did not discover them, it wouldn't be a threat. These mutants were still their main problem. Killing one was exceedingly difficult. If not for the advantageous terrain and the large number of magic scrolls and tools they possessed, they would have been dead already. Boss, look, there's someone in the sky. A ranger with sharp eyesight suddenly announced as he looked towards the distant clouds. Huh? White Knight was confused. He unconsciously turned to look where the ranger pointed. They were currently within an abyssal monster nest. They had only arrived here safely due to the teleportation magic array the quest had provided. It was hard to imagine someone else being here. After a close look, White Knight discovered someone flying across the sky. However, roughly 2 seconds later, White Knight's expression darkened. His team members' expressions were similarly grim. They noticed the silver dragon following the player closely. Based on the dragon's appearance, it seemed furious. Moreover, now that the silver dragon was free of the magic array suppression, it looked far stronger than before. The silver dragon they had previously faced felt like an adorable kitten compared to the prehistoric beast that flew through the sky. Crap. Just who is that? As these players watched the figure fight while fleeing the silver dragon, they were stunned. They even wondered if that figure was an NPC, rather than a player. However, the green diamond marker above the figure's head confirmed that it was a player. Even if they wanted to deny the truth, they had to face the facts before them. In the sky, Feng had activated Power of Darkness, increasing his attributes by 60% for 10 minutes. In addition, he had activated Wind Rider. Overall, he was slightly faster than the silver dragon initially. Feng had despaired, prepared to die and lose the Abyss ancient book. However, after examining the silver dragon's information, he breathed a sigh of relief due to the heavenly dragon's breath having absorbed a large portion of its power. The silver dragon had fallen into an extremely weakened state. The previous roar had been the silver dragon's last strand of power. Now, Both its level and tier had fallen significantly. Silver Dragon, Tier 4. Level 55. Extremely weakened. Although Feng was definitely no match for a level 55 Tier 4 boss, with the power of darkness coursing through him and the partially restored Heavenly Dragon's breath, his attributes had far surpassed that of a Tier 2 class of the same level. He also had a skill like Wind Rider to boost his speed. Escape was entirely possible. Heavenly Dragon's breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 400, Agility 400, Intelligence 200. When equipped, all attributes plus 50, level 40. Strength plus 50%, Agility plus 50%, Intelligence plus 35%, Endurance plus 50%, Movement speed plus 35%, Attack speed plus 30%, Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1. Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 50-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 40%, attack speed by 40%, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2. Dragon Breath. Inflicts 10x damage in an 80 by 5-yard line in front of you. There is a 30% chance to induce the fainted state for 3 seconds cooldown, 4 minutes. Additional skill 3. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 500%, Strength by 150%, Agility by 60%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. Additional passive skill: Dragon's Domination. Increases the basic attributes of all allied dragons by 15%, while suppressing the basic attributes of all enemy dragons by 20%. Every dragon within a radius of 1,000 yards will increase the user's attributes by 500 points. The Dragon Slayer Meister once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. This past glory may be restored with just 3 magic stars. Current restoration, 1/4. After Feng investigated the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's attributes, he finally understood why the legendary NPC, Faust, had said that, as long as he restored the ring, he would not have to fear the Abyssal Blade's backlash despite having only completed 1 out of the 4 restoration requirements. The fragmented legendary ring's abilities were so powerful. He could only imagine how powerful it would be against dragons if he fully restored it, even if the Silver Dragon were invincible at this stage of the game. Due to the dragon's domination skill, he had gained a 500-point buff to all of his attributes. Currently, he was even stronger than when he had been at his peak by a large margin. He was even stronger than a Tier 2 class of the same level. Moreover, the skill had suppressed the Silver Dragon's basic attributes by 20%. It simply could not catch up to Feng. Chapter 875, Temple Ruins. In the sky over the valley, Feng dodged the Silver Dragon's attacks as he observed the surrounding terrain. Although the power of darkness had a very long duration, it was bound to end eventually once he lost the power of darkness's buffs and had to rely solely on the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Escaping the Silver Dragon would be impossible. There it is. Feng quickly found the Silver Dragon's egress. He then turned and dashed towards that area. Dilapidated temple ruins used to occupy the area. However, the dragon's emergence had raised the ruins. Now, there was only a massive crater with the scattered fragments of the temple ruins. The scene reaffirmed Feng's previous assumption. There was a 99% chance that White Knight and the other owl members' unexpected arrival was due to a quest. The Silver Dragon's entrance was even more precipitous. Moreover, as soon as the Silver Dragon had appeared, the Tier 5 Cursed Dark Sanctuary had activated. This spell had obviously been set up to prevent something from escaping, and that something was definitely the Silver Dragon. Since the spell had been set up to prevent the Silver Dragon's escape, there should be a spell that could reseal it. Just like in the obelisk in Stone Forest Town, the crater was bottomless. The dragon soon realized that Feng was flying towards the crater. Although it was afraid to go near the pit again, Feng had stolen its power and left it weakened. Even if it could still recover, recuperation would take a long time. It wouldn't be able to soothe the hatred in its heart if it did not get rid of this swordsman. Hence, it too flew into the crater after Feng. Once the silver dragon vanished, White Knight and his team heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they did not agitate the dragon, they, more or less, had a chance of getting rid of these mutants. Had the silver dragon joined the battle, they would have lost all chance of completing their quest. Just who is that person? He was actually able to stand up to the dragon for such a long time. The members of OWL had been deeply shocked when they saw the scene from before. At the end of the day, a dragon was still a dragon. Even if it was weakened extremely, it was still not an ant that players like themselves could go up against. Previously, they had managed to see very clearly that, although the silver dragon was in a weakened state, the information it displayed showed that it still had the strength of a level 55 tier 4 boss. It would be a piece of cake for the silver dragon to squash them into pancakes. So much so that they wouldn't even have any power whatsoever to resist it. Alright, focus. The dragon has already disappeared. Let's hurry up and wipe out these mutants. Use a magic array to suppress them right away. We no longer have time to hold back. Feng's performance had likewise shocked White Knight considerably. However, he did not think that Feng could pin down the silver dragon for very long. Hence, they needed to finish up their task as quickly as possible. As soon as White Knight said so, 15 magical class players in the team each took out a magic scroll and a blue potion. When these magical class players drank down the intermediate mana recovery potion in their hands, their mana, which had been below 10%, instantly recovered by 30%. Their mana recovery speed also doubled for 30 seconds, following which these 15 players activated a magic array immediately. A gigantic magic array enveloped all of the mutants. The initial extreme frost field had already slowed down the reactions of these mutants significantly. With the effects of the magic array added in, the mutant speeds decreased further by a large margin. Their attributes were also suppressed by 30%. Although the attributes of the mutants were still superior to theirs, they were no ordinary experts. Originally, with just the effects of the extreme frost field, each of them could easily handle a common mutant by themselves. Some of them were even capable of pinning down the elite mutants. Now, against these much slower and weaker mutants, everyone had an even easier time fighting. The appearance of the magic array had instantly turned the tide of the battle. At the bottom of the crater, Feng very quickly discovered a gigantic magic array surrounded by 36 stone pillars over 100 meters tall, with numerous divine runes engraved onto them. In addition to these pillars, he also spotted a destroyed altar at the corner of the magic array. It seems that, as long as that place gets repaired, I can reactivate the seal. Feng immediately rushed over to the altar. As soon as he arrived before the stone altar, however, he immediately felt as if he had been scammed. To restore the stone altar, he actually needed 1,000 magic crystals as well as the permanent sacrifice of 80 points of all his basic attributes. The number of magic crystals required was nothing to Feng. After all, he always carried several thousand crystals with him in case of emergency. However, the permanent loss of 80 points in all attributes was a different story. To current ordinary players, losing that much in attributes would practically cripple their account. However, seeing the silver dragon already flying over, Feng gritted his teeth and clicked, accept. Anyway, after restoring the heavenly dragon's breath, the ring now provided additional basic attributes. It also received massive improvements in various other aspects. Overall, even after factoring in this loss, he still ended up with a net gain in basic attributes. The instant Feng clicked accept, he immediately felt power draining out of his body. Meanwhile, the silver dragon, which had just arrived before Feng and was about to slap him to death with its claws, suddenly froze, fear flashing in its eyes. At this moment, it distinctly heard the clanging and jangling of metallic chains all at once. The silver dragon was terrified. It no longer cared about Feng as it instantly tried to distance itself from this place that had once trapped it. You want to escape? At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Feng's face. If he were to let the silver dragon escape now, he would have sacrificed his attributes for nothing. Abyssal bind. Suddenly, over a dozen pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, directly binding the silver dragon. Although Abyssal bind had little effect on a monster of the silver dragon's caliber, it still managed to delay the dragon by half a second to most. This half a second might not seem like much, To the silver dragon, however, this half a second was sufficient to send it falling from heaven straight into hell. The silver dragon broke free of the pitch-black chains. But before it could escape the crater, numerous golden chains shot out from the magic array and bound it. No matter how hard the silver dragon struggled, it was slowly, bit by bit, dragged back down to the bottom of the crater. At this moment, the silver dragon's heart overflowed with despair. It had gone through such lengths to escape its bindings and regained its freedom. Yet, just for the sake of getting some petty revenge on a puny little human, it now suffered the binding of these damnable chains once more. Human, you are very amazing. You managed not only to plunder my strength but also to survive against me for so long, and even to reseal me now. I acknowledge you to be an existence equal to myself. At this moment, the silver dragon stopped struggling. Instead, it quietly observed Feng as it asked, "Are you willing to make a trade with me? You should know that dragons won't easily make trades with weak existences like humans. Moreover, dragons always keep their word. As long as a dragon promises to do something, they will definitely see it through." Trade. Feng was surprised in spite of himself when he heard this. At the same time, the sound of several system notifications also entered his ears. Chapter 876. Breathtaking. Feng. The silver dragon's words already posed some temptation for Feng in the first place. After hearing the contents of the system notification, he was further stunned. System. Congratulations! You have obtained the recognition of the dragon race system. Congratulations! You have learned the language of dragon system. Hidden quest, life redemption, triggered. Do you wish to accept this quest? So there's such a benefit for resealing the silver dragon as well. After taking a look at the system notification window, Feng shifted his gaze back to the silver dragon. Dragons weren't just incomparably powerful. They also loved collecting treasure. If he could complete this quest relating to the dragon race, the potential rewards would definitely be much more bountiful than those from quests given by human NPCs originally. White Knight and the others were the ones who should have received this quest. Now, however, Feng had accidentally stolen this opportunity from them. Sure. But what will I get in return? Feng asked, smiling as he looked at the fallen silver dragon. In any case, he was not in a rush to go anywhere. Hearing the dragon out wouldn't hurt. I know that you humans are always in pursuit of power. I know of a certain location. At that place, there is a secret technique tablet that powerhouses among you humans are always dreaming of obtaining. If you can release me and help me vanquish those mutants, I can send you to that place. The silver dragon said slowly. Secret technique tablet? Feng was shocked despite himself. He truly never imagined that this hidden quest he triggered would actually offer such a bountiful reward. If he could obtain an additional secret technique tablet, he would be able to nurture even more guild experts, alright? I agree to your offer. Feng answered without hesitation. System. Hidden quest, life redemption, accepted quest content. Help the silver dragon kill the mutants. Such good opportunities did not come easily currently. Feng was still utterly helpless about the golden tablet quest. That mysterious youth was simply too powerful. Feng simply had no chance to complete the quest at his current level. Dealing with the mutants, on the other hand, was much less demanding. These mutants had appeared just recently. They had not undergone any growth as yet and were currently at their weakest. Hence, it would be significantly easier to kill them. If he were to give the mutants 10 days or half a month, even he would be helpless to do anything about them, following which, Feng destroyed the stone altar once more and liberated the silver dragon. Though I cannot get too close to those mutants, I can support you from the sidelines. Looking at the chains binding its body disappearing, the silver dragon extended one of its massive claws to Feng and said, "Hop on. I will bring you over to the battlefield." Given free rein, those mutants will only grow stronger as time passes. We need to exterminate them as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Feng hopped directly onto the silver dragon's claw. Indeed, just as the silver dragon had said, even if those mutants did not devour or kill any monsters or players, they would still grow stronger with the passage of time. Without any intervention, they would become a disaster in God's domain. In a few days in his previous life, a mutant that had been left unchecked in Starmoon Kingdom had wreaked devastation on the kingdom. By the time players realized the severity of the situation, that mutant had already grown into a difficult foe to defeat even with more than 100,000 players. Suddenly, the silver dragon spread its wings and flapped them. It then flew straight out of the crater and shot into the sky. "Boss, something's not right with these mutants," a level 38 male swordsman suddenly said. "I keep feeling that they're becoming stronger and stronger." "Yeah, I get the same feeling. Although there aren't any changes to their maximum HPs, my attacks are actually doing less and less damage to them." "Me too. Moreover, their movements and reactions are gradually improving." At first, everyone had thought this was just their own misconception. However, after one person mentioned it, everyone else similarly felt that something was amiss. If they allowed these monsters to continue strengthening, their situation would become increasingly precarious after all. Just from a numbers point of view, they were now at a disadvantage. Initially, there had been 101 mutants. Now, there were still 87 of them. On the other hand, their team, which had started with 100 members, had only 64 members remaining. Most tragically, even until now, they had yet to defeat a single elite mutant. Moreover, they had also used up nearly all the magic scrolls and tools they had brought with them. This was the first time they had encountered such a difficult quest where they could not see any hope of victory whatsoever. White Knight, who had been kiting the chieftain mutant all this time, frowned deeply as well. In truth, he, too, had long since noticed that these mutants were becoming increasingly stronger, especially the chieftain mutant he was kiting. Whether it was in terms of reaction speed, defense, or attack power, these monsters were receiving gradual minor improvements. However, he was also helpless about the situation. He had already made plenty of preparations for the quest this time. He had never thought that they would still end up failing just as everyone was falling into the pits of despair. A massive figure appeared in the sky once more. The roar it released making everyone from Owl Tremblights over. "We're truly finished this time." All their hearts sank into utter despair when they saw the silver dragon flying towards Thema. Tier 4 silver dragon was far more powerful than these mutants they were struggling against. They already possessed no chance of victory against these mutants. Now that a silver dragon was joining the fray, they did not even have the heart to try to resist. "Hey, look at the silver dragon's claw. There seems to be a person standing there," Frozen Dream exclaimed as she stared at the distant silver dragon. Her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The silver dragon was beyond terrifying. It was truly hard to imagine there would be someone capable of standing on the dragon's claw. Hearing Frozen Dream's words, everyone promptly focused their gazes on the dragon's claws. "I assent that the player from before? I'm not dreaming, right? The silver dragon that was trying to kill him before has actually fallen under his control? Is he even human?" Everyone was thunderstruck when they saw Feng standing on the silver dragon's claw. Once upon a time, they had been prideful over the fact that they were in possession of either a bronze or mysterious iron mount even before reaching level 40. After looking at Feng, however, they were just a bit short of dying from embarrassment as the silver dragon rapidly approached them. Its powerful aura left everyone breathless, despite several hundred yards still separating them. Shortly after, Feng jumped down from the silver dragon's claw and landed before everyone. None of the members of Owl could find it in themselves to speak to Feng. They only observed him quietly with eyes full of fear. Just the thought of the silver dragon hovering above Feng made them shudder. A single snort from the silver dragon would be more than enough to wipe them out completely. One could say that their fates were currently in Feng's hands. "Fellow friend, how may I help you?" At this moment, even White Knight had an incomparably tense expression as he looked at Feng. Setting aside the silver dragon hovering above Feng, just the swordsman himself gave White Knight a feeling of an unreachable existence. Even though White Knight clearly couldn't feel any danger coming from Feng, the aura the latter radiated was actually somewhat superior to even a lord-ranked monsters of the same level. In front of an expert of such caliber, even his prideful self had to tread with great caution. Chapter 877 Brutal Massacre. Feng sent a glance at White Knight and the others, who were currently still locked in combat. From the current state of their battle, they were performing much better than he initially expected at this moment. Feng had to admit that Owl was indeed an adventurer team on par with the Midnight Tea Party. There was quite a number of capable experts among them. If Zero Wing's main force were the ones fighting here today, they would have long since fallen to these mutants. In particular, White Knight, who was pinning down the chieftain mutant, had already achieved perfection in terms of skill utilization. Feng estimated that every one of White Knight's skills had a completion rate of at least 90%. Despite fighting in such a cramped and dangerous environment, White Knight still managed to achieve such results. Moreover, his control and utilization of his surrounding environment were similarly at a breathtaking level. Feng did not think that even he himself could perform any better than White Knight in this aspect. In addition, White Knight's predictions of the Chieftain Mutant's movements were extremely accurate. Although the level 50 Chieftain Mutant was not as strong as a level 50 Grand Lord, it was not that far off, either. Even with the effects of the extreme frost field and suppression barrier, a player at White Knight's level would still face extreme difficulty evading the Chieftain's attacks, not to mention doing so in such a cramped environment and without exposing any of his allies to the Chieftain's attacks. If White Knight could not predict the Chieftain Mutant's movements 1 or 2 seconds ahead, it would be utterly impossible for him to guide the Chieftain's attacks accurately. Unfortunately, although White Knight and the other members of OWL were amazing, it was obvious that the mutants had the advantage in this battle. As more time passed, the combat power of the mutants would increase as well. It was only a matter of time before White Knight and the others were wiped out. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to look for trouble, Feng said as he took another glance at the overall situation of the battle. Seeing the anxious and slightly hostile expressions White Knight and the others were wearing, he could not help but laugh as he said, "Moreover, even if I came to look for trouble, I could simply just stand to one side and watch. In any case, these monsters will kill you guys eventually." When everyone heard Feng's words, they wanted to rebuke him. In the end, however, their words got stuck in their throats. This reaction wasn't just due to the strength Feng had displayed. It was also because Feng's words were not wrong. "May I know if fellow friend would be willing to help us out? After the battle, you can have all the loot of these monsters. We won't take anything." White Knight took the initiative to ask after giving the situation some thought. "Big Brother White, these monsters are so powerful. The loot they drop will definitely be very amazing. Moreover, we've only managed to reach this point after sacrificing so much. Yet now we're giving all the benefits to someone else." Frozen Dream immediately panicked upon hearing White Knight's proposal to Feng. Although they were indeed in a precarious situation, she did not think that Feng would have a way to deal with these many mutants. Both sides needed to work together in order to have a chance to eliminate these mutants. Rather than just giving up all the loot, they should negotiate with Feng. At the very least, they should ask to get the quest item. The other members of OWL similarly grew anxious. However, they also knew that White Knight was doing this for them. While in this area, there were only 2 methods for them to leave. Either they killed all of the mutants or they were killed by the mutants. Judging by the current momentum of the battle, it was only a matter of time before they died, and they would suffer significant losses if they died. Aside from losing a level, they would also drop a piece of equipment. It would take them a long time to recuperate from such a loss, alright? Feng nodded as he looked at White Knight retreating while fighting the Chieftain Mutant. In reality, even if White Knight did not make such a proposal, he would still help them exterminate these mutants in order to form a connection with the future legendary adventurer team. He could get White Knight to owe him a favor by doing so. White Knight was a man who stood by his word. As long as he promised something, he would definitely do it. Back then, the Ranger had owed the Super Guild King's Return a favor. In the end, he had started a war with King's Return's rival, the Super Guild Pantheon, without hesitation, aiding King's Return in securing a war fortress. A war fortress was different from a player-established city or town, which had a fixed location. A war fortress could move, only it was very costly to shift around. However, it was the perfect tool to attack cities and devastate lands. At the same time, a war fortress could also serve as a small-scale city. It could move to the latest leveling maps to greatly reduce the travel time of players. The value of a war fortress was far above even that of a legendary item. For this reason, Pantheon had hated OWL down to the very bone. The Super Guild had even mobilized its army to assault OWL's main headquarters. Although OWL ended up winning in the end, the adventurer team had suffered tremendous losses. Meanwhile, although White Knight had not said that he would owe Feng a favor, the Ranger would definitely remember the favor Feng would do him today. Just this point alone was enough for Feng. Many thanks. Upon hearing Feng agree to his proposal, White Knight breathed out a sigh of relief. His teammates might not be convinced of Feng's strength, but if Feng did not possess sufficient strength, how could he possibly have managed to treat the Silver Dragon as a mount? Following which, White Knight had Frozen Dream write out a contract. After both sides signed the contract, they added Feng to the team and appointed him the team leader. What's there to thank him for? Haven't we given him all the benefits already? Frozen Dream silently pouted, feeling extremely displeased as she looked at Feng, who was wearing a black cloak and had his identity hidden. She refused to believe that Feng could truly do anything about these mutants. In the end, he would just be utilizing the strength of the Silver Dragon. However, this was the Silver Dragon's strength, not Feng's own strength. After signing the contract, Feng also informed the Silver Dragon to take action in the next moment. The Silver Dragon let out a deafening roar, and a gigantic, silver magic array covering a radius of 500 yards appeared immediately, catching everyone within it. As soon as the magic array appeared, the mutants began emitting white smoke from their bodies. Not only did their defense abruptly decrease by a large margin, but even their attack power had weakened significantly. Such a powerful spell. At this moment, everyone fully experienced just how powerful this silver magic array was originally. Their attacks only dealt around -200 to -300 damage to the common mutants. Now, however, their damages doubled. On the other hand, the damage the common mutants were dealing to their MTs had decreased significantly, instantly going from around -5,000 damage per hit to around -2,000 damage per hit. This sudden development greatly lessened the burden on the MTs and healers. Unfortunately, even with such a powerful spell assisting them, it was still not enough to bridge the gap between the two sides. The HPs of the mutants were simply too high. Just the common mutants already possessed 1,500,000 HP, not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. The monsters had more than enough HP to exhaust them to death. Let's use you all to test my new strength. Then, a hint of excitement flashed in Feng's eyes as he looked at the clumped-up mutants. In the next moment, Feng activated silent steps and appeared behind a common mutant chop. -6, 417 Thundering Flash, -3,405, -8,717, -7,004, -10, 214 Thunder Flame Explosion, -12, 137. The common mutants' HP rapidly flowed away like running water. Even Feng's normal attacks dealt around -2,200 to -2,300 damage. When the members of Owl saw Feng's damage, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. The swordsman's damage was 2 to 3 times higher than even the extremely well-geared White Knights. In the next moment, Feng adjusted his positioning slightly and followed up with Dragon Breath. A beam of white light instantly engulfed close to 40 common mutants, damage of over -20,000 points appearing above the mutants' heads. Some even received critical damage of over -40,000 points. Over a dozen of the mutants struck also fell into a fainted state on the spot. Just who is this person? Frozen Dream was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. However, what no one knew was that Feng was currently under the effects of the power of darkness, as well as the dragon's dominator. Even the high HP and defense of the mutants could do little against his attacks. Moreover, Feng was not afraid of attracting the aggro of the mutants at all. With his speed and mysterious footwork, none of the mutants could close in on him at all. In fact, Feng was even utilizing his high damage to gradually lure and concentrate the common mutants into a group. When he had gathered nearly 60 mutants, he abruptly pointed his sword towards the Sky Wheel sword. Countless golden, divine swords rained down from the sky, trapping all the mutants within a radius of 20 yards and dealing damage of over -5,000 points to every one of them. Immediately after, Feng cast Firestorm. Scorching flames instantly engulfed the common mutants. Everyone immediately saw damages ranging from -30,000 to more than -50,000, rising through the flames. Moreover, this phenomenon repeated itself once every second for 6 seconds. Feng was still not done with his attacks. He retrieved a silvery gray Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag and unfurled it, rapidly chanting the incantation recorded within the scroll. Suddenly, numerous silver whirlwinds appeared amid the group of mutants, continuously garroting them, dealing over -20,000 damage each second for 4 seconds. Tier 2 spell, Storm Garrote. Due to the silver whirlwind's powerful suction, these mutants couldn't escape the garroting at all, their HPs continuously decreasing. This sight rendered everyone speechless. Every one of these mutants was a boss-level monster. Yet now, Feng was actually fighting them as if they were weak, low-level monsters. None of them knew what to say about Feng's performance. However, The HP and defense of these mutants were simply too high. Although this method might work against normal elites and special elites, it was totally ineffective against these monsters that had over 1,000,000 HP. Just as everyone was thinking of a way to help Feng scatter the group of mutants, Feng took out another Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. This time, it was the Tier 2 spell Blizzard. Not only did the spell freeze these mutants for 8 seconds, but it also dealt over -40,000 damage to each of them. After using one scroll, Feng would take out another Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it was another AoE attack magic scroll. After he went through a total of 8 Tier 2 magic scrolls in a row, the common mutants, which originally had 1,500,000 HP, had less than half their HP's remaining. Crap, does this guy run a magic scroll photocopying shop or something? Feng's actions left everyone flabbergasted. They could be considered a top-class adventurer team. Throughout their time playing God's Domain, they had accumulated a significant stockpile of items. They also possessed quite a few Tier 2 magic scrolls. However, even for them, Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls were still extremely rare items. Until now, their entire team had managed to collect only 5 of such scrolls, which they had used up on previous quests. Now, however, Feng alone had taken out 8 of such magic scrolls. Just as everyone thought Feng had already run out of scrolls, the latter pulled out yet another Tier 2 magic scroll. Everyone was now at a complete loss for words. This was definitely the first time they had seen such an extravagant way of grinding monsters on the market. A single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll currently sold for around 200 gold. One could buy a level 40 dark gold weapon already with that kind of money. Despite that, Feng was actually using these scrolls as if they were ordinary skills. What no one knew was that Feng really did not lack in Tier 2 magic scrolls. He had obtained plenty just from the various field bosses he had raided with Zero Wing's main force. There were also the magic scrolls his guild obtained from Hell Mode and Hard Mode team dungeons. Moreover, as he ventured to new high-level maps, he would often come across bronze or mysterious iron treasure chests. In addition, after capturing Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing had acquired many magic scrolls from the town's treasury. Just the number of Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls in Zero Wing's possession right now came close to 100 pieces. Even the stockpiles of super guilds were not as well stocked as Zero Wing's. Meanwhile, for the operation this time, Feng had prepared close to 60 Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls. More than enough for him to massacre the common mutants. When Feng used the 24th scroll, the common mutants finally could not hold out any longer. They abruptly fell before him one after another. The abundant amount of EXP they provided allowed Feng to level up once to level 41. Chapter 878, Foolish Humans. Frozen Dream and the other OWL members were speechless as they stared at the dozens of dead common mutants. A single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll cost at least 200 gold. Yet Feng had just used 24 of them. He had essentially blown through enough money to purchase an epic weapon. Meanwhile, not only had the abundant EXP allowed Feng to level up once, but the rest of the team also leveled up once or twice. Every OWL member was now at level 40, with some being only a short distance away from level 41. These monsters give a ton of EXP. Ha ha ha! This is awesome! I'm fully recovered after leveling up. Joy began to fill these players' eyes. Both the healers and the magical classes, who had been running out of mana, had fully replenished mana bars. Their confidence in dealing with the remaining level 50 elite and chieftain mutants had been restored as well. Previously, these players had lost hope of emerging victorious as they knew that they would not outlast these monsters. There were simply too many common mutants. Everyone on the team would have died long before they finished them all off. It's no wonder why he was so calm. He really does have a way to deal with these monsters by himself. Frozen Dream could not help but shift her gaze towards the cloaked Feng. When she thought back to her previous words, a light blush colored her pale white cheeks as embarrassment overtook her. If not for Feng's aid, they would have died here. None of those who had spoken out against Feng's participation said a word. They only admired the cloaked swordsman at this point. Only the 14 elites and 1 chieftain remained. Their team had finally reclaimed the advantage of numbers. Although the remaining monsters were far more difficult to deal with, they shouldn't have any issues taking down the remaining adversaries with a powerful damage dealer like Feng on their side. Just as the thought of ridding themselves of the mutants entered everyone's minds, the remaining mutants transformed into a black liquid and gathered at a single point in the air. The black mass's aura grew stronger as the liquid gathered, The team's caution intensified as they watched the ball of black liquid squirm in midair. Be careful. He has absorbed a lot of power from my body. The silver dragon suddenly sighed as the silver dragon finished its warning. The black liquid transformed into a black dragon and fell, shattering the ground with its weight. The dragon the black liquid had formed was much smaller than the silver dragon. It was only roughly 20 meters tall. However, that was still more than tall enough to tower over players. The dragon loomed like a 7-story tall building. With a swipe of its powerful claws, it could rip through players like paper. Mutated dragon. Mutant dragon. Tier 2. Level 50. HP 80. 000. 000/80. 000. After reading the mutated dragon statistics, Feng frowned, a grim expression overtaking his face. Although the mutant's level had not changed, only transforming from a Tier 1 chieftain to a Tier 2 lord. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The problem was no longer limited to a gap between their tiers. Rather, the problem was their positions on the food chain. The Tier 3 upper-rank frost-bone dragon Feng had previously killed had not been a true dragon despite its appearance. The mutated dragon before them, however, was a bona fide dragon. It was even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Even though it was only at the Tier 2 standard and the same level, it could easily defeat the Tier 3 frostbone dragon. Furthermore, this dragon was a mutant, which gave it a vast potential to grow in various aspects. Feng was no longer able to determine the mutated dragon's true power. However, he could say one thing with certainty. The mutated dragon was exceedingly strong. If they allowed the mutated dragon to grow, it would cause a calamity across God's domain that was several times more severe than the Abyss Passage's opening. Not only could the mutated dragon grow indefinitely, but it also wasn't restricted to certain regions. It could go anywhere it wished, unlike Abyss Passages, which only affected the country where it spawned and its neighbors. In fact, Feng wasn't the only tense player in the group. The Owl members were also anxious. Even an expert like White Knight felt a tremendous pressure from the mutated dragon. It felt as if they were sailing across the open ocean in a small boat, the threat of capsizing looming before them. Their lives could end at any given moment. Foolish humans, I really have to thank you. If not for your help in ridding me of all of that excess power, I wouldn't be able to display my true power. Revealing a human-like sneer, the mutated dragon laughed coldly as it said, I also have you to thank, foolish dragon. If not for your help, these humans wouldn't have succeeded. As a show of gratitude, I'll devour you all to nurture my power. I won't let you have your way. The silver dragon bellowed suddenly. A silver magic array enveloped over half of the valley. Numerous silver chains emerged from the magic array and bound the mutated dragon. You've lost your mind. You are actually willing to sacrifice your lifespan to cast this spell. The mutated dragon was flustered as it felt the silver chains drain its strength. Yet no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't even scratch them. So what if you've used this spell? How much of your lifespan can you afford to expend? Once you're exhausted, I will regain my freedom. You cannot stop me. Human, I will leave the rest to you, the silver dragon said weakly. Casting the spell had obviously taken a massive toll. Suddenly, a system notification reached Feng's ears. System. You have to kill the mutated dragon within 2 hours. If you cannot complete this task, the silver dragon will exhaust its lifespan and die at the same time. A timer appeared next to Feng's system interface. 1 hour, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Ha ha ha. As expected of a foolish dragon. Even in the face of death, you place your hopes in these little ants. Do you really believe that, even after siphoning my strength, these ants can defeat me? The black mutated dragon laughed maniacally. Fine. Let me show you, foolish humans, how terrifying dragons truly are. Saying so, the mutated dragon dashed towards the group of players. Be careful. Melees, focus on dodging. Do not try to block the mutant's attacks. All ranged players, target its joints. White Knight issued his commands immediately. The mutated dragon was, by far, the strongest monster they had ever faced since joining God's domain. Mutated dragon, mutant dragon, Tier 2, level 50, HP 40, 000, 000/40, 000,000. They might not have had any hope of victory before, but the silver chains now suppressed the mutated dragon. Both its attributes and mobility had been significantly restricted. Moreover, they had recovered to their peak states and risen to level 40, improving their basic attributes. All hope was not lost very quickly. 3 level 40 MTs moved to stand between the mutated dragon and the rest of the team, each one possessing over 18,000 HP. Seeing the mutated dragon swing one of its massive, clawed 4 feet at them, all 3 MTs took evasive measures and activated their life-saving skills simultaneously, reducing the damage they took by half as the mutated dragon attacked. The distant White Knight used Triple Piercer, the skill with the greatest impact among all his Tier 1 skills. His skill completion rate had even reached 97%, the original 3 arrows merging into one. The newly combined arrow tore through the air as it penetrated the mutated dragon's wrist. Boom. -2, 315. Although White Knight's attack struck the joint, it did not affect the dragon's forefoot at all. The claws blurred as they struck a Guardian Knight that had not dodged in time. The Guardian Knight's HP instantly fell by 10,000. If he had not activated his life-saving skill, he would have become mincemeat the moment the dragon's claws reached him. This is after it has been weakened? The players gasped when they saw the mutated dragon's defense and damage. With such high damage, defense, and speed, they had no hope of contending with the mutated dragon as they were right now. As the owl members began to despair, a black figure appeared before the mutated dragon. This figure was none other than Feng. Seeing this, disgust flashed in the mutated dragon's eyes. It slapped at Feng with its forefoot as if it were swatting a fly before anyone could react. The dragon's forefoot struck the ground, forming a crater with a radius of over 10 meters. Chapter 879. Overwhelming a dragon with force. The players from Owl were stunned when they saw the mutated dragon's strength. They had often seen attacks form craters after hitting the ground. However, this was the first time they had seen an attack form such a massive pit. Moreover, this had been a normal attack, not a skill. Why was he so impatient? Frozen Dream frowned at the crater beneath the mutated dragon's front foot from the damage their Guardian Knight had received. She understood that they could not stand up against the mutated dragon in a head-on clash. They could only rely on the melees to kite the dragon while the ranged players dealt damage and whittled down its HP. Only by doing so would they have any hope of emerging victorious. Yet Feng had stubbornly rushed up to the dragon, dying with a single swat. Now, their team had lost a powerful ally, reducing their chances of defeating the dragon even further. However, as the mutated dragon lifted its claws, these players discovered a figure beneath the giant forefoot how. The team was astonished. The mutated dragon's strength was obvious. Even level 50, Tier 2 MTs wouldn't withstand such destructive power. Yet a swordsman like Feng had survived. How could they not be shocked? Such high strength. If not for the dragon's domination suppression and the additional 500 attributes I received, I would have been forced to waste a life-saving skill. Feng inwardly celebrated his survival for each dragon that was within 1,000 yards. Dragon's Dominator would increase all of his basic attributes by 500 points. Currently, 2 dragons were within range: the Silver Dragon and the Mutated Dragon. The Mutated Dragon was, in fact, a member of the dragon race with 2 dragons present. Each of Feng's basic attributes had gained 1,000 points. However, Feng did not only enjoy this buff. As the Heavenly Dragon's breath increased his attributes by a percentage, his strength, agility, and endurance had increased by another 50%, and his intelligence by 35%. Moreover, as he still had the effects of Power of Darkness, Feng's current attributes had long since exceeded that of a level 50 Tier 2 metric tons. Blocking the weakened mutated dragon's attack wasn't an issue. However, it was somewhat strenuous. Although Feng had blocked the mutated dragon's attack with his swords, he had lost 2,187 HP. Of course, 2,000 damage wasn't considerable to Feng after all. Feng currently had a maximum of 83,460 HP. Such low damage was practically negligible. Not to mention, there were multiple healers on standby who could restore him to full health at any moment. Is he a human or a ghost? Owl's members were thoroughly stupefied. They had already been impressed by Feng's basic attributes. Even their leader, White Knight, was no match for him. However, they had been able to see the swordsman's boundaries during the last fight. He had not been completely out of their reach. Watching him now, however, they realized that they were a part of two different worlds, while these players were still frozen with shock over Feng's absurdly high attributes. The mutated dragon noticed that the swordsman was still alive. Immediately, it slammed its claws down on Feng once more. Boom! The already large crater expanded further this time. However, the mutated dragon's forefoot had not hit Feng. After dodging the attack, Feng swung the abyssal blade at the dragon's claw and executed Chop 34. 157 upon receiving the critical damage of over -30,000 points. The mutated dragon's foot trembled slightly. There was even a shallow cut across its adamantite-like scales. Damn. My attacks are only dealing around 1,000 damage, yet he can deal over 30,000 damage with a single hit. Is he really a player? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Feng's damage. White Knight, who had attacked the dragon continuously, froze momentarily. His eyes glued to the cut left on the mutant's joint. While it was impressive that Feng's attack had managed to deal over -30,000 damage, the implication of leaving a cut across the dragon's scales was far more significant. Direct damage would, at most, reduce the mutated dragon's HP. However, inflicting external injuries would weaken the mutated dragon's combat power. His longbow was an epic weapon, yet his attacks couldn't even scratch the mutated dragon. There was one thing he was very certain of: the ability to injure a monster's body was unrelated to a player's attributes. It was mainly due to the quality and sharpness of the player's weapon. Is he using fragmented legendary weapons? White Knight's shock increased as he glanced at Feng's two swords. He had gone through hell and back to obtain his current longbow. He had never once harbored any thought of obtaining a fragmented legendary weapon. With this revelation, White Knight considered befriending Feng. He had played God's domain with the intention of getting to know various experts. He wanted to challenge his limits and surpass them. However, what White Knight did not know was that Feng's weapons were not fragmented legendary rank. They were only on par with epic weapons. However, due to the magic devices he had equipped, their sharpness and destructive power had improved significantly, which allowed them to wound the mutated dragon. I'll serve as the MT. The rest of you attack from afar. Feng commanded through the team chat after attracting the mutated dragon's aggro. Originally, the members of OWL had their issues with Feng leading their team. Now, however, they followed his commands without argument. The healers began to focus on Feng, whereas the melee players retreated to maximum range, attacking the mutated dragon with the ranged players. Although the melee players' ranged damage couldn't compare to their ranged companions, overall, they dealt a considerable amount with a powerful MT like Feng. The healers had gained some peace of mind. They didn't need to worry about Feng being instant-killed. The ranged damage dealers could also attack without holding back even if the power of darkness ended right now. Feng was confident he could dodge the mutated dragon's attacks. However, he would have far fewer chances of counterattacking in any case. Feng's goal in attacking the mutated dragon was not to decrease its HP, but to injure its joints. Although a single attack's effects were not noticeable, after 100 attacks the effects were obvious. Once the mutant's joints were heavily wounded, both its reaction speed and attack speed fell drastically. This made evading the dragon's attacks and launching counterattacks even easier for Feng. Eventually, the mutated dragon became utterly helpless against Feng. It could only watch as the little human before it avoided every one of its attacks. In the end, even losing the buffs from Power of Darkness, Feng was still able to dodge the mutated dragon's attacks effortlessly. Meanwhile, although the other players' damages were not considerable, their total damage exceeded the mutated dragon's recovery speed. From time to time, Feng also dealt a heavy blow. As a result, the dragon's HP continuously decreased. Time passed quickly. The mutated dragon's HP had finally fallen to 20% humans. Your luck ends here. The mutated dragon bellowed, its roar echoing throughout the valley. The mutated dragon, which had been 20 meters tall, started to grow, reaching 30 meters instantly. Not only did it receive an enhancement to its strength and speed, but its range had also increased, making it far more difficult for Feng to evade its attacks. In the next moment, the mutated dragon swiped its tail at Feng, the swipe's force instantly generating a storm. However, before the storm could devour Feng, the dragon's tail arrived before him. Moreover, the dragon's attack range with its tail was quite wide, and Feng did not have enough time to dodge defensive blade. Pong! The attack threw Feng. Even the players attacking from over a dozen meters behind him died instantly. Unfortunately, the mutated dragon was not done. It began to swing its tail like a whip, covering the area with afterimages. 1 swipe, 2 swipes, 3 swipes. By the time the mutated dragon's attack ended, Feng's defensive blade had been exhausted of block counts. Meanwhile, there were less than 40 players still standing. If the mutated dragon launched that tail attack 1 or 2 more times, it would wipe out their team. The mutated dragon's terrifying chain attack had also devastated the surrounding forest, leaving very little behind. The dragon race's explosive power is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I haven't used all of my cards yet. Feng released a sigh of relief, following which he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Chapter 880 Slaying a Dragon. Boss, the dragon's defense and reaction speed have improved quite a bit. With our remaining numbers, I'm afraid that we can't survive another round of chain attacks. A green-robed, level 40 male summoner anxiously reported. Once the mutated dragon went berserk, a single round of whipping its tail had annihilated all of his summoned creatures. Even their attacks were becoming less effective. Previously, they had been able to, more or less, hit the dragon, each of their attacks dealing around -1,000 damage. Now, however, the mutant blocked over half of their attacks with its tail. Even when their attacks struck the dragon, they only dealt around -600 damage after factoring in the members they had lost and the healers. Their overall damage could not overcome the mutated dragon's regeneration. It was only a matter of time before they team-wiped. This is the final push. Throw everything you have at it. White Knight had been watching the battle from the rear. Excluding Feng's hidden statistics, he had run through various simulations in his mind based on his team's statistics and calculated their probability of taking down the mutated dragon. However, no matter how many simulations he ran through, they were no match for the mutated dragon. The difference between them was simply too massive. He had never expected the mutated dragon to be so terrifying after going berserk. Ordinary bosses generally gained around a 30% increase to their combat power after going berserk. However, the mutated dragon's overall combat power had increased by 50% at the very least. White Knight even suspected that the mutated dragon had doubled its strength after going berserk. Even after Feng had joined, they had barely stood against the dragon. Now that the dragon's strength had grown, they had no hope of victory. Hearing White Knight's orders, every player began to use their most powerful moves against the mutated dragon. Some even activated berserk skills. Although not every OWL member possessed a berserk skill, the remaining 40 or so members were all experts with the highest strength among the team. Over a dozen had learned berserk skills immediately. These dozen or so players' attributes soared. White Knight and Frozen Dream experienced the greatest improvements, their main attributes increasing by 100% by me some time. Frozen Dream shouted. Immediately, she began to chant an incantation, the surrounding mana gathering rapidly around her. Okay, everyone, aim for the dragon's joints. White Knight shouted. Their survival now depended on this very moment. Either the mutated dragon would wipe them out while it was still berserk, or they would finish off the mutated dragon's 8 million HP while they were berserk. Spells and arrows flew at the mutant. Seeing this, the dragon swiped its claws. Pung, pung, pung. The dragon's massive forefoot blocked over half of the attacks easily. Only extremely accurate attacks like those from White Knight had struck the dragon. 348-1, 448-1, 279-1, 354. Although numerous attacks had landed, only White Knight's attacks broke past the 3,000 threshold. Everyone else only dealt around -1,000 damage. Their overall damage barely made a dent in the dragon's remaining HP before White Knight and the others could launch another volley of attacks. The mutated dragon rose its tail once more. Watch out for its tail attacks. Fall back. White Knight instructed and began to retreat while attacking the mutated dragon's massive tail. However, the tail's attack speed and range were too much for them. Even Feng had not been able to dodge the attack in time and had been forced to rely on a life-saving skill. Although everyone had retreated quite a distance from the mutated dragon, they were still within range of the shockwave that would follow the tail swipe. The resulting shockwaves alone were enough to end White Knight and his companions' boom. A sonic boom ripped through the air as the dragon's tail swiped at Owl's players,
the tail's attack range reaching over half of the team suddenly. However, a streak of blue light hacked at the swinging tail boom. The mutated dragon's attack halted abruptly. At the same time, a figure sank to the ground, a large crater forming around the player. He blocked it. White Knight's jaw dropped as he stared at the figure in disbelief, although he had not seen it clearly. He had caught a glimpse of Feng swinging his sword at the mutated dragon's tail. The instant his sword collided with the tail, however, Feng vanished. The mutant's tail already contained far more power than its 4 feet. The dragon had also gone berserk, yet Feng had blocked the attack shortly after. Feng climbed out of the pit. Although he appeared somewhat miserable, his HP bar revealed that he had only suffered negligible damage. The improved heavenly dragon's power really is amazing. With this, I can take the mutated dragon's attacks without any problems. Feng flexed his muscles a little. Due to the impact, he was sore everywhere. Overall, however, his combat power had not been affected overmuch. Not only had heavenly dragon's power increased his HP by 500%, but the skill also increased his strength by 150%, agility by 50%, and defense by 300%. Currently, he had over 260,000 HP. With his enhanced defense, he had only received around -3,000 damage after receiving the direct hit. Even without the healer's assistance, he could easily withstand several hundred such attacks. He didn't need to fear the berserk mutated dragon at all, following which, Feng activated silent steps and appeared behind the mutated dragon. He then used Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons / Flame Burst. In the next moment, the twin swords Feng wielded and those of his doppelganger transformed into dazzling, miniature sun-scorching, white rays of light, then slammed brutally into the back of the mutated dragon's neck. One after another. 62. 487-43, 718-127, for 96-43, 587. 30 consecutive scorching blades bit into the mutated dragon's neck. All 30 strikes hitting the same location. In addition, a dozen abyssal blade phantoms continuously assaulted the mutant, each dealing up to -6,000 damage. The mutated dragon released an agonized cry as it slammed into the ground. The mutated dragon's HP had instantly fallen from 8 million to 5,640,000. Immediately after, Feng used Firestorm and Dragon Breath. The mutated dragon's HP fell below the 5 million threshold. This is insane. The witnessing players were nearly speechless as they stared at the fallen dragon. White Knight was just as shocked. He could not figure out how many cards Feng had kept hidden. Feng alone was savagely beating a boss that his entire team had been helpless against. At this time, Frozen Dream finally completed her chanting. As she waved her staff, a deep blue magic array suddenly appeared above the mutated dragon. A gigantic ice spear then emerged from the array and descended on the mutant Tier 1 curse, Frozen Earth. When the ice spear struck, not only did it inflict over -7,000 damage, but it also encased the dragon's 4 limbs in a layer of frost, restricting it. Despite the mutated dragon breaking free from the layer of ice, the ice reformed instantly. Moreover, each time the dragon struggled free, it wasted a lot of time to do so. As a result, the mutated dragon's reactions were somewhat delayed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng launched one attack after another with an absolute MT like Feng pinning down the mutated dragon. The other team members began to launch a fierce assault. As a result, the mutated dragon's HP fell rapidly. 500,000, 4, 000, 3000, 1,000,000. When the mutated dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and used the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the mutated dragon. Over a dozen consecutive slashes bloomed over the mutated dragon's heart. The mutated dragon's HP hit rock bottom instantly, falling to the ground with a loud boom. Over a dozen shining items dropped around its humongous body. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Feng's body as he reached level 42. Chapter 881, 3-star promotion order. As the golden glow engulfed Feng's body, the rest of the team experienced the glow as well. Some even experienced the phenomenon twice.
Their levels launching from 40 to 42, the bountiful EXP that the mutated dragon had provided stunned them all even at their level. The mutated dragon had awarded them enough EXP to level up at least once. They had just saved several days of effort success. We won! Everyone cheered as they looked at the motionless mutated dragon. The mutant had been far stronger than any monster they had faced before. They shouldn't have survived it at their level, yet they had defeated it. Although they had relied on Feng's strength, they were excited. Some of their excitement was also due to the system notification they received after the dragon had died system. Congratulations! You have received the Dragon Slayer title. Wielder of this title will gain a 10% increase to their humanity reputation, although this title did not affect their combat power. Many players dreamed of the buff it provided in God's domain. Humanity reputation was crucial aside from the fact that one needed a certain amount of reputation to purchase land and housing. Higher reputation allowed players to enjoy discounts when repairing or purchasing items in NPC cities. After reaching the highest achievable reputation, one could even enjoy a 40% discount. Although players were discovering more methods of earning coins, players still needed more aside from purchasing consumables and some luxury items, such as delicious food. Most of a player's money went to repair fees. Moreover, as players equipped higher quality and leveled equipment, the repair fees increased with a 40% discount in cities. A player could save a large sum of money. Moreover, as players gained more levels, raising one's reputation in a single city would not be enough. Many high-resource leveling spots were quite far from starting cities. Traveling back and forth was inconvenient. If a player wanted to level up quickly, they needed to have high reputation in multiple cities. However, reputation was not easy to obtain. Even until now, players still had headaches over gaining reputation in their respective cities. Now that these players had the Dragon Slayer title, they wouldn't have to put in as much effort. It was especially true for independent players. However, the team was more interested in the mutated dragon's loot. The mutated dragon had dropped over 10 items. Needless to say, such a powerful monster's loot would be astounding. It would not surprise any of them if it even dropped an epic item. Watching Feng collect the items, one after another, they nearly drooled. However, White Knight had promised Feng that he could claim all of the drops. Hence, they could only watch enviously. Look. Is that an epic weapon? Crap. Look at that magic scroll. Can concentrate mana naturally. It should be a tier 3 scroll at the very least, right? That design is huge. Although these players realized that the items belonged to Feng, they still wanted to know what they were. As Feng picked up the scattered coins and items, he noticed a purple gold, diamond-shaped token. A single word had been engraved on this token: promotion. As expected of a dragon, its loot is awesome. Feng tried to calm his excited heart as he looked at the token. If not for White Knight and the others' presence, he would have laughed like a maniac. This promotion order was no ordinary promotion order. It was a shop promotion order. Moreover, it wasn't a 2-star shop promotion order, but a 3-star shop promotion order in God's domain. Even 2-star shop promotion orders were extremely difficult to obtain throughout Star Moon Kingdom and its neighboring kingdoms. No other trading firm, aside from the Candlelight trading firm, possessed a 2-star shop. Only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop. Moreover, the Super First-Rate Guild had only obtained it a few days ago. Current players had no hopes of getting their hands on a 3-star shop. To obtain one, players would need to kill a relatively high-leveled, high-tiered field boss, open a high-rank treasure chest, or complete the challenge quest. Obtaining a 3-star shop promotion order from a field boss was unrealistic, as only level 50 or higher tier 4 field bosses had a chance of dropping themas for treasure chests. The promotion order would only appear in dark gold treasure chests found in level 50 or above maps. As for the challenge quest, its difficulty approached that of a legendary quest. The money required just to accept the quest would send cold shivers down the spine of any large guild in God's domain. Take the 2-star shop in the Black Dragon Empire, for example. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had accepted the challenge quest to promote that shop. However, the Super First-Rate Guild had challenged the quest 3 times before it succeeded, and each challenge had cost 6,000 gold. Ordinary guilds could not afford that right now. Only Super First-Rate Guilds and Super Guilds might have enough to take on the challenge quest. Although promoting a shop to 3-star status was exceedingly difficult, any guild that could afford the fee would make an attempt after all. There was a qualitative difference between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. The greatest difference was that, when a shop reached 3-star status, its 1-star shops could be promoted to 2-star status. This one aspect was more than enough to throw the various large guilds into a frenzy. Aside from this, a 3-star shop offered far more functions than a 2-star shop. After reaching 2-star status, a shop would gain access to the special workshops. At 3-star status, a shop would gain access to the basic meditation room, as the name suggested. The meditation room was a space that allowed players to process their thoughts. Moreover, due to the dense mana inside the meditation room, players could maintain a clear state of mind, allowing them to better exert their abilities. The special workshop, on the other hand, only altered the environment to adjust one's mood. Of course, the meditation room also offered every function a special workshop possessed, allowing a player to alter the room's environment. This was the main reason why the various lifestyle masters in the past had surged towards high-star ranking shops. A positive work environment was crucial to lifestyle players. However, there were 2 downsides to the basic meditation room in 3-star shops. The first was the cost. To maintain the mana density inside the room, one needed to spend a lot of magic crystals. Maintaining the mana density for a day cost a total of 300 magic crystals. The price of a single magic crystal had already reached 25 silver. A total of 300 crystals was the equivalent of 75 gold coins. Hence, meditation rooms were only used to produce high-valued items. The second drawback was its scarcity. At 3-star status, a shop could only offer 3 basic meditation rooms. For an establishment like the Candlelight trading firm, that was far from enough to satisfy its advanced lifestyle players. Forget it. It's better to not have one at all. Melancholic can worry about it later. Feng chuckled. He then stored the promotion order. Currently, he was eager to return to White River City and promote the Candlelight trading firm there to 3-star status. Among the many items that had dropped, there were also 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls, 4 bottles of exotic potions, and 3 forging designs. The rest were weapons and equipment. Among these items, the most valuable outside of the promotion order were the 2 epic items. One was a scale-covered shield, engraved with divine runes, while the other was an aqua robe. Chapter 882, Uncrowned Sword King. The guild's MTs are quite lucky this time. Feng smiled at the scaled shield covered in divine runes. A shield was an integral part of an MT's equipment. A good shield could elevate an MT's strength significantly on the market. MT shields were always the most expensive equipment. They were worth at least double that of a weapon of the same rank and level. Dragonscale shield. Shield. Epic rank. Level 40, level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 600. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 4020. Level 40. Block rate 39%. Strength plus 84. Endurance plus 107. Magic resistance plus 20. Defend skill plus 2 levels. When equipped, strength and endurance increased by 10%. All skills plus 1 level. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional skill. Dragonscale body. Forms an energy shield around the user's body, increasing defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery ability by 500% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional passive skill 1. Sturdy. Halves received impact and reduced damage received from the front by 15%. Additional passive skill 2. Lightweight. Increases shield movement by 20%. The epic ranked purification robes also had high attributes. However, it was far less valuable than the Dragonscale shield. As for the other pieces of equipment he had obtained, they were either level 50 dark gold equipment or fine gold equipment. It was still too soon for current players to equip them. This should be White Knight's quest item. After Feng tidied up the dropped equipment, he discovered a glass bottle. The bottle contained a black liquid. It was none other than the mutated dragon's original form. Although the bottle did not have a label, its introduction stated that it was a specimen of a mutated life. Other than that, there was no information. After considering the matter, Feng handed the bottle to White Knight. This is... After White Knight saw the glass bottle, surprise colored his expression. Take it. Even if I keep it, I can't use it. Feng laughed. The mutant specimen was useless to him. On the contrary, if he gave it to White Knight, he could earn a favor from the ranger. If he came across any trouble in the future, he could even ask for White Knight's help. Thank you. If you encounter any issues in the future, just say the word. I'll help out to the best of my abilities. White Knight accepted the glass bottle without hesitation. The item was simply too important. Without it, he would fail his quest. If that happened, his account would be crippled. He would have to spend a long time to regain his strength. Would it be convenient for you to reveal your name, sir? We can add each other as friends so that we can contact each other easily in the future. Hearing White Knight's logic, the other owl members' jaws dropped since he had joined God's domain. White Knight had never added anyone as a friend. Various big shots from super guilds were no exception, right? I haven't introduced myself. Feng took off his black cloak and revealed his black flame appearance. My name is Black Flame. After Feng revealed himself, every witness fell silent. They stared at Feng's face. Feng looked to be in his 30s. He had a firm face with faint stars flashing in his eyes. His aura felt so profound that those around him felt oddly drawn to him. You are Zero Wings Sword King? Black Flame? Frozen Dream's delicate face revealed her disbelief. God's Domain's players often discussed the God's Domain experts list. Practically everyone was familiar with the great deeds of the list's various experts. The name Black Flame was a particularly hot topic. Black Flame's rise had been intensely fast. The secret pavilion had even given him the title Sword King. How high had his evaluation been to become the king among swordsmen? When the secret pavilion had updated their experts list, many swordsman experts had complained about the pavilion's decision. Even Owl's many swordsmen had been dissatisfied, declaring that they would challenge Black Flame to teach him a lesson. Now, however, it would seem that the title of Sword King had not been an exaggeration. They even wondered if Black Flame's rank on the God's Domain experts list was a little too low. The strength Black Flame had just displayed had far surpassed the secret pavilion's evaluation. Even some of the swordsmen who had previously intended to challenge Black Flame were dumbfounded. Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge Black Flame? This is your chance. A few of the owl members teased their companion, grinning at a youth in silver light armor. In terms of strength, ranked 15th among their adventurer team. Although his battle records weren't necessarily stunning, he was undefeated in their home city's underground arena. He had already won 99 battles with a perfect winning streak. His defeated opponents even included large guilds' well-known experts. Back when had declared that he would challenge Black Flame and defeat him, nobody had doubted the youth's words. After all, Strong/'s combat standards had reached the second stage of the realms of refinement, the flowing water realm. With his skills and equipment, it was not impossible to contend with a void realm expert. I said, in the future, not now. Strong/ rolled his eyes at his laughing companions. If he challenged Black Flame, someone who had just stood against the mutated dragon and won, it would not even be a fight. It would be a miracle if he survived even one of the Sword King's attacks. The players laughed when they heard Strong/'s response. My name is White Knight, the leader of an adventurer team. Guild leader Black Flame, if you need help with anything in the future, just call me. White Knight had also begun to size up Feng, shock filling his heart. Only now did he understand why Zero Wing had risen to power so quickly and had grown strong enough to challenge God's Domain's major powers. With such a powerful leader, what did Zero Wing need to fear? Following which, White Knight and Feng added each other as friends. Since team leader White has said as much, I happen to have something that I need your help with in 1 or 2 days. After giving it some thought, Feng continued, recently, our guild has tried to raid a certain area, and we urgently need experts. We need roughly 30 players. Favors should not go to waste. It was wise to use them frequently to increase a bond between two parties. Moreover, he required the help of a group of experts to raid the holy city of Titan's entrance trial. His strength alone was not enough to pass the trial. All right. When the time comes, just say the word. I'll lead a team over. White Knight did not hesitate to agree. On the contrary, Feng could see anticipation in his eyes, a place that even Black Flame had trouble raiding. It must be immensely difficult. Moreover, he really wished to experience Black Flame's world. After both sides agreed, White Knight led his team, departing from the valley. Feng, on the other hand, approached the silver dragon that had stood by the side all this time. Young hero, thank you for accomplishing my long-cherished dream. At this moment, the silver dragon appeared extremely weak. Even speaking seemed laborious. I only did what needed to be done. Feng politely replied. The silver dragon then took out a flashing, golden magic scroll and said to Feng, "This magic scroll will take you to the shrine where the stone tablet sleeps. However, the shrine is very dangerous. With just your current strength, you will not survive. It is best if you go there only after you have achieved your Tier 2 class. At that time, you will have somewhat higher chances of obtaining the stone tablet." Saying so, the silver dragon handed Feng the magic scroll. It then flapped its wings and left the valley before Feng could examine the golden magic scroll. A system announcement reached his ears. System announcement. System upgrading. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 40 hours. System. You have 10 minutes remaining to log out. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 883 New System. Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system announcement. I Ascent, the fourth evolution, happening a little too soon. Feng frowned deeply. This was not good news for God's Domain's players. Every evolution the main God system underwent increased the realism and difficulty of the fights against monsters. Moreover, this was the first time Feng had seen a system upgrade require 40 hours generally. System upgrades only lasted from 12 to 24 hours. Even in the past, none of the upgrades had needed more than 24 hours to complete. However, Feng did not have time to consider the situation. He only had 10 minutes left to log out of the game. He needed to find a safe location quickly. After the mutated dragon's death, the dark sanctuary over the valley had begun to dissipate, either due to the silver dragon's absence or some other reason. Many monsters began to appear in the previously scarcely populated valley. Moreover, these were not low-leveled monsters. The lowest among them was level 30, while some were even level 45. Among them, there was no lack of elite monsters. To current players, monsters of this level were still dangerous opponents. Finally, after finding a stream without nearby monsters, Feng logged off. The morning sun shone brightly. Suddenly, the virtual gaming cabin in the room opened, and Feng climbed out. Compared to when Feng had first entered God's domain in this life, he was much stronger and more muscular. He had also grown slightly taller. In addition, his aura had changed tremendously. He gave off a calm and comfortable aura, which attracted others. Since the system upgrade will be so long, God's domain must be chaotic right now. Feng smiled. He then instructed the AI housekeeper turn on the television, just as Feng had predicted. Many television programs were already covering God's domain's system upgrade after a period of development. God's domain's influence on the real world had gradually expanded. In addition, the mass production of God's domain's virtual reality helmets had begun, which resulted in the helmet's continuous price drop. Now, more and more people could enjoy God's domain. Gradually, God's domain had become a big part of most people's lives. Moreover, the game's advertising had grown, with the game's biggest selling point being the various lifestyles and entertainment it offered. In addition to its ability to extend one's lifespan, although technology constantly improved, there was still a limit to how much it could extend a human life. Meanwhile, God's domain could indirectly extend the human lifespan, allowing everyone to enjoy nearly double their natural life expectancy. This alone attracted many people. Furthermore, the game played a medicinal role. The current technology in the field of medicine had reached a very high level, and most diseases could be cured. Unfortunately, even now, disabilities remained unconquered. However, upon entering God's domain, blindness, deafness, or amputation did not matter. These people could live an ordinary life as Feng understood it. After widespread promotion, many ill people had joined God's domain. Many of them even refused to leave the game world. The following report regards God's domain's latest change. The game's official developers have expressed their sincerest apologies regarding players' dissatisfaction with the latest system upgrade. They have also explained why this upgrade requires so much time. There are two main reasons for this. The first reason is that the main God system has collected sufficient data and can undergo another system upgrade. The inclusion of the Mindspace system is the second reason. This system will attract even more people to this virtual reality game in the future, turning it into a true second world. When the reporter mentioned this, Feng was taken aback. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Didn't this new system only launch 2 years after God's domain's release? Feng glared at the holographic screen's message. The Mindspace system was also known as the Realm of God in the past. During God's domain's first year, the game had been very popular.
However, its influence on the real world had been limited. The most the game had achieved was the expansion of the virtual gaming industry's influence on the real world, growing from a niche industry to a household concept. However, the realm of God's appearance had pushed God's domain to its peak as an industry due to the realm of God. Any God's domain player could create their own virtual space. If players did not want to play the game, they could enter their virtual spaces for some rest and entertainment. While in a private space, they could adjust the environment to their liking. However, the more realistic the environment and the larger the space was, the more resources one needed to pay. One could even go as far as adjusting the flow of time inside their personal space. As far as Feng knew, one could adjust the flow up to 10 times that of natural time. In other words, 10 days in one's personal space was the equivalent of a single day in the real world. Hence, theoretically, it was possible to extend one's lifespan by up to 10 times. Meanwhile, while in one's personal space, a player's body would remain at its peak health. Age would not limit their enjoyment due to this reason. God's domain had become irreplaceable in the real world. Countless people had gone crazy over this new system. To enjoy longer lifespans, some wealthy tycoons had even paid an exorbitant price to construct their own space. God's domain had truly raked in the money once it released the realm of Godin Feng's previous life. He, too, had set up his own space and often invited his friends for get-togethers. However, Feng's space had been quite average. He had only increased the time flow by 4, and the space had only been roughly as large as a football field. Even so, he had earned the envy of many ordinary experts. Constructing a personal space was not as simple as establishing a guild residence, where one only needed to purchase a plot of land and invest some coins. To construct a personal virtual space, one needed memory. Players could not simply construct a personal space because they desired it. Sustaining a personal space placed a heavy burden on the system. The more luxurious and spacious the space was, the more memory its support required. In God's domain, memory had a different, well-known name: mana. Constructing a personal space required mana. However, it required more than just a little. Players could not use the low-quality mana from magic crystals. Rather, one needed 7 luminaries crystals. However, 7 luminaries crystals were insanely rare in God's domain. This was clear just by looking at Starmoon Kingdom. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, one could only find 7 luminaries crystal in the capital. Furthermore, 7 luminaries crystals were astonishingly expensive. An ordinary expert could only look on, powerless with their measly finances. If an ordinary player got their hands on a few, selling them, they could live the rest of their lives without any concern for money. This was why Feng had been so excited when he had reached the Forgotten Lands and encountered the 7 Luminaries Mountain in the God's Grave. Unfortunately, his strength had been limited. He hadn't been able to leave that area with a single small chunk. After the news report regarding God's domain ended, Feng ate a casual meal. He intended to check on the newcomers. Lei Bao had been training during this time. Zero Wing could not compare to super guilds, where the latter had a perfect expert nurturing system and no shortage of talents. Fortunately, Zero Wing now had the Big Dipper Training Center to support it, providing an excellent training environment. Feng had a few of Zero Wing's newcomers sign a series of agreements and directed them here to undergo special training. They were the experts that Zero Wing nurtured internally. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's funds were limited, could not afford to train enough newcomers. To a large guild like Zero Wing, these few were like a drop in the bucket. Feng's female assistant, Liang Jing, suddenly called him and reported, "Master Feng, a gentleman named Yuan Tiexin has arrived, looking for you. He claims to be an acquaintance of yours. Do you wish to meet him? He sure moves quickly." Feng smiled faintly. "Have him wait for me in the main hall's reception room. I'll head over right away." Chapter 884, Empress Purple Jade. The Mind Space System's sudden launch in God's domain had massively impacted the real world. Feng could clearly remember that. When this system had launched in his previous life, the world had gone crazy over it before the new system had been revealed. Very few major corporations and financial groups had been willing to invest into God's domain. Most only wanted to observe. Take the Big Dipper Training Center, for example. Although the corporation's higher-ups had known about God's domain, none of them had paid particular attention to the game. Instead, they had focused on developing the training center itself.
The other corporations within the city shared similar thoughts. After all, without any clear signs of profit, who would recklessly invest in the game? However, when the new system had been implemented, these individuals could no longer resist. Every one of these corporations had invested into God's domain, hoping to get a share of the pie due to these people. The cost of coins had undergone massive inflation. Feng had even earned a small fortune by taking advantage of the price increases. Considering the situation, Feng immediately called Melancholic Smile and Aqua Rose, instructing them to start purchasing large sums of coins as soon as they could log back into God's domain. The more coins they amassed now, the more profit they could earn in the future. Inside Big Dipper Training Center's reception room, a middle-aged man lounged on a sofa made of soft, white tiger leather. On either side of him stood a man and a woman. Both this man and woman only looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. However, they both carried a martial artist's or Uncle Yuan. This Feng fellow is too arrogant. He has made us wait for so long. Even Big Dipper's director wouldn't dare to neglect us like this. The young man wearing blue, martial arts robes said impatiently, frowning deeply. Although the secret pavilion was different from super guilds, it still had significant influence in the real world. Moreover, the pavilion had recently agreed to collaborate with a few international corporations, elevating its status. Every single corporation within this city would be more than eager to gain the pavilion's favor yet. Even after venturing this far for a personal visit, not only had Feng not welcomed them himself, but even after over 10 minutes, Feng was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't taking them seriously, not in a rush. In any case, he hasn't refused to meet us, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Moreover, we are the ones who want to collaborate with Zero Wing. A small wait doesn't matter. You are still too brash. This is why the guild leader told you to temper yourself. You should learn from Wenhua. At Yuan Tiexin's words, the male youth turned to the beautiful woman standing on the other side of Yuan Tiexin. Falling silent, he wasn't qualified to respond. There were 3 great geniuses among the experts the secret pavilion nurtured internally. The most popular among the 3 was Cold Autumn, as he had broken through the half-step refinement realm at such a young age and had officially entered the refinement realm. Wenhua, who had joined a little before Cold Autumn, followed closely behind. Even the secret pavilion's old monsters repeated praised Wenhua's combat talents. They all concluded that her chances of reaching the domain realm were quite high. People like them constantly pursued the domain realm. However, entering the refinement realm was already extremely difficult, not to mention reaching the domain realm. Those who did so were incredibly rare. Even in super guilds, the fact that these old monsters' evaluation had been so high spoke volumes about their high opinions of Wenhua. If the young man attempted to compare himself to Wenhua, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. He simply could not hold a candle to Eros. Yuan Tiexin finished speaking. Feng walked into the reception room with Liang Jing. I apologize that I've made you wait, Feng said as he sat across from Yuan Tiexin. When he glanced at the man and woman beside Yuan Tiexin, he was momentarily surprised. Though he did not reveal it, Feng recognized the great beauty beside Yuan Tiexin, Empress Purple Jade. Although her appearance was slightly different from her game avatar, the difference was minor. However, she still looked very young and immature. The arrogant aura that she had possessed in the past was also absent. Feng was familiar with Purple Jade because he had learned void steps from her. He had lost count just how many times he had watched her battle videos. Even if her physical appearance was slightly different, he still recognized her with a glance. Why is she here? Feng wondered as Feng understood it. Purple Jade was one of the secret pavilion's 3 great geniuses. The pavilion's upper echelons had favored her, and her status within the pavilion had been on par with the guild elders. To put it bluntly, her position was not any lower than Yuan Tiexin's. Why did the secret pavilion allow such a gem to come here? Moreover, she stood by the side as if she were a bodyguard. Although Feng had hidden his observation, it had not escaped the notice of an old fox like Yuan Tiexin. Noticing Feng's reaction to Wenhua, Yuan Tiexin's mouth hooked up into a smile. Their guild leader had sent Wenhua for the sole purpose of shocking Zero Wing recently. Zero Wing had gained too much momentum. Not only was the guild rapidly developing, but the guild's performance in the dark arena had also been stunning. Zero Wing did not appear to fear any guild. If the secret pavilion wished to collaborate with Zero Wing, they had to slow Zero Wing's progress. teaching the upstart guild that entities such as themselves were not as simple as they appeared. By doing so, they would have an easier time negotiating, however. Feng's perception had surprised Yuan Tiexin somewhat. He had not expected the youth to notice Hua's strength so quickly. May I know what business you wish to discuss with me? Feng asked after recovering from his surprise. Didn't I tell you that the secret pavilion views Zero Wing favorably? To put it simply, I've come here seeking cooperation. Hence, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to Guild Leader Black Flame, or one of the guild's upper echelons who has the authority to approve such decisions. Yuan Tiexin slowly explained, seeking cooperation. Feng continued, asking, Excellent. What kind of cooperation does the secret pavilion have in mind? We are interested in cooperating with Zero Wing in secret. Can you make a decision like this? If not, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. The male youth snapped. Yuan Tiexin made no attempt to rebuke the youth's words, only watching the situation play out. It was no doubt that he agreed with the youth's words, thinking that Feng was just a busybody. Although Yuan Tiexin felt that Feng had great potential, qualifying to preside over the affairs of Zero Wing's workshop at such a young age, in the end, he was only a part of Zero Wing's middle management. He did not qualify to join discussions of cooperation between guilds. Fortunately, Feng did not allow the young man's tone to rile him. After all, to outsiders, he only appeared to be a member of the guild's management team. I understand your concerns. However, I do possess the authority to make a decision on any matter of cooperation you wish to discuss. If you don't believe me, you can contact our guild leader in God's domain. Feng shook his head and laughed. Yuan Tiexin was slightly stunned by Feng's response. For a time, he was at a loss for words. Either Zero Wing was daring enough to use a new talent, or the guild had no one else for the job. Just how much faith must one possess to allow someone so new to God's domain to make such important guild decisions? The fact that Zero Wing had developed into its current state showed that the guild possessed a powerful background. Anyone that claimed otherwise was either lying or a blind fool. Generally, the various upper echelons of such a powerful organization would be, at least, in their 30s. Any exception was either a frightening talent or someone with a very powerful background. However, Yuan Tiexin had investigated Feng thoroughly, and no matter how he looked at the results, Feng was neither. May I know your game ID? Yuan Tiexin asked softly. Chapter 885, Guild Secret. When Yuan Tiexin had met Feng for the first time, he had investigated the youth thoroughly. The results had surprised the old Feng was just an ordinary person. Even when he joined God's domain, he had used a trial helmet yet. Somehow, after entering God's domain, Feng had risen to become one of Zero Wing Workshop's managers. Although Yuan Tiexin admitted that Feng possessed some skill and fighting strength, he was too young. Hence, Feng's claim had surprised him. He is a core member of Zero Wing. Huh? When Hua, who had remained cold and indifferent, shifted her gaze towards Feng. She had never imagined that the currently flourishing Zero Wing would allow someone who was only a few years older than her to join the guild's top management. Initially, she had not wanted to take part in the negotiations. However, upon hearing that she might meet Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, she had agreed. She wanted to see just what the legendary Sword King Black Flame looked like. If possible, she might even find an opportunity to spar with the man. Now, however, she was disappointed. My game ID. Feng laughed. He then said, I am Yi Feng in God's domain. You're Yi Feng. Yuan Tiexin's expression immediately grew hard. He simply could not believe this. Hurriedly, he asked, Are you really Zero Wing's Yi Feng? The Yi Feng that led the Azura battle team? Impossible. You're so young. How could you possibly be Yi Feng? Yuan Tiexin wasn't the only one surprised. The male youth and Hua's eyes both went wide with shock as they stared at the ordinary-looking man before them. The name Yi Feng might not mean much to ordinary experts. They might not even know this name at all. However, among God's domain's major powers, almost everyone knew the name. This was particularly true for the Secret Pavilion, which was known for its information network. The Secret Pavilion had even created an exclusive database that collected information on Yi Feng based on what they knew so far. Although Yi Feng looked young, no one believed it. No youth in his early 20s could reach the Void Realm. He should be at least 24 or 25. Even so, He was considered an extremely talented individual. God's domain's various major powers also suspected that Yi Feng had been secretly nurtured by whatever major power stood behind Zero Wing. Otherwise, he never would have defeated the Battle Wolves Wolf King Sirius. Meanwhile, even now, Yi Feng's identity was shrouded in mystery. They would never have dreamed that the Shi Feng before them was actually the Yi Feng who had caused such a commotion among God's domain's major powers. I am young? Shi Feng scratched his head awkwardly as he glanced towards Wenhua. Wenhua was only 19 years old, while he approached 22 years old. Yet, she had called him young. I didn't mean it that way. I just don't believe that you are Yi Feng, Wenhua replied seriously. Shaking her head, she was most proud of her age and strength. Within her age group, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. She did not even take the pavilion's #1 genius seriously. However, if Shi Feng had truly defeated Sirius at such a young age, his talent was truly terrifying. Even she could not afford to take him lightly. Hearing Wenhua's honesty, Shi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. It had never crossed his mind that they would refuse to believe him even when he revealed the truth. If he told them that he was also Black Flame, they would, most likely, deem him a con artist. I'm truly sorry for Wenhua's rude behavior. Yuan Tiexin apologized as he tugged Wenhua's sleeve and sent the girl a glance. He then returned his gaze to Shi Feng, smiling as he said, I have come here representing our guild leader, and we would like to keep the subjects of our talks absolutely secret. Hence, Wenhua has spoken out of hand. Since we've confirmed that there are no issues, let's discuss business. Although Wenhua had fallen quiet, her interest in Shi Feng grew. A passion-fighting spirit filled her eyes when they landed on Shi Feng. He felt as if she would challenge him to a duel at any moment. If Wenhua's past admirers could see this, they'd probably tear Shi Feng apart. Understanding Yuan Tiexin's intentions, Shi Feng looked towards Liang Jing and said, Liang Jing, head down for now. Liang Jing sighed helplessly as she left the room. Truth be told, she was very curious about who Yuan Tiexin and his companions were rather than fear or awe over Shi Feng's identity as a martial arts master. The two youths had been shocked by his game ID. After watching Liang Jing leave the room, Yuan Tiexin adopted a serious tone as he said, You are aware that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds in God's domain have their own expert training programs. Correct. Emicham, I know a little about it. After selecting a few talented youths, these guilds have them sign an agreement and put them through a training regimen, helping them become peerless experts. Shi Feng nodded. These powerful guilds' internal nurturing programs were no secret. However, the majority of virtual gaming guilds could not establish their own programs. You are correct. But that is only on the surface. Regarding cost, many first-rate guilds could easily do the same. Yuan Tiexin said, smiling. Yuri saying that it is not a matter of funding? Shi Feng was slightly surprised as he understood it. One needed a specialized training venue and expert instructors to nurture expert players. In addition, one needed a large supply of advanced nutrient fluids. All of these aspects required money. Without sufficient capital, it was simply impossible to nurture a large number of experts. That's right. It's not an issue of capital. A simulated training system is far more important. This is a system that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds have developed on their own. They have collected information on countless experts with this system, and with it, can allow their newcomers to spar with the simulations at any time. Think about it. Which has not had to experience countless life-threatening battles to reach their current status. A real martial artist or a virtual gaming expert. The main reason behind the Secret Pavilion's transcendental status in the virtual gaming world is our dabbling in the sales of information on various gaming experts, a practice that other guilds rarely implement. With this information, one can realistically reproduce these experts in their simulation training system. You understand now, right? No matter how much capital those first-rate guilds manage to obtain, as long as they do not possess the simulation training system, they can't progress, and they will never become true powerhouses in the virtual gaming world. I believe that you are aware that there are multiple first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world that are even stronger than a few super first-rate guilds, yet they have failed to be recognized as super first-rate guilds themselves. The reason for this is their lack of a simulation training system. Yuan Tiexin's explanation had shocked Shi Feng once more. At the same time, Shi Feng now had answers to many of the issues he had faced before. Meanwhile, There is a defining difference between a super guild and a super first-rate guild. Chapter 886, Guild Legacy. Uncle Yuan, this is our guild's biggest secret. If you just reveal it, there will be consequences, right? When Hua warned, shocked by Yuan Tiexin's decision to ordinary guilds and independent players, the simulation training system was a major secret, however. First-rate guilds who wished to further themselves already knew theses for the difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Only super guilds and several transcendental powers knew the truth. Even super first-rate guilds had no clue, as these guilds assumed that the difference lay in overall strength accumulated over the years. Don't worry about it. In any case, it impacts our cooperation. Yuan Tiexin waved his hand, signaling that there was nothing wrong with revealing the truth. Feng was at a loss for words. This was the first he had ever heard of such things. He had never thought that there was actually such a defining difference between first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds. Moreover, there was an unknown difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. It would seem that these colossal organizations had not remained standing over so many years for no reason all this time. Feng had assumed that the difference between guilds only lie in their member and expert count. Now, however, it would seem that there was more to the story. The main reason why super first-rate guilds fail to gain recognition as super guilds is insufficient guild legacy completion rate. Yuan Tiexin said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he mentioned guild legacy completion rate. Guild legacy? Feng drew a blank. This was the first time he had heard this term. It's expected that you do not know of it. Yuan Tiexin then explained slowly, saying, I previously mentioned the simulation training system. However, there are also differences between each guild's simulation training system. Although the information super first-rate guilds training systems collect is nearly the same that super guilds collect, super guilds training systems possess complete legacies that can help players reach the domain realm. Super first-rate guilds' legacies, on the other hand, are incomplete and can only help one reach the void realm. This makes it extremely difficult for the top-tier experts in super first-rate guilds to cross that final threshold. That is why there are so few experts capable of reaching the domain realm in super first-rate guilds. Feng suddenly came to a realization: the gap between a void realm expert and a domain realm expert was massive. Moreover, as players' levels increased, combat techniques became extremely important. It was especially true if one wanted to obtain top-tier equipment. The main god system would provide all sorts of trials, and these trials tested a player's strength. That's right. This is the biggest difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Yuan Tiexin nodded. He then added softly, after many years of gathering information and working to improve ourselves, the Secret Pavilion has finally completed our guild legacy. As an upstart guild, Zero Wing's background is too shallow. It lacks the resources to nurture experts efficiently. Zero Wing doesn't have a chance of competing with super first-rate guilds, much less super guilds. Moreover, even if Zero Wing successfully established its own simulation training system, its operation is very costly. It requires the latest high-level energy. I believe that you understand just how difficult it is to collect high-level energy. Like the S-rank nutrient fluid, one cannot purchase it with money alone. The Secret Pavilion is trying to expand and requires a large number of talented players. We believe that Zero Wing has great potential, and we have decided to invest in Zero Wing. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, not only will we supply significant funding, but we will also offer various support using the Secret Pavilion's connections. This will allow Zero Wing to rise instantly and significantly. Furthermore, we will provide 20 slots for our training system. Your guild wouldn't need to create its own system, Yuan Tiexin explained temptingly. You might not think that 20 slots are a lot, but the Secret Pavilion has also invested in other large guilds. Even for first-rate guilds, we only provide 10. The male youth beside Yuan Tiexin was shocked when he heard the offer include 20 slots. His performance in the Secret Pavilion was already quite impressive. Even so, he had barely earned a slot for himself currently. The Secret Pavilion only had 300 or so slots for its simulation training system. It did not have enough resources to sustain any more than that, yet they were actually offering 20 slots to Zero Wing. This proved that the pavilion's upper echelons were highly optimistic about Zero Wing's potential. The Secret Pavilion is really going all out. It's actually willing to offer so many generous benefits. Although Feng did not fully understand the significance of these 20 slots, seeing Wen Hua's and the male youth's reactions, it was obvious that these slots were extremely valuable. However, he had his own plans. I apologize, but Zero Wing rejects your offer. Rejects? Why? Yuan Tianxin unconsciously rose from his seat. Even first-rate guilds hunger for an offer like this. Moreover, the secret pavilion is only asking for 50% of Zero Wing's shares. We will not involve ourselves in Zero Wing's management or development. As long as Zero Wing obtains these 20 slots with the potential the experts in your guild, it should not be long before they reach the refinement realm. At that time, you will have the foundation to expand to other countries. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future. 50% of Zero Wing's shares is simply too high, Feng responded as he shook his head. However, I am very interested in your simulation training system. I would like to buy a few slots. Is that possible? The secret pavilion's price was indeed tempting. However, Feng was very familiar with just how frightening major powers like the secret pavilion could be. With even 30%, the secret pavilion could take control of Zero Wing in the future. The only way Feng could accept this offer was if the secret pavilion offered a portion of its own shares in exchange. However, this was clearly not possible. Hence, Feng did not bother asking you want to buy a few slots? Yuan Tianxin shook his head, laughing. Kid, you're taking the training slots too lightly. Do you know how intense the competition for the training slots is within the secret pavilion? We don't even have enough slots to satiate our own members, much less sell them to other guilds. How can we possibly sell any slots to Zero Wing? What if I offer a high price? Feng laughed. A high price? Are you talking about epic items? Yuan Tianxin's smile grew even brighter when he heard Feng's comment. Feng, you know that, at the end of the day, weapons and equipment are external components. Even if epic items are quite rare, they are not nearly as important as training slots to the secret pavilion. What if I offer a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts? Confidently, Feng said, I believe that you have already heard about the mind space system on the news. I suspect that you know the value of this system. This system is one of the driving forces behind major corporations' investment into God's domain. If the secret pavilion obtains a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts, it will surely gain an advantage over the various super guilds. Chapter 887, Black Card. Are you serious? Yuan Tianxin was visibly moved. The strengthening device had only appeared on the market recently, and there were still very few available. Not only could it extend a player's time in combat, but it could also help players save meaningless travel time and some repair fees. Various large guilds were also hungering after bronze mounts. Unfortunately, obtaining a bronze mount was immensely difficult. Even the secret pavilion only had a few thus far. By the time the guild members reached level 40, most of the guild's experts would only have common mounts. One should not underestimate the difference between a bronze and a common mount. Although a bronze mount was only slightly faster than a common mount, the former could assist players in battle. It could significantly impact a player's combat capabilities in the field. As for guild mounts, various super guilds already had a massive headache over obtaining the stable design, much less taming a mount. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's guild mount was one of the major reasons for the secret pavilion's optimistic view of the guild. Zero Wing's advantage would surface as God's domain's players reached level 40. With the secret pavilion's resources, Zero Wing could quickly expand into the several surrounding countries and stand to rival super first-rate guilds. Without its potential, the secret pavilion would not have approached an upstart guild with no background with such a generous offer. Of course, I'm just not sure if the secret pavilion is interested, Feng said. Laughing, it seems I have underestimated Zero Wing once again. I had not imagined you had such a card. Yuan Tianxin scratched his head awkwardly. If Feng had offered anything else, the secret pavilion would have undoubtedly rejected the offer. There would be no rooms for negotiation whatsoever. However, the pavilion was interested in the strengthening devices and bronze mounts. I'll need to consult with our guild leader. Sure. Feng understood that Yuan Tianxin did not yet qualify to make such important decisions. Yuan Tianxin left the reception room alone, returning after 15 minutes or so. His gaze, which had been hesitant, was now firm. I've contacted our guild leader about this. We will provide 5 training slots. However, you need to give us 100 bronze mounts and 10,000 strengthening devices in return. There is no room for negotiations on this. Yuan Tianxin said in determination, you guys sure are asking for a lot. It's not a guarantee that we will be able to nurture 5 domain realm experts. Feng frowned slightly. Although the simulation training system was valuable, it was not that valuable based on the current market price. A bronze mount was worth roughly 300 gold. However, while there was a demand for bronze mounts, their supply was practically non-existent. Nobody would truly sell a bronze mount. Even if one offered 500 gold, one might not find a seller. After all, they were simply too rare, even rivaling epic items, yet the secret pavilion wanted 100 bronze mounts. Even with a conservative calculation, the total value would be at least 50,000 gold. As for the strengthening devices, based on current market value, 10,000 devices was worth roughly 100,000 gold. All in all, the secret pavilion was asking for 150,000 gold. Even to first-rate guilds, 150,000 gold was astronomical. Even if the secret pavilion were a transcendental power, this sum was massive. It would take the pavilion several days to gather so much money. Moreover, even if one had 150,000 gold, purchasing so many mounts and strengthening devices was impossible. Yet the secret pavilion had asked for exactly that in exchange for only 5 training slots. They were essentially asking Zero Wing to foot the bill for their members' training. There are only so many training slots available each year. The few we have aren't even enough for our own use. Even I am surprised that our guild leader has agreed to sell any. Yuan Tianxin spread his hands in a helpless gesture, showing that this was not his will. Either it's not that Zero Wing doesn't have these resources. I just want 10 slots. Uncle Yuan, you understand that, now that the mind space system has launched, this is the best opportunity to gather as many advantages as possible. If you don't take the opportunity to do so now, it will be far more difficult in the future. Yuan Tianxin's response had not angered Feng. Chuckling, he continued, moreover, these 10 slots don't really matter to the secret pavilion. Even with the 10 slots, you aren't guaranteed to nurture more refinement realm experts. It is even more unlikely that you will successfully nurture a monster with a domain. On the other hand, by losing these 10 slots, the secret pavilion will have a head start over the other major powers. It will also be easier in the future to attract major corporations' investments. Isn't that so? When she heard Feng's logic, when Hua shot him a contemptuous look, the man was speaking as if the training slots were worth nothing at all when, in fact, countless first-rate guilds yearned for an opportunity like this. How could anyone compare them to cabbages that one could buy on the street? Limited high-level energy sold annually. The money the secret pavilion spent to obtain what they needed each year was astronomical. However, Feng paid no mind to Hua's gaze. He understood how much influence the mind space system had on the world's major corporations. As long as the secret pavilion obtained a high-ranking personal space, it would not have to worry about attracting investors. If the chance to gain a head start presented itself, God's domain's major powers would fight over it like wolves. Yuan Tianxin was shocked when he heard Feng's words. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing had hidden its strength so deeply. Despite the secret pavilion having exhausted all of its resources to collect bronze mounts, they currently had less than 30. Yet, Zero Wing could offer 100 without hesitation, not to mention the highly sought-after strengthening devices. Originally, Yuan Tianxin had intended to refuse, attempting to force Feng into lowering his price. However, as he watched Feng get up from his seat and prepare to send them off, he quickly changed his words and continued, I'll need to discuss this further with my guild leader. Yuan Tianxin had to admit that Feng had caught on to the secret pavilion's Achilles heel. Yuan Tianxin finally understood why Zero Wing had left its workshop's management to a youth like Feng. The boy was as cunning as an old fox with no better choice. Yuan Tianxin left the room to contact his guild leader once more after a lengthy period. Yuan Tianxin re-entered the room. Sighing, he looked at Feng and said, Our guild leader has agreed to your demands. However, there is a condition. You need to give us the items within 5 days. Impossible. Bronze mounts and strengthening devices aren't cabbage. I can only guarantee 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices within the first 5 days. You will receive the remaining items within 12 days. Feng shook his head currently. He did not even have one bronze mount. Manufacturing the bronze mounts required time. It was simply impossible to produce all 100 mounts in 5 days, however. After completing Titan City's entrance trial, in addition to the meditation rooms and special workshops, it should be possible to achieve that number within 12 days. Yuan Tiexin felt cheated by Feng. However, regret was pointless now. The bronze mounts and strengthening devices were simply too important. Fine then, let's establish a contract now. After both parties signed the contract, Yuan Tiexin placed 10 of the 20 black cards he had prepared beforehand on the table. These 10 login cards are proof of identification needed to log in to the simulation training system. They are effective for 1 year. Take care of them. If you lose them, we cannot replace them. You can access the Secret Pavilion's latest training space through the virtual gaming cabin, Yuan Tiexin reminded. However, take note of one thing. It is best to prepare a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. The burden the various high-level battles in the training space have on the human body is no laughing matter. After saying so, Yuan Tiexin's party left the reception room, leaving only Feng and the 10 black cards in the room. As Feng stared at the black cards on the table, excitement welled up within him. After suppressing his emotions as much as he could, he called out for Liang Jing, who stood just outside the room, saying, "Liang Jing, call Fire Dance and the others here." Chapter 888, Simulation Training System. Outside the Greenwater Villa, a long, black hovercar was quietly parked at the entrance. Ascent, this a limited edition Pioneer? It is so cool. I've heard that there are only 1,000 of these luxury sedans around the world. I never thought we would see one in our third-tier city. This is amazing. The Pioneer's fuel alone is extraordinary. It can't use any kind of normal fuel. Passers-by began to gawk and chat as they noticed the car in front of the villa, as they wondered what kind of powerful individual had arrived. Yuan Tiexin's group emerged from the automated door. Suddenly, a robust man, standing over 2 meters tall, rose out from the Pioneer. He was so naturally intimidating that everyone trembled involuntarily when they saw him. The robust man wore a black suit with a silver shield logo embroidered on his left lapel. The silver shield bore 3 stars. Everyone at the training center understood the fighting world. They immediately knew that the man before them was a fighting expert. A silver shield logo? Isn't that a bodyguard from the Guardian Group? Guardian Group? That's an international, first-rate security agency, isn't it? He seems to be a 3-star bodyguard. Even people from the city's top corporations can't hire one of them. Who are those people? As the passers-by watched in shock, the bodyguard respectfully opened the Pioneer's door for Yuan Tiexin and his young companions. After Yuan Tiexin's group took their seats, the bodyguard returned to the front passenger seat, following which the roar of the Pioneer's engine echoed throughout the area, stunning everyone present. Who are they? Why would such important individuals seek out Feng? Liang Jing was confused and surprised as she watched Yuan Tiexin and his people depart. I'll have to let Director Xiao know about this. Not just anyone could hire the Guardian Group's bodyguards. Even the Big Dipper Corporation did not qualify to hire a 2-star bodyguard, only allowed to employ a 1-star bodyguard. Only major international corporations could afford 3-star bodyguards. Uncle Yuan, why did Guild Leader agree to give away 10 slots? When Hua asked. The price the Star Alliance offered us was only worth 10 slots. On the other hand, we gave Zero Wing the same without obtaining a sliver of its shares. This is the Guild Leader's will. As for the Guild Leader's thoughts, even I don't know. However, the items Feng offered are extremely important to the secret pavilion. Yuan Tiexin then shook his head and continued, "Fortunately, we didn't lose too much if we help nurture Zero Wing's experts. We'll see even more interesting matches in the Dark Arena in the future." Interesting. When Hua chuckled. I recall that the Azura battle team's next opponent is the Evil Dragon battle team. Although there are a few experts in that team, overall they are significantly weaker than the Glorious Lions battle team. Even if Feng doesn't participate himself, the Azura battle team can win easily. Ha ha ha. When Hua, you're not seeing the big picture. If the latest system upgrade had not happened, the Evil Dragons would lose without a doubt. However, after the Mind Space System's launch, the various large guilds are rushing to gather money and resources. Naturally, they will not ignore the opportunity to make a fortune in the dark arena, Yuan Tianxin said meaningfully, but the evil dragons don't have backing from any super guilds. It will be difficult for them to present fighters on the same level as Zero Wing's experts. Wen Hua was very interested in the Azura battle team. Hence, she had investigated their next opponent, hoping for another exciting match. However, the outcome had disappointed her. I don't expect you to know. The corporation backing the evil dragons has hidden itself quite well. Even we only discovered it a few days ago, but it turns out that said corporation had invested in the Miracle Guild in secret. When it comes time for the Dark Arena match, the Miracle Guild will make its move. Winning will not be easy for the Azura battle team, Yuan Tianxin said, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If the Azura battle team can force Miracle to display its true strength, the secret pavilion will benefit. The Miracle Guild? That Miracle Guild actually agreed to give away a portion of its shares. Wen Hua exclaimed in surprise. Although the Miracle Guild was not a super guild, it was in no way inferior. However, its guild legacy was incomplete. Hence, it had failed to become a super guild. However, it was still stronger than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, who could not yet rival super guilds. Haven't you wanted to witness Yi Feng's battles personally? This is a good opportunity to do so. Yuan Tianxin then handed Wen Hua a list of names. Mad Sword Miracle Dragon, who you've wanted to defeat, might even make a move. Shortly after Yuan Tianxin's group left, Feng handed the black cards to Fire Dance and the others' guild leader. What's this for? Fire Dance, who wore short-sleeved sportswear with her long hair draped over her shoulders, asked curiously. Fire Dance wasn't the only one curious about the black cards. Cola, Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Yi Wumian, Rampant Blade, and Blackie were also confused. This is a treasure, Feng laughed. Haven't you all wanted to strengthen your combat techniques? This can help you do so quickly. However, how much you actually learn will depend on you. Following which, Feng explained how to use the black cards and sent them to their rooms to try. The purpose behind the cards surprised them all. However, Feng's procurement of them surprised them more. Excitement overtook them as they looked at the black cards in their hands. They had yearned to improve their combat techniques. It was especially true after watching Fire Dance break through into the refinement realm. After everyone left, Feng quietly returned to his own room to the secret pavilion. The 10 training slots might not be significant, but to Zero Wing, they were a timely blessing. Although the secret technique tablet could enable players to grasp profound combat techniques, which players could then utilize to improve their other combat techniques, the tablet's flaws were obvious. Players needed to learn to make intermediate magic arrays. This was achievable within a short time. Moreover, the tablet could only be used once a month. It was not nearly as efficient as the simulation training system. It was especially true for Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose, who possessed vast potential. They only lacked combat experience. If they could enter the simulation training system, even Feng could not imagine how much these girls would improve. Moreover, the simulation training system was useful to him personally. He was currently stuck at the Void Realm. He had no idea whatsoever how to take the next step. Fortunately, the simulation training system could guide one to the Domain Realm. Feng was satisfied with the cost he had paid due to this fact alone. On the surface, although it seemed as if he had paid a massive price for the black cards, that was limited to market price. Of course, the production cost for the bronze mounts and strengthening devices wasn't 1/10 of their market price. Throughout this time, he had also been training frantically in the real world. He had already pushed his body to its very limits and could not improve any further. Even Lei Bao had been surprised by his progress. Looking at him as if he were a monster, Feng understood that his body was no longer a limiting factor. Only he did not know what was. After all, he had never truly interacted with any of those old monsters and relied on himself to fumble and improve after refilling the virtual gaming cabin's nutrition solution. Feng inserted the black card into the machine's card slot. He then lay in the cabin and launched the system connection, accessing the simulation training system. Chapter 889 Battle Points. After Feng closed his eyes, the system's mechanical notification sound rang by his ears. Password confirmed. Mental link is stable. All systems operational. Do you wish to log in? Logan once sure Feng silently agreed to the connection. Darkness engulfed his surroundings, and he felt as if his body had fallen into a bottomless pit in the next moment. However, Sure Feng felt a weight on his body. The sound of galloping horses and carriages moving reached him. He also heard voices. This is God's domain? Sure Feng was surprised when he opened his eyes. Western-style buildings rose up around him. Traffic covered the surrounding streets, and he could see many pedestrians wandering about wearing armor and carrying weapons. It felt as if he was in God's domain. The only difference Sure Feng noticed was his current appearance. Rather than his usual armor, he wore commoner's linen clothing. He did not possess a single weapon. Physically, he appeared exactly as he did in reality. His system interface was also different. Although the method to call up the interface was the same, he only had options to log out, adjust the pain settings, and a clock that displayed real-time. There was nothing else. Neither his HP bar nor name was displayed. Moreover, he felt very weak. In terms of the basic attributes of God's domain, Sure Feng felt as if they were all set at roughly 100 points. These were the only differences from God's domain that he noticed. Look, another newbie has arrived. There sure are a lot of newbies these past few days. I heard that our secret pavilion has been implementing some major plan and has recently been annexing other guilds. The upper echelons must have promised training slots to those guilds in return. Ha! What a waste. We fight tooth and nail every day just for one slot. Aside from eating and sleeping, we spend all of our time training. These people, on the other hand, obtain a slot without any effort. They sure have it good. I know, right? The training system isn't easy to mingle in. These people are wasting their time and our resources by coming here. Several people sitting beneath a gazebo outside of a bar began chatted merrily as they watched Sure Feng. These people looked relatively young, only around 20 years old. However, they wore lavish clothing. Rather than linen, they donned exquisite silk clothing as if they wanted Sure Feng to hear their conversation. These people did not bother to control their voices as they considered. Their tones were contemptuous when they spoke of players from other guilds such as Sure Feng. I wonder where Fire Dance and the others are? I should find them before we start researching this simulation training system. Sure Feng paid no attention to these people's belittling comments. However, he did feel a headache begin when he noticed that the training system lacked a communication function. Although this place seemed like a city in God's domain, it was much smaller. This place was roughly the size of a town. Sure Feng also noticed a massive fortress looming in the city's heart. He could probably see the very edges of the city from the top of that fortress just as Sure Feng was about to head to the fortress to investigate. A deep, heavy voice came from behind him. You have just arrived today, right? Sure Feng turned at this question, noticing three people, similarly dressed in linen clothing, approaching. The two men and one woman looked to be around 20 as well. Meanwhile, the person that had called out to him was a tall, powerful-looking man. The man smiled and gave off a friendly aura. That's right. Do you have some business with me? Sure Feng nodded. Hello. My name's Kong Haoran, and these two are my friends, Huizhengyang and Du Exa. The man named Kong Haoran introduced, smiling. Like yourself, we belong to other guilds and have recently arrived. We aren't like the people from the secret pavilion who have been in here for over a month. As a newcomer, if you aren't careful, you might suffer. Suffer? Sure Feng grew curious. He then asked, isn't this place meant to gain combat experience and nurture techniques? In the beginning, we thought the same, Kong Haoran said, shaking his head. However, after being here for some time, you'll learn that things aren't as simple as the people from the secret pavilion made it out to be. You can't just spar with top-tier experts as you wish. The training system mimics God's domain. The more powerful a simulation expert you choose to fight, the more energy the system consumes. The secret pavilion can only get its hands on a limited amount of high-level energy. There is simply not enough to go around. Not to mention, the secret pavilion has expanded its influence recently and has increased the number of available training slots for its system, straining the system's energy consumption. Hence, the pavilion introduced a battle point system to cope. With these battle points, one can choose their opponent. Of course, the more powerful an opponent is, the more battle points you have to spend. A lot of newcomers don't know about this yet, so the secret pavilion's veterans scam them. If one loses the starting battle points they receive, it becomes harder to earn battle points in the future. Hearing Kong Howren's explanation, Feng came to a realization. It's no wonder why Yuan Tixin was so willing to hand over those 10 slots. So, the pavilion still had such a card to play. Feng inwardly cursed the Secret Pavilion's guild leader for being a sly old fox. However, after giving it some thought, Feng realized that it was actually quite reasonable. He had been a fool to think that he could fight monster-level experts stored in the system's database without limit and gain a wealth of combat experience. Such a generous opportunity wouldn't exist. Thank you for your warning, Feng said as he looked towards Kong Howren. He then introduced himself. My name is Feng. No need for thanks. Those of us from other guilds need to look out for each other. Otherwise, the pavilion's people will just bully us all. Kong Howren waved his hand. The Secret Pavilion's bunch came here over a month before we arrived. Moreover, they enjoyed the Secret Pavilion's nurturing before this. Their combat standards are much higher than ours. Newcomers are given 100 battle points initially. You can use these points to purchase a starter pack at the fortress. This starter pack lets you spar against 10 different, extraordinary experts for 3 days. You can use them to familiarize yourself with the battles here. Otherwise, you can practice against the free opponents in the fortress. However, you probably won't learn anything from the freebies. There are 2 methods to obtain battle points. The first is to participate in the ranking matches. You can also place bets with other players before a duel. Some of the veterans trick many of the clueless newcomers. As a result, they lose their 100 starting points just like that. After Kong Howren finished explaining the simulation training system, he led Feng to the battle fortress. However, as Feng's group was about to enter the fortress, they heard a loud commotion from the fortress's main hall. Quick, come and take a look. Another newbie is challenging a veteran. Damn, these guys sure are quick. Why can't I ever find these newbies? Chapter 890, Deep Foundation. Inside the splendid hall. Over 100 people crowded around a large screen suspended in the air. This newbie sure is unlucky. He actually challenged a veteran without undergoing the beginner's training. All newbies are like that. They think that they can defeat Violent Bear just because they are strong in their own guilds. Does he really think the battle points are that easy to earn? Everyone began to chat merrily as they watched the screen. Such fights had become entertainment to flavor their lives. As for a newcomer's chances of defeating these veterans, their only answer was a meaningful hee-hee. Sure enough, Violent Bear is bullying another newbie. He only recently finished conning the last one, and he's already at it again. Kong Howren sighed ruefully when he noticed another battle brewing. Didn't they say that it was the newcomer who challenged that Violent Bear fellow? Why would you say that he's conning the newcomer? Feng asked curiously. It's like this. While newcomers only have 100 battle points, Violent Bear will gamble 500 battle points. Almost everyone who has come here is a top-class expert in their own guild. Either that, or they are people with vast potential. Such people are typically quite confident of their strength, Kong Howren explained. However, they have forgotten that the Secret Pavilion's experts aren't ordinary either. Only the pavilion's leading fighters can earn a slot in this training system. There is a huge possibility that these people will become members of the Secret Pavilion's middle management in the future. Moreover, even before they entered this training system, they were all strong enough to be top-class experts in any first-rate guild. After training in here for over a month, their combat standards have grown significantly. Violent Bear is quite strong. Among the 350 training members, he ranks 141st. Newcomers shouldn't try to provoke him. Feng agreed with Kong Howren. In God's domain, first-rate guilds and super guilds lived in 2 completely different worlds. A player known as a genius in a first-rate guild might just be an extra in a super guild. In fact, the majority of the most outstanding newcomers each year were either from super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Even if an outstanding newcomer emerged in a first-rate guild, it would be due to their innate frightening talent alone. Gentle Snow would be one such example. This is interesting, Feng muttered, smiling as he watched at the image on the screen. On the large screen, a man taller and more robust than even Cola stood to one side. The man wielded a battle axe and had chosen the Berserker class. Meanwhile, Feng recognized the man standing across from the Berserker. It was the elementalist Red Feather from the Star Alliance. Red Feather looked exactly as he did in God's domain. It was clear that he had not modified his appearance when he had joined God's domain, unlike Feng, who looked quite different in God's domain. In the recent update of the God's domain experts list, Red Feather had been ranked 934th. Although his rank had fallen slightly due to the emergence of new experts, he should not be underestimated. The simulation training system mimicked God's domain's classes to near perfection. However, in the training system, everyone's basic attributes were normalized and their levels set to 30. Their equipment did not provide any additional attributes either, and the skills they possessed were limited to their class's basic skills. There were no special skills in this system. The fights here relied on one's techniques. As soon as the battle began, Red Feather launched a fierce assault on Violent Bear, using frost arrows to attack and ice walls or ice spheres to hinder the Berserker's movements. Ordinary experts would not be able to cope with such a two-pronged approach, however. Violent Bear remained unperturbed. Not only could he easily evade the frost arrows, but he had also utilized his evasive maneuvers to shorten the distance between himself and the enemy elementalist. This situation forced Red Feather to retreat repeatedly in just 10 seconds. Red Feather had lost half his HP. In contrast, Violent Bear had only lost around 10% from blocking a few frost arrows and fireballs with his axe. Moreover, Red Feather had exhausted his blink charges and was now at the Berserker's mercy. In Feng's opinion, Red Feather had performed quite well. If he had faced an ordinary expert, he would have long since emerged victorious due to his unending assault and ice walls. Unfortunately, Violent Bear was no ordinary expert. Ordinary experts lacked sufficient physical control. Against Red Feather's attacks, they would busy themselves with dodging and blocking. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had excellent control over his body. He could make the necessary movements during crucial moments, easily avoiding Red Feather's accurate attacks while closing in on his enemy, slowly but surely, forcing the elementalist into a corner even before the battle had begun. The outcome had been determined. Red Feather currently had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He simply stood no chance against Violent Bear, someone who had reached the refinement realm. The difference between their combat techniques was like the difference between heaven and earth. With both sides having equal attributes and no special skills or tools, Red Feather had no chance of winning. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Violent Bear approached Red Feather with a charge and claimed the elementalist's life with a whirlwind / ha ha ha. Little noob, consider the 100 points you've lost as a tuition fee. When you have points again, I welcome a rematch. The man known as Violent Bear smirked at the angry Red Feather disdainfully after teleporting back to the main hall. He then turned around and exclaimed, "Ah, this feels great. With these 100 points, I can face adjacent opponent again." You! Red Feather wanted to charge at the Berserker. However, Purple Eye held him back. Red, you're no match for him right now. He has already reached that realm, Purple Eye advised sternly, her voice containing both helplessness and excitement. Although she was slightly stronger than Red Feather, her strength was limited. There was still a massive gap between herself and Violent Bear. In the past few years, she had followed Galaxy Passed Around and had defeated many well-known experts. She acknowledged that she had improved significantly since leaving her super guild. However, she had never imagined that she would still suffer defeat against the internal experts that God's domain's major powers nurtured. Refinement realm experts, which were extremely rare in God's domain, were abundant here. Yet, even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear only ranked 141th here. Purple Eye finally understood just how terrifying the virtual gaming world's giants were. What she had seen in the past had only been the tip of the iceberg. As Violent Bear approached the exchange counter, his gaze landed on Feng. He immediately walked up to the swordsman, smiling brightly as he said, "Oh, I've never seen you before. You must be new to the training system, right? Interested in a match against me? If I win, I want your 100 points. If you win, I'll give you 500. What do you think? I'll teach you how precious the battle points here are. Those ranked beyond 300th place only get 20 points each day. 50 points if you rank between 201st and 300th, 100 points if you rank between 151st and 200th, 200 points if you rank between 101st and 150th, and 300 points if you rank between 51st and 100th. And don't even dream of reaching the top 50 ranks. How about it? With 500 points, you can spar against top-tier experts for an entire day. Kong Howren stepped forward and growled, "Violent Bear, that's enough of you." Chapter 891, Newcomer's Nightmare. Violent Bear's explanation of the daily battle point allotment was correct, however. It had been a petty move from the secret pavilion. It was true that there were a total of 350 slots for the simulation training system this time. It was also true that the training system was a holy ground for rapid improvement. However, to face a decent opponent for a day, one needed at least 100 points. Even so, that was only enough to afford a half-step refinement realm opponent. To obtain 100 points or more each day, one needed to rank within the top 200 among the 350 people participating in the training system this time. 200 happened to be the secret pavilion's members. These elites, whom the secret pavilion had nurtured, had already displayed relatively high combat standards. Now, they had received over a month's head start in this training system. To put it simply, the members from other guilds had no chance of claiming any of the top 200 positions. Meanwhile, those who ranked between 200th and 300th place could only afford to practice every other day. To newcomers, this was a nightmare. When they first joined the training system, they ranked below 300. Receiving only 20 points each day, newcomers had to wait for 5 days to fight a decent opponent. If they did not purchase the 100-point starter pack, they would have to waste even more time to familiarize themselves with the training system's battles. Individuals could only purchase the starter pack once, and among the 10 experts within the starter pack, 8 were half-step refinement realm experts, and 2 were refinement realm experts. If newcomers trained with these experts for 3 days, they could improve their techniques significantly. This way, they could qualify to fight for one of the top 300 rankings. Although joining the top 200 would be difficult, it wasn't entirely impossible. While the secret pavilion's members could face half-step refinement realm experts once a day at the very minimum, members from other guilds could only face one every other day at best. As for challenging refinement realm experts, that required 200 points. Those in the top 200 only needed to wait 2 days while they needed 4. As time passed, the difference between both sides would only grow. Feng, don't let him trick you. Your starting 100 points are crucial. The elegantly beautiful Du Xian advised newcomers like them could not contend with Violent Bear. Even those in the refinement realm had difficulty defeating the Berserker. After all, Violent Bear had reached the refinement realm a long time ago. Experts who had just reached the refinement realm could not compare to his physical control. Although Du Xian did not know which guild Feng originated from, she knew that even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts were no match for Violent Bear. Kong Howren, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm offering a sincere invitation to this little brother. I'm sure he isn't a scaredy cat like you are, afraid of challenging me even once. In the end, you can only boast your strength in your little guild. Violent Bear sneered. Although the man scolded Kong Howren for his incompetence, his words were meant for Feng. Little brother, you agree with me, right? Even if he does lose, it's just 100 points. As long as he ranks among the top 300, he'll earn those points back in 2 days. Although he won't be able to face a decent expert during that time, at least he can still challenge the ranking competition once a day and practice against the normal simulated experts. Kong Howren, you're just exaggerating to scare him. Since you don't want the newcomer to fight me, why don't you try your luck instead? You've already been here for 5 days. After all, I'll even handicap my attributes by 10%. If you win, I'll give you 800 points. If you lose, you just need to give me 100. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? If not, get lost. Letting a coward like you in here was a waste of a precious training slot. Kong Howren turned ashen as he glared at Violent Bear. However, he hadn't been able to utter a single word. It's not that he feared a fight, it's just that he had other uses for his points. Yesterday, one of his companions had joined the system and fell for a veteran's provocation. In the end, that companion of his had lost their points. Today, he had finally accumulated 100 points and planned to buy a starter pack for that companion. If he lost a match to Violent Bear now, his companion would have to wait several more days before getting their starter pack. TCH, you're a coward till the end. Violent Bear cast a disdainful look towards Kong Howren when the man turned to leave. Fellow brother, aren't you being insincere? You're willing to lower your attributes and raise your bet to 800 points. Yet against me, Not only did you not offer to use a handicap, but your bet was also only 500 points. Feng said softly as he glanced at Violent Barrow. You want a match? Violent Bear's gaze shifted back to Feng, and he began to size up the swordsman. Laughing, he continued, Sure, if you want to fight me, I'll offer you the same terms. Following which, Violent Bear led Feng to the battlefield. Why is he so impulsive? Didn't he see how miserably Violent Bear beat his previous opponent? Duxian asked, slightly frustrated. He might have done it because he didn't want Violent Bear to continue humiliating me. Kong Howren responded, feeling somewhat guilty as he watched Feng depart after interacting with Feng for some. He could tell that Feng was not impulsive. Moreover, he had not seen any anger or pride within Feng's gaze. On the contrary, he had appeared extraordinarily calm as he challenged the berserker. This showed that he was aware of Violent Bear's strength and had only challenged the man after considering it calmly. Violent Bear is so lucky. He's gonna haul in 200 points in one day. With this, he can take on a refinement realm expert for an entire day. However, that newcomer is pretty smart. He got Violent Bear to lower his attributes by 10%. Violent Bear has already set foot into the refinement realm. Against a newcomer, a 20% handicap wouldn't change anything, much less 10%. Without also having reached the refinement realm, that newcomer doesn't stand a chance. Everyone in the main hall had their gazes glued to the massive screen, envy flashing in their eyes as they watched Violent Bear read. Don't you think that newcomer looks kind of familiar? Purple Eye asked. As she watched Feng on the screen, she felt as if she had seen him somewhere familiar. Red Feather's loss vexed him, so he was in no mood to pay attention to the new duel. However, after Purple Eye's comment, he shifted his gaze towards the screen. Immediately, he fell into deep thought as he muttered, Indeed, he does feel familiar, but I can't recall where or when I've met him before. As Purple Eye and Red Feather watched Feng's duel with Violent Bear began. The battlefield was set in a desert. It was a standard, open battle with no terrain to benefit either player. Feng had chosen the swordsman class for this match, while Violent Bear stuck with the berserker. However, Violent Bear had reduced his overall attributes by 10%. In terms of strength, he was roughly on par with a swordsman of the same level. As the battle began, Violent Bear used charge at Feng. Brat, I'll show you just how powerful I am. Violent Bear tightened his grip on his battle axe and swung the weapon at Feng violently. Although the axe did not seem to move quickly, it vanished halfway to Feng's second acceleration. Violent Bear was quite confident of his melee combat capabilities. Even with reduced attributes with his second acceleration technique, he could defeat a swordsman of the same level easily. Even a melee expert who had also reached the refinement realm would find it immensely difficult to block his attacks, not to mention a newcomer like Feng. Chapter 892, Breaking the Norm. So fast. His attack disappeared. What technique is that? Many of the spectating newcomers were shocked when Violent Bear's battle axe suddenly disappeared before their eyes. However, when Red Feather witnessed this, wrathful flames flared in his eyes. That bastard. He held back against me. Red Feather clenched his fists as he glared at Violent Bear on the screen. If Violent Bear had used this move against him, the match wouldn't have even lasted 30 seconds. Although the newcomers in the hall were surprised, the Secret Pavilion's veterans were indifferent. They were used to seeing this move. Does he really need to be so serious against this newcomer? He might want to end the battle quickly, but this newcomer sure is unlucky. He's forced to realize the disparity between us so soon after entering the training system. I'm guessing his confidence has shattered by now. As the various fighters discussed the fight, Violent Bear's battle axe struck Feng again and again, leaving the swordsman with no opportunity to catch his breath. Dang. After a series of over a dozen strikes, Violent Bear's expression darkened. He then retreated, glaring at the unharmed Feng. Just who is he? Violent Bear suddenly felt an immense, heavy pressure weigh down on him. Second acceleration was an attack technique that utilized afterimages to trick the enemy. Even an expert of the same standard would struggle to defend against his attacks, yet Feng had blocked every slash and hack. However, this was not why Violent Bear had retreated. As he had swung his axe, Feng's sword had met his blade as it began to accelerate, preventing him from gathering enough momentum in his weapon. As a result, Feng's sword easily deflected his axe, forcing the berserker into a passive state. However, Feng had no intentions of giving Violent Bear any time to rest. Dashing forward, he directly sent a chop towards Violent Bear, his body void of excess movement. In the next moment, his sword vanished. The spectators only saw a flash of white light leave Feng's hand. Violent Bear panicked. He could not even see any afterimage of Feng's sword. However, he instinctively used Whirlwind Slash. Unfortunately, Violent Bear had been too late before he could begin to execute Whirlwind Slash. Violent Bear saw a flower of blood bloom on his chest. His Whirlwind Slash only began after the blood had blossomed. However, before his spinning axe could strike Feng, the weapon stopped as if it had struck a wall, scattering sparks. The sudden halt forced the berserker back a step before Violent Bear could catch his breath. However, more blood began to bloom across his chest, one after another. His HP drained away like flowing water in the end. As the seventh flower of blood scattered across the sandy ground, Violent Bear fell motionless. As the battle ended, Feng obtained 800 battle points, pushing his total points to 900. What did he do? Many of the pavilion's elites shouted in their confusion. Why is Violent Bear dead? Today, Feng broke the norm of newcomers' helplessness against veteran bullying. Violent Bear had clearly been on the offensive throughout the match, yet he had retreated and Feng had given chase, spilling the berserker's blood. Seeing the gashes decorating Violent Bear's body, it was obvious that the berserker had been cut. However, none of them had seen even an afterimage of a sword leave Feng's hand. Striking Violent Bear, a deathly silence overtook the main hall. Everyone stared at Feng, who was just returned from the battlefield, with dumbfounded expressions. Feng. That's right. He is Feng. After seeing Feng's attack, Red Feather realized where he had seen that familiar face. Moreover, while there were some differences between Feng's and Feng's appearances, there were also some faint similarities. Purple Eye also recognized Feng. The invisible attack had also been familiar. Purple Eye couldn't think of anyone, aside from Feng, who used that technique. Why is he here? Purple Eye was astounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. Feng might not be very famous among God's domain's general populace, but to first-rate guilds and the game's major powers, the young man's name reverberated like thunder. Purple Eye had already been stunned when she had watched the battle video from the Dark Arena. Now that she had seen Feng fight personally, even her soul trembled in the Dark Arena battle. Feng's fast attacks had been understandable as he possessed attributes that could even overwhelm an old monster like Sirius. Currently, however, he had the basic attributes of a level 30 player and lacked any bonuses from weapons or equipment. Even so, his attacks were still too fast to see with the naked eye. Who could possibly defend against those attacks? Purple Eye finally understood that Feng had not won against Sirius because of excellent equipment. His personal strength was, in fact, on par with those old monsters. When Feng returned to the main hall, the secret pavilion's members no longer looked down on him. Only fear filled these elites' eyes. On the other hand, the newcomers originating from various guilds cheered. The secret pavilion's members had constantly bullied and suppressed them. Now that the pavilion's Violent Bear had been beaten with just a few moves, why wouldn't they feel liberated and excited? Feng. How are you so powerful? Kong Howren asked, stuttering nervously as he watched Feng walk over Huajinyang and Du Xian, who stood beside Kong Howren, also stiffened as the swordsman approached. An expert. He was an absolute expert. Even if Feng were a member of a transcendental existence like the secret pavilion, he would still be considered a top-class expert. They had always looked up to such monstrous experts. They had never dreamed that they would, one day, meet such an existence. When they thought back to how they had conversed and laughed merrily with the man, treating Feng as if he were their junior, they were incredibly embarrassed. You never asked. Feng laughed. You let us make fools of ourselves. If others learned that we met you like this, they would split their sides with laughter. In the end, Kong Howren was not ordinary. He quickly adjusted his mood. Moreover, in his opinion, Feng was actually quite friendly. He wasn't like those aloof, Arrogant Apex experts Hua Jingyang and Du Xian also relaxed after a moment and resumed their conversation with Shi Feng. When the others inside the hall saw this, they envied Kong Howren and his friends. They all dreamed of a friendship with a powerful expert like Shi Feng. If they could gain some pointers from an expert of his caliber, they could push themselves to the next level, right? What's up with the ranking competition? Don't tell me we have to face everyone here every single day? Shi Feng had heard all he needed to about battle points. However, he didn't have a clue about the method of earning them. If he had to duel so many people each day, he would waste too much time. Moreover, he didn't have that much time to spend in the simulated training system. Chapter 893 Battle Tower. Kong Howren and his companions laughed when they heard Shi Feng's question. There were a total of 350 people in the simulation training system. If they had to fight so many people every day, they would die from exhaustion. Not to mention, no one had that much time to waste after all. Every person here was a professional gamer. They spent most of their energy in God's domain. A player's strength did not only rely on combat standards and techniques. Weapons, equipment, and tools also factored into a player's combat power. Otherwise, players wouldn't pursue better weapons or equipment. The simulation training system's ranking competition isn't a competition between players. Rather, it depends on your results in the Battle Tower. The Battle Tower is somewhat like the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, Kong Howren explained. He then pointed towards the large portal in the middle of the hall, saying, "That's the Trial Tower that decides our ranks. The Battle Tower has a total of 7 floors. The higher the floor you reach, the more combat points you will earn. In the end, the system uses the battle value to determine our ranks. Inside the Battle Tower, everyone's attributes are normalized. However, you can only enter the tower once per day, and the ranks are determined every midnight. Generally, you must be prepared before challenging the tower. Otherwise, you'll likely be eliminated and waste your chance." So, that's how it works. Shi Feng could not help his growing interest in the Battle Tower. He shifted his gaze back to Kong Howren and asked, "Which floor have you guys reached so far?" "This?" Kong Howren scratched his head. Awkwardly, he replied, "We're still on the first floor." "Is it that difficult?" Shi Feng asked in surprise. He could tell that Kong Howren's combat standard was quite high. Although the man was no match for Red Feather, he was not far off. In a first-rate guild, he would be considered a top-class expert there. In terms of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, Kong Howren would be a 6th-floor expert at the very least, yet such an expert was stuck on the Battle Tower's first floor. How difficult was this tower? In truth, all of the newcomers are stuck on the first floor. Only the Pavilion's group have reached the 2nd floor. Violent Bear, for example, is on the 2nd floor. However, he ranks among the top of those on that floor, Kong Howren explained. The experts who have reached the 3rd floor rank within the top 100. Their ranks practically never change. The most we can do is fight for the top 200 spots. The top 100 are monsters. The Battle Tower's difficulty has been set incredibly high. I really don't know why the secret pavilion made 7 floors. I've heard that, even so many years after the pavilion created this training system, nobody has the 7th floor. The highest record is the 6th floor. When they spoke of the tower's difficulty, both Hua Jingyang's and Du Xian's expressions twisted into something ugly. They were their guild's prided geniuses in God's domain. Countless players looked up to them, yet upon joining this simulation training system, they had been stuck at the bottom of the food chain. Although Kong Howren had entered the top 300 ranks, it was beyond these two, and they were limited to a pitiful 20 points each day. The record holder has only reached the 6th floor. Shi Feng was even more surprised. A transcendental power like the secret pavilion should have a few old monsters who had, at the very least, reached the domain realm, yet even they had only managed to reach the 6th floor. It was hard to imagine just how difficult the 7th floor must be. As he learned more, Shi Feng's curiosity about the Battle Tower grew. Since Shi Feng currently had 900 points, he had no interest in the starter pack. At the very least, he needed a Void Realm expert as a decent opponent. However, simulating Void Realm experts required 1,000 points. As for Domain Realm experts, facing them cost 2,000 points, following which, under Kong Howren's guidance, Shi Feng entered the Battle Tower. As Shi Feng entered the Battle Tower, news of his overwhelming victory over Violent Bear spread like wildfire. After all, This was the first time a newcomer from another guild had defeated a secret pavilion elite. Furthermore, Violent Bear was an expert that ranked among the top 150. Many people, curious about how well Feng would fare in the battle tower, rushed to the battle fortress to watch since this brat had easily defeated Violent Bear. He shouldn't have any problems reaching the 3rd floor. If he does, someone's gonna get kicked out of the top 100. How can that be? The 3rd floor isn't easy to reach. Moreover, Violent Bear had handicapped 10% of his attributes in that battle. Damn! Which guild did that guy come from? He's so strong. If he reaches the 3rd floor, he'll place a new record. I recall that the best record an expert from a different guild had set on their first try was the 2nd floor. However, that person is a true genius. Even the pavilion is trying to recruit them. The battle fortress's main hall exploded with commotion as everyone focused on the ranking lists before the battle tower. Even now, people streamed into the main hall, all talking about Feng for a time. Feng was the fortress's focal point. Quick. Look, isn't that Wenhua? Why is she here? Are you kidding me? Is she here to watch Feng? Who is this guy? As everyone discussed Feng, a beautiful woman in purple-red martial artist robes appeared in the hall. Instantly, the focus shifted towards her everyone's, including Kong Howren's group and Purple Eye, who rested in a corner, jaws dropped. Most people in God's domain might not recognize the woman, but in this simulation training system, Wenhua was a celebrity. Everyone knew about her. Why is she here? Did she discover Feng's identity as well? Watching Wenhua slowly walk into the hall, becoming the center of attention, an indescribable sense of jealousy and admiration welled up in Purple Eye's heart. In terms of appearance, Wenhua could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. In terms of talent, however, Wenhua surpassed Gentle Snow by leaps and bounds. Wenhua was very young, much younger than Gentle Snow. To experts, age was a form of capital. Some people could reach the refinement realm at the young age of 18, while others only did so after turning 20. Although there was only an age difference of 2 years, this time gap could determine how far a player would go. Although both were considered geniuses, the difference in talent was massive. If one reached the refinement realm at the age of 18, there was a high chance for them to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world during their lifetime. They would likely become an old monster, becoming a domain realm expert in the future. However, those who managed to enter the refinement realm at the age of 20, without any special opportunities, would, at most, become an ordinary upper echelon in some super guild. Meanwhile, at the young age of 17, Wenhua had reached the refinement realm. Currently, at 19, she had reached the peak of the flowing water realm. The pavilion's old monsters commented that Wenhua was lacked inspiration and could break through to the void realm at any moment. A 19-year-old void realm expert would have endless opportunities in their future. The secret pavilion had treated Wenhua like a rare, precious seedling and spared no expense to nurture her. The pavilion's old monsters often offered her pointers. She was likely to become the secret pavilion's future heir. Meanwhile, such an amazing woman had actually shown up to watch a newcomer. Why wouldn't this be shocking? Chapter 894 Sword Meister. Ignoring all the stares directed at her, Wenhua took a seat near the battle tower's portal and selected to spectate Feng's progress inside the tower. Being a spectator allowed her to see everything happening inside the tower clearly. However, this spectator mode cost battle points. Moreover, the number of points required by the system was not low. A total of 300 points to spectate a person. The system would automatically give 200 of these points to the fighter. For the newcomers and the members of the secret pavilion, this was a price that none of them was willing to pay. Paying 300 points to spectate anyone, aside from the experts ranked within the top 50, would just be a big waste of their points, especially for a newcomer that barely anyone knew about. Shortly after Wenhua sat down, a young man exited from the training field's portal. When this young man spotted Wenhua, he hurriedly made his way over to her. Isn't that Cold Autumn? Why is he here? I heard that he's been training like a madman ever since his trip to Star Moon Kingdom. He must have received some kind of stimulation there. Now, he spends nearly all of his spare time fighting inside the training field. The members of the secret pavilion were shocked when they saw Cold Autumn, who had appeared out of the blue, walking over to Wenhua. The three great geniuses of the secret pavilion were individuals that were usually very hard to meet, yet two of them had actually shown up in the battle fortress. It was truly a rare sight to behold. Sister Wenhua, why do you suddenly have time to come here? Cold Autumn asked when he reached Wenhua. After taking a seat, he continued, "Didn't Uncle Yuan say that you were going to challenge Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister, Ruthless Sky? Aren't you going to rest and prepare for that battle? No matter what, he is one of Sanctuary's 8 Sword Meisters. I've heard that Ruthless Sky has made significant advances recently, and his rank on the experts list has already gone up from 131st to 117th. Moreover, he even replaced one of his weapons yesterday, and the higher-up suspect that it could be an epic weapon. This will increase his combat power even more." Sending a glance at Cold Autumn, Wenhua said in a casual tone, "I know all that. Even so, I will still defeat him." Compared to her upcoming battle, she was more interested in this battle of Shi Feng as previously. She had viewed Shi Feng's battle with Sirius many times. However, at the end of the day, a video recording was still a video recording. The experience was far from comparable to watching in person originally. She had intended to come here only for a little training. She never thought that after arriving, she would hear news of a newcomer defeating Violent Bear. Moreover, the name of that newcomer was even Shi Feng. As a result, this situation greatly piqued her interest. Just like Shi Feng, she was a swordsman player. If she wanted to increase her combat experience, it was naturally best for her to learn from a fellow swordsman only. There were not many swordsmen in the secret pavilion and even fewer that she could seek guidance from. At this moment, these people could no longer help her improve any further. Hence, she had opted to challenge the famous swordsman in God's domain. Now that a swordsman who had managed to defeat Sirius had appeared, she obviously could not let the opportunity to observe him fight slip by if it was possible. She even wanted to have a match against Shi Feng following which, when Hua returned to observing Shi Feng's battle quietly, just who is this person? He is actually able to rouse Sister Wenhua's interest. Cold Autumn was baffled. If he were to spread the word of this matter, it would most likely shock the entire secret pavilion. Thinking so, Cold Autumn suddenly selected the spectator mode as well. Moreover, the person he chose to spectate was the newcomer Shi Feng. 300 points might be a lot to an ordinary expert of the secret pavilion, but to him it was still barely acceptable. Damn, this is just insane. 2 of the great geniuses are actually spectating Shi Feng's battle. This can't be real, right? Isn't he just a powerful newcomer? Even reaching the 3rd floor is a problem. Is it really worth spending 300 points to watch him? The mouths of the players in the main hall hung wide open as they watched Wenhua and Cold Autumn quietly sitting beside the battle tower's portal. Damn it. Purple Eye clenched her fists as she looked at Wenhua and Cold Autumn. It would be great if we had come here a few days earlier. It's just impossible to gather 300 points right now. She knew who exactly Shi Feng was. If she missed this opportunity to witness his battle, who knew when she would get another chance? Why don't I go borrow some points? I heard that aside from duels, the members of the secret pavilion will also loan battle points. However, we'll need to pay an additional 30% interest when paying back the points, Red Feather said. Gritting his teeth, Purple Eye promptly nodded in response. Compared to paying an interest rate of 30%, being able to watch this battle was much more important. This scene bewildered the members of the secret pavilion. They could not understand just what kind of attraction Shi Feng held to rouse the interest of not only the pavilion's geniuses but also the newcomers. Inside the battle tower, Shi Feng was currently standing in the middle of an endless plain with a total of 49 prairie lions and 1 prairie lion king surrounding him. Prairie lion, elite rank, level 30, HP 60, 000/60, 000. Prairie Lion King, Special Elite, level 30, HP 200, 000/200, 000. System: defeat all monsters to progress to the next floor. Every prairie lion killed will reward you with 1 combat point, and killing the prairie lion king will reward you with 10 combat points. No wonder Kong Howren's group weren't able to clear the 1st floor, Shi Feng thought as he swept a glance at the lions besieging him. He then took a look at his own attributes. Currently, his attributes were roughly equal to those of a level 30 swordsman geared in bronze weapons and equipment. Right now, he was the very definition of an ordinary player. The difficulty of defeating this pride of lions would be extremely high. Moreover, this place was an endless grassland, offering no terrain whatsoever that players could take advantage of. which further increased the difficulty roar. The Prairie Lion King bellowed angrily and advanced simultaneously. The prairie lions surrounding Feng pounced at him as well. An ordinary player would usually panic if faced with attacks coming from all sides. They would instinctively attempt to rush out of the encirclement. As for expert players, they would choose to fight while retreating, slowly but surely killing these monsters. However, Feng did neither of these things. With an ordinary level 30 player's attributes, he simply had no chance of outrunning the Prairie Lion King. On the contrary, attempting to do so would place himself in a disadvantageous situation facing the incoming pride of lions. Feng began brandishing the twin swords in his hands. In the next moment, countless streaks of sword light flashed around Feng, forming a barrier of sorts around him. Any lion that came at him would have their joints struck by Feng's swords. Although Feng's strength was insufficient to repel the prairie lions, he still managed to deflect their attack trajectories slightly seen from afar. The half-dozen prairie lions attacking Feng appeared to be intentionally circling the swordsman, their attacks all landing on thin air. As these prairie lions moved past Feng, a streak of sword light would strike at their bodies, causing over -1,500 damage to the elite monsters. As the battle continued, the prairie lions died one after another. This person is clearing out the prairie lions so quickly. Cold Autumn was filled with shock as he observed this scene. Just who is this person? He knew full well just how hard it was to deal with these prairie lions. Simply dodging their attacks was very exhausting, yet Feng was actually toying with these elite monsters like they were kittens right now. Despite Feng having the same attributes as he did when he challenged the first floor, Feng's clearing speed was at least double his. These prairie lions posed no threat to Feng at all. Only the Prairie Lion King, whose speed was much faster and strength was much greater than the prairie lions, presented a challenge for Feng. However, utilizing his positioning to guide the prairie lions, Feng turned the prairie lions into shields for him, having the elite monsters receive all the attacks of the Prairie Lion King. Instead, after each successful block, Feng would also follow up with a counterattack, each of his blows dealing over -1,200 damage to the special elite. The Prairie Lion King's HP fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the end, the special elite died without even managing to land a paw on Feng, its body lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the players present in the main hall of the battle fortress suddenly fell silent, every one of them staring at the record board of the battle towers. First floor with a dumbfounded expression at this moment. The first floor's original fastest clear record of 47 minutes 27 seconds had actually been broken. Chapter 895 Unstoppable Record. How is he so fast? An uproar broke out in the main hall the instant the players saw the record broken. None of them dared to believe it was true. The clear record for the battle tower's first floor had stood for a very long time now. Most people required nearly 2 hours to deal with the monsters on the first floor, taking at least double the record time. Even the personal bests of the 3 great geniuses of the secret pavilion were relatively far away from the record clear time. Yet, Feng had broken it easily 37 minutes 24 seconds. Everyone grew extremely curious as to what had happened inside the battle tower when they saw this new record. Just what did Feng do to clear the floor so quickly? Sister Wenhua. Just who is this person? Cold Autumn could not help but ask when he saw this new record. The battle tower's record had remained unchanged for many years now. Even if someone could surpass it, the person capable of doing so definitely should not be a young man like Feng. Nevertheless, a newcomer originating from another guild had beaten the best record by over 10 minutes. Have you also seen this person before? When Hua replied, chuckling, I've seen him before? Cold Autumn grew curious at these words. However, he could not figure out where he had seen Feng before. He is Feng, the apex swordsman who defeated one of the wolf kings of the battle wolves. When Hua added, her words invested with strong fighting spirit. When she had only seen Feng's battle videos before, she merely thought of having a match with him. Now, however, what she wanted to do was surpass the man. However, what she had to do first was defeat Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister. He is Feng. Cold Autumn gaped as he took in Feng's youthful appearance. Even though Feng looked relatively young in God's domain, Cold Autumn had thought that Feng's true age should be around 25 or 26. Now, however, it would seem that the man was only 21 or 22 years old. He was not that much older than Wenhua, yet he had already managed to defeat the legendary Sirius. Although he had relied mainly on his equipment advantage and skill advantage, a win was still a win. Sister Wenhua, aren't you being a little too mean? Since you already knew he was that Yi Feng, why didn't you tell me? I nearly missed out on a big opportunity to spectate one of his battles, Cold Autumn grumbled. Inwardly, however, he felt thrilled. At the cost of just 300 battle points, he got to spectate the battle of an expert like Feng. This was an opportunity that could not be bought even with money. Everyone has their own opportunities. If you miss it, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Just like the time when the Glorious Lions went up against the Azura battle team. Who knew that the battle at that time would become one of the most memorable battles in the Dark Arena? Wenhua sighed as she shook her head. Alright, enough talking. Focus on watching. We won't get another chance like this as easily later on. While Wenhua and Cold Autumn were chatting, many of the Secret Pavilion's members had also gritted their teeth and chosen to spend 300 points to spectate Feng's battle. A person capable of breaking the record of the first floor definitely possessed extraordinary abilities. After just a short moment, the number of people spectating Feng's battle grew to a total of 13, instantly increasing Feng's battle points to 3,500. Inside the battle tower, when Feng progressed to the second floor, he was transported into a dark nest. Visibility was very low, and his vision only extended to 10 yards at most. He could also hear rustling coming from all around him, the sounds being hair-raisingly creepy. Although there aren't a lot of monsters on the second floor, roughly only 20, this dark environment makes it much more difficult to evade the attacks of these monsters. I also had to attempt and train on this floor many times before I got used to this environment. Cold Autumn revealed a smile when he saw Feng standing still after arriving on the second floor, although he was not present on the battlefield. His viewing angle was not that far from Feng. Moreover, as a spectator, he had a much clearer view of the battlefield than Feng, and his field of vision was nearly 3 times that of Feng's. At this moment, 19 elite-ranked Nightwalker Tarantulas and 1 special elite-ranked Ghost Tarantula had Feng completely surrounded. Nightwalker Tarantula, Elite Rank, Level 30, HP 70, 000/70, 000. Ghost Tarantula, Special Elite, Level 30, HP 240, 000/240, 000. Feng could get 2 combat points for every Nightwalker Tarantula he killed, while the Ghost Tarantula would give him a total of 40 points if killed. The points these monsters gave were much more than those for the monsters on the first floor. With a visual range of 10 yards, players would have an exceedingly short time to react to any attacks from the tarantulas. Here, even taking a breath at a wrong time could result in one's death. Even if players were just going up against monsters of the same level, the difficulty of the second floor was significantly higher than the first floors. Hence, the number of experts that had managed to clear the second floor among the participants of the training system this time around was extremely low. Even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear had failed to clear Feng. However, this floor was child's play. After reaching the Void Realm, even having his sense of sight weakened would hardly affect his combat power. Although Feng could not visually perceive the situation beyond 10 yards, the vibrations and sounds passing through the air allowed him to pinpoint the positions of all the monsters within the nest. Before the monsters even got to 10 yards of him, Feng had already started taking appropriate countermeasures. Compared to the lions on the first floor, the massive tarantulas on the second floor were much easier to handle. Although the tarantulas were slightly faster than the lions, their strength was weaker up to the moment the battle ended. None of these tarantulas had landed a direct hit on Feng even once. Only the Ghost Tarantula's high attack speed managed to force Feng to block its attacks a few times, inflicting a small amount of damage. As a result, Feng's evasive maneuvers and attacks completely mesmerized the spectators of the battle. Feng had fought the monsters as if he was just taking a leisurely walk through the park. Aside from these feats, Feng had also broken the clear record of the second floor. The original record time was 32 minutes 54 seconds, whereas Feng's clear time was 27 minutes 35 seconds, following which, the number of people spectating Feng's battle increased by 15, boosting Feng's battle points further by 3,000. The third floor was a fiery hell. The majority of the ground on this floor was scorching red. Stepping on a patch of red immediately imposed burn damage. Only the areas scorched black were safe. However, there were very few of such areas in this fiery valley. Players would have their movement greatly restricted while fighting on this floor. Meanwhile, Feng's opponents for this floor were drastically different from his previous ones. Although there were only 10 monsters on this floor, all 10 of them were hovering around in the Airflame Falcon, Elite rank. Level 30. HP 60, 000/60, 000. Flame Eagle, Chieftain rank. Level 30. HP 900, 000/900, 000. They say that the third floor is a major threshold, and until now only a few experts have managed to clear the third floor. Just how far will he be able to go? Looking at Feng remaining motionless, many people began wondering how he would avoid the attacks of the Flame Eagle. A chieftain was much stronger than a special elite. Dodging attacks from such a monster was already extremely difficult to begin with, not to mention the various constraints the environment placed on Feng's movements. Without a proper method to cope with the Flame Eagle, Feng would very quickly lose his life on the third floor. This is rather interesting. It's no wonder they say that the battle tower plays a crucial role in guiding one through the various combat realms. As Feng took in his surroundings and the Flame Eagle hovering above him, he suddenly understood what was going on in the battle tower. Chapter 896, Skyrocketing Points. The secret pavilion had another name for the battle tower, the Tower of Guidance. From what Kong Howren shared, the battle tower could help a player grow, all the way up to grasping a domain. Previously, Feng only partly believed these words. Now, however, he no longer doubted them. In order to be considered as having reached the refinement realm, one needed to have excellent control over their own body and be able to flexibly and naturally vary the amount of strength their body exerted. The flowing water realm required one to perceive and observe the opponents. One had to be able to distinguish their opponent's thoughts and carry out appropriate responses in advance by observing the opponent's minute movements. To put it simply, one needed to be able to react before their opponents even acted. The Void Realm demanded a certain amount of control over one's surroundings. Instead of merely judging the environment through vision alone, one needed to push their 5 senses to the very limits and rely on these enhanced senses to determine all movements occurring in the background. The goal of the battle tower's first floor was to have players learn how to control themselves, using the pressure of facing a large number of lions to learn how to adapt nimbly to sudden changes. The second floor was meant to improve a player's instantaneous observation powers and snap judgment. The third floor served to improve a player's perception and judgment of distance. Accurately judging distance was a challenging task. However, as long as one managed to achieve this, they would be considered to have officially entered the flowing water realm. Feng had to admit that the guidance provided by the battle tower was very on point. It was no wonder that super guilds could nurture such a large number of top-tier experts. The Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle hovering in the sky had no intention of giving Feng too much time. Letting out screeches that echoed throughout the entire valley, the fiery birds spat out scorching flames in Feng's direction in unison. It will be difficult for him to clear the third floor. Among those present inside the battle fortress were quite a few people whose progress stalled on the third floor. Hence, they were very clear on how difficult this floor was. Not only would one receive flame attacks from all directions, but the valley floor would also change at random. Places that were originally safe zones could turn into a danger zone in the next second. One constantly needed to pay attention to their footing while on this floor. Moreover, there were no objects in the area that could serve to block the flame attacks of the monsters. One could just imagine the difficulty of the third floor. Not to mention attacking the flying monsters. The majority of the players who reached this floor would generally fail to cope properly, and ultimately died to either the scorching ground or the flame attacks. What is he trying to do? Everyone suddenly noticed that, despite seeing the 10 streaks of flames coming at him, Feng actually chose to remain standing still just as the flames were about to devour Feng. The swordsman suddenly strode forward, his body leaving behind numerous afterimages as he moved about the small platform he was on. In the next moment, one streak of flames engulfed the afterimages Feng left behind. After all 10 were gone, Feng was standing back in his original position, completely unscathed. How is this possible? Cold Autumn was momentarily stupefied. Although he had yet to reach the third floor himself, it was obvious to him that were he the one going up against these flame attacks, aside from running and dodging, he would have no other method to retain his life. The distance the flame attacks were launched from was simply too short. He would have absolutely no way to avoid that many attacks in the limited maneuvering space available. As for blocking the flame attacks with his weapon, that would be utterly impossible. He would need a complete set of mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, to avoid taking any damage from blocking the attacks of the Flame Falcons. Blocking the attacks of the Flame Eagle would require him to be fully geared in secret silver equipment at the minimum. However, the system armed them with only a set of bronze equipment in the battle tower. Trying to defend against the flame attacks would be suicidal now. Even while standing in that small area, Feng had actually managed to avoid all the flame attacks. It was as if these flames were intentionally circling his body. This is impossible. There must be something wrong with the system. How can he dodge all those attacks in time at such a close distance? The players spectating Feng had long since gone into an uproar. Almost all of them had shouted the same thing, no matter how they wrapped their minds around it. Dodging so many attacks from such a close distance was not feasible. The only possibility was that an error had occurred with the system. Otherwise, how were they supposed to explain the earlier scene? When Hua, however, did not feel any surprise at the outcome of that onslaught. Everyone was basing their judgments only on the distance the flames were coming from. However, they had forgotten that they were living in a three-dimensional world. Aside from horizontal and vertical distance, one also should not forget depth. On the screen, it might seem as if all 10 flame attacks came over similar distances. But in reality, the distance each attack needed to travel was different. As all 10 attacks were launched simultaneously, the times at which the attacks reached Feng would differ slightly. Meanwhile, Feng had utilized the small time difference in the arrival of the attacks to systematically evade them one after another. The one part about this scene that annoyed Wen Hua, however, was that she had not noticed the slightest bit of haste or anxiety in Feng's movements. The man had casually dodged the attacks as if he was just taking a leisurely stroll, his actions containing no excess movement whatsoever. Wen Hua even felt a shiver go down her back when she looked at how smooth and natural his movements were. The numerous surprised gasps coming from the spectators immediately attracted the attention of those resting in the main hall. Every one of them looking at these several spectators in confusion. What's up with them? Aren't they just spectating a battle? Is there a need to go so crazy over it? This curiosity now tempted many more people who were reluctant to part with their points. Such a commotion had never occurred before. Even when the upper echelons of their guilds fought in the battle tower, what exactly was going on inside the battle tower? Just as everyone was hesitating over whether or not to spectate Feng's battle, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious red-black martial arts robes entered the hall. With quick steps, this middle-aged man walked up to the portal of the battle tower. After finding a quiet place to sit in, the man then chose to spectate Feng's battle. Damn. This is madness. This is simply madness. Why has Elder Yuan come over as well? Isn't this a training system meant to nurture youths with potential? He couldn't be here too. All the bystanders suddenly thought of a possibility when they looked at Yuan Tiexin quietly sitting down and calling out his system interface. However, none of them could accept this shocking thought of theirs. Those who had still been hesitating immediately looked for seats and chose to spectate Feng's battle instantly. The number of people spectating Feng increased to 63. Those who lacked the points to spectate were all stupefied by this scene. Even when the upper echelon of the secret pavilion came to challenge the battle tower, the number of spectators would be around this number at most. Moreover, today was a day when many people were busy with their own matters and had not come to participate in the training system. Otherwise, the number of spectators right now would definitely rise even higher. Just who is brother Feng? The shock Kong Howren was feeling right now at this sight was many times more intense than what he felt when he had faced off against an army of over 100,000 elite players. I would be set for life if I could have this many people spectating my battle. Huo Jingyang could not close his mouth as he saw this scene. Just how many battle points could he earn if he had this many people spectating his battle as well? Even if he fought against a refinement realm expert every day, those points could last him for 2 whole months. On the 3rd floor of the battle tower, Feng repeatedly dodged the flame attacks sent at him. Even when the terrain changed, he managed to reach a safe zone immediately. Occasionally, he would also attack with a flying dart. Although the damage he caused was low, only -500 points or so, None of the monsters in the battle tower had the battle recovery ability. Hence, he could slowly but surely wear down these monsters, following which one Flame Falcon's HP continuously decreased. The battle had already fallen under Feng's complete control. That's enough experimentation. It's about time things ended. He then threw out the last dart that took away the final strand of HP of a Flame Falcon. As a result of one Flame Falcon dying, the number of attacks Feng had to face at a single time decreased from 10 to 9, making dodging the attacks much easier for him with no suspense whatsoever. He whittled down the remaining Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle, once again easily clearing a floor only. As Feng was not playing a ranged class, his attacks were a lot less effective compared those of ranged classes. Hence, he had not managed to break the record clear time for the third floor. Even so, he still stupefied all his spectators. The reason for everyone's shock was because Feng's clear time for the third floor was only marginally slower than the current record holders. If his ranged weapon had been slightly better and he had learned a few more good skills, he could have easily broken the record, following which Feng entered the fourth floor of the battle tower. This was also the highest floor the current batch of trainees had reached. Chapter 897 Silent Hell. This person is strong. It was worth spending all those points to spectate him. This is my first time seeing someone clear the third floor so easily. This shows that he has still not reached his limits. At this rate, he might even be able to clear the fourth floor and become the first person among this batch of trainees to reach the fifth floor. That's impossible. This is the fourth floor we are talking about. Even the top experts of our guild are still stuck there. Even if Feng is amazing, it is simply impossible for him to match up to the top experts of our guild. I guess you're right. Our guild's top experts all stand at the peak of God's domain. There are probably only a handful of youths who can surpass them. Just as the spectators were discussing Feng's battle, Feng himself set foot onto the fourth floor. Unlike the second and third floors, which had vile environments, the fourth floor was elegant and serene. Trees and shrubberies surrounded Feng. There was also a pristine lake nearby. Feng observed his surroundings, his expression turning slightly serious. Although his surroundings looked very peaceful, Feng could not ignore a sense of crisis in his mind. The worst part about this hunch was that he did not know what triggered it. Even though he was standing still and doing nothing, this sense of crisis was looming closer and closer. Could they be stealth monsters? Feng thought of a possibility, or to put it in another way, it was the only possibility. This sensation he was feeling right now was as if numerous top-tier assassin experts were staring at him. However, no matter how skilled and silent the assassin might be, as long as they were a player, Feng would more or less be able to find traces of them through sight and hearing. Yet neither of these two senses of his had picked up anything. He discovered them so quickly. When Hua was somewhat surprised to see Feng's expression turning a little guarded, the fourth floor of the battle tower had another name to it. Silent Hell. It had a total of 8 elite-ranked Void Assassins and 1 Chieftain-ranked Null Assassin. Void Assassin, Elite Rank, Level 30, HP 50, 000/50, 000. Null Assassin, Chieftain Rank, Level 30, HP 200, 000/200, 000. Although their HPs were very low, these monsters had a special characteristic. They remained in a permanent state of nothingness. Their bodies existed in a completely different space, so one's senses of sight, hearing, and smell could not detect these monsters no matter what. Only when these monsters launched an attack would their real bodies manifest. However, they would appear for only a very short time, around 1 second at most. Aside from this brief period, attacks directed at these monsters would be completely ineffective. The difficulty of the fourth floor had left everyone who had managed to reach the fourth floor in this batch of trainees utterly helpless. Setting aside the fact that the attacks of the assassins were lightning fast, just the fact that the attacks were launched at such a close distance made dodging them nearly impossible. Or to put it in another way, it was simply impossible for someone with the attributes of an ordinary level 30 player to evade those attacks. Even if one managed to dodge those kinds of attacks, failing to counterattack in time would eventually lead to death from overexhaustion. Back when Hua herself had reached the fourth floor for the first time, she had died completely unaware of what had happened. And even now, she was still stuck on this floor. Only the monster-like existences of the secret pavilion were able to contend against the assassins on this floor. So far, just a few people throughout the entire guild had managed to clear the 4th floor. I wonder just how far you will be able to go. A bright smile appeared on Wenhua's face as she quietly observed the swordsman. She had a feeling that, if she could observe Feng clearing this floor, she might be able to break through that barrier that was preventing her from improving. Under Wenhua's gaze, Feng started moving. Without hesitation, he dashed up to a nearby tree and placed his back against the large tree. This way, he no longer needed to pay attention to attacks coming from behind. He just needed to keep an eye out for attacks coming from 180 degrees in front of him. Damn! So you can do something like that as well? Everyone spectating this scene was stupefied. They had never thought to utilize the terrain in such a way. The effort an expert needed to expend to defend against attacks coming from just 180 degrees was many times less than attacks coming from all 360 degrees. With the energy saved, one could better perceive and concentrate as well. Moreover, dodging attacks would become much easier. However, as soon as Feng stood in front of the large tree, a silvery white dagger suddenly appeared before him, directly slashing at his neck so fast. Surprised, Feng instinctively sidestepped with the speed of the attack as well as the short distance it was launched from. If Feng had not responded instantly, he would have gotten struck without a doubt. Fortunately, he had already reached the Void Realm, so he could feel the movements in his surroundings. Although the appearance of the dagger was very sudden, the moment the weapon materialized, it would more or less generate some fluctuations in the air, which gave him sufficient warning and allowed him to carry out preventive measures. In the next moment, the snowy white dagger brushed past his neck and left a deep scar on the tree behind him. Close on the heels of that first attack, fluctuations appeared from 2 more places. Meanwhile, the position of these fluctuations came from the direction he had sidestepped. Feng tightened his grip on his twin swords and hurriedly slashed at the locations the 2 fluctuations originated from. Pong! Pong! 2 crisp sounds echoed throughout the entire forest. The sparks generated were also extraordinarily eye-catching. Crap. Isn't he too amazing? How did he manage to detect those attacks? The spectators' mouths all fell wide open when they saw the sparks flashing before Feng. As bystanders, they had a much clearer view of the situation than Feng. However, even after looking for a long time, they failed to detect anything peculiar about the locations he had attacked. There was just empty space there. Nevertheless, Feng succeeded in very accurately blocking 2 strikes. They all felt that Feng was not human but a monster in human guise. Instead, how are his attacks so fast? Wenhua was inwardly shocked when she saw this scene, her mind constantly replaying Feng's previous actions, setting aside how Feng had managed to detect the location of the attacks. Just being able to execute such quick counters from such a short distance was simply unbelievable. This was definitely not a feat an ordinary human being could accomplish. Her dynamic vision was among the best in the entire guild. Even if it were a baseball moving at 160 kilometers per hour, she would be able to clearly see and count the number of rotations the ball was making for attacks that no one else could see. Even the afterimages of, she could make out some afterimages. Although they would be extremely vague, she would still manage to see a small portion of the attack. However, Feng's slashes were completely different. Normally, when an attack was launched, the speed of the attack would start from 0 and slowly accelerate up to maximum speed. However, through some unknown technique, Feng's swords had gone from a standstill to moving at maximum speed instantly. There was no acceleration process in between whatsoever, following which, Feng brandished his swords dozens of times, blocking every attack sent at him. Not a single scratch could be found on his body. Instead, the constant clangor of metal surrounded him. Seen from afar, Feng appeared to be training his swordsmanship all by himself. As more time passed, Feng grew accustomed to blocking the attacks of the assassins. Time to end this. Feng swept a glance at his surroundings, his lips curling up in a smile at this moment. He no longer bothered to block the dagger striking at him. Instead, as if he had already anticipated this attack, his body smoothly sidestepped while his right arm swung at the location the dagger appeared from. Soon after, a streak of greenish blood stained the grassy ground. Chapter 898, Unseen Improvement. 1, 327. The instant this damage emerged, a blurry figure also appeared, the dark green HP bar above the figure's head shortening slightly. A moment after the HP bar showed up, however, the figure disappeared once more. Even when Feng tried launching another attack at the same position, The only thing his sword hit was air. There's only a 1.3-second period for a counterattack. That really is short. No wonder so many people have failed to clear this floor. Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected these monsters to have such a characteristic as well. Originally, it was already very difficult to grasp the attack trajectories of these monsters. Moreover, there wasn't just one monster attacking him. Based on Feng's perception, at least 5 monsters were attacking him. Yet, not only did he have to dodge the attacks of these monsters, but he also needed to launch a counterattack within such a short time frame. This greatly increased the difficulty of clearing the floor. Having no better choice, Feng could only continue silently blocking the attacks while searching for opportunities to counterattack. He often had to block over a dozen attacks before he got the opportunity to launch a counterattack. If he failed to grab this opportunity, he would have to block another dozen or even 2 or 3 dozen attacks. If an ordinary person were standing in Feng's place right now, they would surely feel bored at the moment. Feng, however, was actually joyous. He could not help but admit that the guidance provided by the battle tower was indeed excellent. All unawares, Feng had focused his full concentration on detecting the spatial fluctuations. As a result, the sensitivity of his 5 senses heightened while his grasp of his surroundings constantly deepened. It was normally impossible for one to encounter situations where subtle spatial fluctuations appeared around oneself. Hence, being able to hone his perception to such a fine degree right now was like a dream for Feng. Time passed quickly. Even when Feng had an opportunity to counterattack and deal damage to the Void Assassins, he did not take action. After all, this here was the best place for him to train right now. As his perception improved, Feng became increasingly sensitive to the subtle fluctuations caused by the Void Assassins. Initially, these weak fluctuations felt no different from tiny raindrops hitting his skin. Although he could feel them, his perception of them was not that clear. As a result, even when his body felt these fluctuations, his brain dismissed them as negligible. However, after sensing the fluctuations for thousands of times, his awareness of them intensified. Now, these fluctuations felt more like little pebbles hitting his body. Instead, the pain more than sufficient to grab his attention. Even without his brain making any conscious decisions, he would instinctively react and turn towards the direction the fluctuations came from. It's no wonder super first-rate guilds and super guilds can nurture so many apex experts and even monsters that grasp a domain. Sure enough, they are not existences that even well-funded first-rate guilds can threaten. Feng inwardly sighed emotionally. He had profited massively from the trade with the secret pavilion this time. If not for this trade, he most likely would have remained unaware of just how frightening the major powers of God's domain were. Although he currently had a secret technique tablet and even an epic guild quest that could send him to the ancient battlefield, the Holy Land for experts, neither of those things could even compare with the battle tower. The value of the secret technique tablet lay in the fact that it allowed players to learn advanced combat techniques, which would, in turn, greatly increase their combat powers. The improvement in combat standards was only a bonus. Whether players could actually gain inspiration from learning the combat technique was a different matter altogether. As for the Holy Land, although Feng had never been there before, based on what he had heard about the place, the improvements one could gain there should be roughly equal to or even inferior to those from the battle tower. However, as the number of people the training system could accommodate was limited, the Holy Land seemed very valuable. Otherwise, the major powers of God's domain might not even bother to compete over entry to the Holy Land. What a pity! I thought he would clear the 4th floor as well. Now, it seems that it isn't possible. At the rate at which he is counterattacking, his stamina and concentration will run out before the battle is over. Didn't I say so already? That place is the silent hell. If even so many of our guild's top experts can't clear it, how could a newcomer like him possibly clear it? But the fact that he has lasted for so long is already plenty amazing. This is my first time seeing someone survive this long against those monsters. Indeed, the attacks of those monsters are simply impossible to predict. If it were up to me, I'd probably be dead in less than 5 seconds. Moreover, among our batch of trainees, not a single person has managed to last as long as Feng on the 4th floor. With this, he can be considered the number 1 player among us. Without anyone noticing, Feng had risen to become the first-ranking player in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the members of the secret pavilion no longer looked at him arrogantly, all of them feeling only admiration for the swordsman. Just as everyone had thought that Feng's limit was the 4th floor, 2 streaks of green blood suddenly appeared before Feng. The void assassin that had its body exposed, losing close to a total of 2,700 HP. That should be enough practice. There's no point in continuing this training. Let's go to the 5th floor to take a look. Then, after deciding so, Feng adjusted his breathing and finally launched his counterattack after a long period of tempering himself with the void assassins. Feng could already react to the fluctuations they caused without paying deliberate attention to them. He could now place more of his concentration on dodging and attacking instead. Although he could still improve slightly if he continued tempering himself, his remaining stamina did not permit him to do so. Moreover, compared to tempering his perception of the surrounding space, he was currently more interested in finding out what sort of trial awaited him on the 5th floor. What's going on? Shouldn't his stamina and concentration have declined significantly? Theoretically, his counterattack rate should gradually drop. So why is it now increasing? The spectators were all shocked to see Feng behaving as if he had just taken a dose of stimulants. However, what no one knew was that, after undergoing that period of tempering, Feng's combat standards had received significant improvements. If before he had to focus 3/4 of his concentration on sensing the spatial fluctuations, he now needed to use only 1/3 of it to do so. This change allowed Feng's attack rate to increase over 3-fold. In less than 10 minutes, Feng had defeated all 8 void assassins, leaving only the chieftain-ranked null assassin, which had not moved at all since the start of the battle. The instant the 8th void assassin died, the null assassin finally took action. The instant the null assassin struck, Feng nearly lost his life. The null assassin's attack was exceedingly fast, and its strength was extremely powerful. It was simply impossible for Feng to evade the chieftain's strike, even though he had managed to sense it coming. Reacting quickly, Feng launched an attack of his own at the null assassin's dagger, using the force of the impact to deflect the dagger's attack trajectory slightly so that it struck air instead. So strong. Feng inwardly felt fortunate as he looked at his still trembling arm. If not for him requiring less concentration now to detect the spatial fluctuations and being able to invest more attention into attacking and evading, he would have most likely fallen to the null assassin already. He dodged it? Yuan Tianxin was astounded as he looked at the unmarked Feng. He had expected Feng to suffer miserably when the null assassin took action. The reason for this assumption of his was because he understood just how powerful the null assassin was. Although he, too, was a Void Realm expert, he had suffered hundreds of defeats at the hands of the null assassin. Only after a long period of arduous training did he manage to defeat the null assassin. Moreover, even until now, his win rate against the null assassin was still not 100%. Hence, he never imagined that Feng would actually manage to deflect the null assassin's attack on his first try. The scariest part about the null assassin was its first attack. If one could avoid its first attack, the subsequent battle would become much simpler. Sure enough, after a short adjustment period, Feng launched his counterattack on the null assassin, continuously dealing damage to the chieftain. In the end, after a dozen minutes or so of strenuous battle, he depleted the null assassin's 200,000 HP. Chapter 899, Ranking Competitions Number 1. What? He cleared it, just like that. All of the spectators were stupefied as the null assassin's corpse appeared on the ground. Until now, not a single person among their trainees had conquered the silent hell. Although they knew that some of them would eventually clear the 4th floor, they never expected a newcomer from another guild to do so. Meanwhile, Feng's success caused an uproar among the other players in the main hall. Many people began to regret their decision to not watch Feng's battle. If they had done so, they might have learned something, allowing for minor breakthroughs. After all, every expert had their own strengths and weaknesses. If the other party's strength made up for what they lacked, they would gain some insight from watching the battle. Ha ha ha. You guys have seen it now, right? I'm not weak. It's that Feng is too strong. Among our batch, he ranks at the very top. With my abilities, how could I possibly be a match for him? When Violent Bear saw Feng clear the 4th floor, excitement replaced his previously defeated expression. He then turned to the fighters who had laughed at him and proudly proclaimed, "If you guys think I'm weak, why don't you challenge him, rather than spout bullshit from the sidelines?" Suddenly, the players who had previously mocked Violent Bear fell silent, thinking back to the Berserker's battle against Feng. Although Violent Bear had lost quite a few points, he had actually profited from the fight against an expert like Feng. Usually, for those with lower standards, it was impossible to find an opportunity to fight trainees who had reached the 4th floor. The latter despised fighting them. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had, unintentionally, scored a fight against an expert like Feng. If Violent Bear gained even a fragment of inspiration from that fight, the 800 points he had lost would have been worth it, if possible. They were willing to spend 500 or 600 points, 800 points, for a match against Feng. However, this opportunity had obviously passed the fact that Feng had secured first place in the ranking competition meant that he no longer lacked battle points. Furthermore, why would Feng need to fight them? On the battle tower's 5th floor, as soon as Feng arrived, he felt a massive mental suppression weigh on him. This mental suppression was many times stronger than the Abyssal Blade had exuded when he executed a skill. He felt as if he stood before a Tier 5 monster, suffocating. His body's reaction speed and mobility were also heavily restricted aside from this oppressive pressure. He noticed that he stood in a dimly lit cave. Steam filled the cave, feeling like a massive sauna. The steam also hindered Feng's vision aside from Feng. 5 giant snakes with dark gray bodies and 3 heads each slithered in the steamy cavern. The snake's amber eyes glared at Feng 3-headed snake. Special Elite. Level 30. HP 150, 000/150, 000. Before Feng could adapt to the environment here, the 5 3-headed snakes moved inside the rubble-filled cave. Feng's mobility was restricted. The 3-headed snakes, on the other hand, treated these obstacles as if they didn't exist. They moved through the cave like flowing water, easily overcoming the various obstacles in their path with unaffected speed. In the blink of an eye, all 5 snakes arrived before Feng. After the 5 3-headed snakes surrounded Feng, they began to spit needles of corrosive venom at the swordsman. The venomous needles rained down on Feng like thin rain. In this steamy environment, it was simply impossible to detect them with the naked eye. Feng could only determine the attack's trajectories by the fluctuations in the air. However, there were simply too many needles. A single 3-headed snake had spat over a dozen needles. With 5 3-headed snakes surrounding Feng, he faced was over 70 attacks. An ordinary person would have their hands full with just 5 of these attacks. Now, there were over 70. Moreover, even one of these attacks was more than enough to injure Feng heavily. The 5th floor's difficulty was clear to see. Even if Feng were at his peak, he could never defend against so many attacks. He needed to rely on quick movements to reduce the number of attacks he received. Only by doing so would he have any chance of survival. Moreover, not only were his reactions slowed right now, but he was also surrounded by a vile environment. With so many obstacles, it would be very easy to trip and fall if he moved too quickly, which would then open holes in his defense. However, even knowing this, Feng chose to run. If he simply stood there, the numerous attacks would claim his life as expected of the battle tower's 5th floor. This isn't any place for ordinary human beings. Feng brandished his twin swords to deflect the venomous needles as he ran. Although these needles did not contain much force, there were many of them. Even after Feng ran, he had to face nearly 40 needles. With his blurred perception, a single mistake would result in the venomous needles finding their mark. Although each needle only dealt around -500 damage, Feng only had several thousand HP following which, as Feng ran through the cave and evaded the needles, his HP rapidly decreased. In the blink of an eye, Feng's HP reached 0, his body falling to the ground. In the end, he was teleported out of the battle tower. Even after Feng returned to the main hall, the spectators around the battle tower's portal were still in a daze. The 5th floor was absurdly difficult. Just watching the rain of venomous needles pelt Feng made a chill run down their spines. There was also that massive mental suppression to contend with. If they had to fight in such an environment, they wouldn't even last 2 seconds before becoming porcupines. However, Feng had managed to last over 10 seconds before succumbing to the near-invisible needles. If not for those attacks being so hard to detect, Feng could have survived for much longer. He might have even put up a good fight against those 3-headed snakes. Is this his current strength? After Cold Autumn exited spectator mode, he looked around him, a faint chill crawling down his back. Fortunately, he had experienced that battle as a spectator. Had he been fighting against that oppressive pressure, he would have been paralyzed. All he could have done was wait for death to take Himas for Wenhua. After seeing the difference between herself and Feng, she wasn't afraid in the least. On the contrary, she brimmed with fighting spirit, the corners of her lips lifting into a bright smile, although she could clearly feel just how massive the gap was between them. She had obtained tremendous insight from watching Feng's fight previously. She had concentrated on a singular question. Why were Feng's attacks so fast? However, after a long period of observation, she more or less gained some inspiration every time Feng attacked. His body began to move even before his sword did. By relying on his body's movements and energy transfer, his sword had already been accelerating for a brief period by the time he moved his arm. Hence, when Feng actually swung his sword, the sword seemed as if it instantly transitioned from a standstill to maximum speed. Although the theory sounded simple, one needed a degree of physical control that was beyond the scope of ordinary humans to accomplish this feat. Of course, Wen Hua had a lot of confidence in herself. She believed that, if Feng could do it, there was no reason that she could not. Chapter 900 Challenge. Inside the battle fortress's main hall, a group of newcomers in linen clothing suddenly emerged from the training field's portal. The combat system here is really impressive. Those simulated experts felt like the real deal. They are all so powerful. Even in a one-on-one, they still suppressed me. When Blackie spoke about the combat training he had just experienced, he wore an amazed expression when he fought the starter pack's first 8 experts. He has some hope of triumphing against them. However, the last 2 experts were absurdly powerful. They had defeated him easily, leaving him without any power to resist. It's a pity that there are so few experts in the starter pack. I wish we had more variations. Flying Shadow sighed. The secret pavilion is fraudulent. Just fighting those ordinary experts costs 100 points per day. If we can't rank among the top 200, we won't be able to afford them every day. Although he had only fought for a few hours against the starter pack's 10 experts, he had learned a lot. If he could face all kinds of experts over time, he would gain combat experience with flying speed. He might even reach the refinement realm after a short period. That should be enough training for us today. We still have to challenge the battle tower and raise our ranks, Fire Dance stated. Although she didn't want to waste their starter pack's duration, it was more important to raise their ranks first. If they didn't, they would be stuck with 20 battle points per day after they had entered the training system. They had learned a lot about the battle tower and the pavilion's veterans from the other newcomers. To put it simply, it would not be easy to enter the top 200 ranks with their current strength. Furthermore, Fire Dance aimed for the top 150 ranks. Only by entering the top 150 would she receive 200 points each day, which would allow her to face 1 refinement realm expert per day. If she were stuck among the top 200, she would have to wait 2 days to challenge a refinement realm expert. As for the starter pack's experts, the first 8 weren't even a warm-up for her. Only the last 2 experts had made her work for her victory. Even after dozens of matches with those 2 experts, her win rate was only 50%. On the other hand, the Secret Pavilion's top 150 experts had at least an 80% win rate against the starter pack's refinement realm experts. With her current standards, it would be a relatively difficult task to enter the top 150 at the same time. She was very excited. There were only a handful of experts in Star Moon Kingdom that could pose a challenge. In the simulation training system, however, there were crowds of such experts waiting for Herbix's fire. Look. For some reason, a lot of people have gathered over there, Violet Cloud pointed out as she looked towards the battle tower's portal. Curiously, she asked, "What are they doing?" When they had arrived at the battle fortress, not many people had been present. Now, however, over 100 people had crowded the main hala. "Someone seems to be leaving the tower," Kola said as he saw the portal flash with white light. The figure of a man then stepped out of the portal. After a moment, they recognized the familiar figure. A large crowd had huddled around the portal. As soon as Feng emerged, everyone turned towards him. They looked at Feng as if he were a monster, curiosity and horror flashing in their eyes. Feng was simply some newbie that had joined the training system today. Yet, he had set foot onto the 5th floor. The Secret Pavilion's members had already been in the simulated training system for over a month. For some, this wasn't even their first year. Yet, they were all still stuck on the battle tower's 4th floor. Hence, Feng's achievement was difficult for them to swallow. Doesn't he look just over 20? He actually reached the 5th floor at such a young age. Even among all the geniuses throughout our Secret Pavilion's history, he should rank near the top, right? Yeah, he should rank within the top 20.
Between Feng and Wenhua, who do you think has more talent? Do you even need to ask? It is certainly Wenhua. Even our guild leader can't stop praising her talent, claiming that she ranks among the top 10 throughout the secret pavilion's history. When Fire Dance and the others overheard the conversation, they were momentarily at a loss for words. They did not know whether they should celebrate or smile wryly while their heads still ached about obtaining a better rank. Feng had already become number 1 in the ranking competition. Meanwhile, before Feng even had the chance to relive the battle on the 5th floor, he heard the sound of an emergency notification. Feng was then forcefully ejected out of the training system and forced into sleep. Medina 1 was surprised about Feng's sudden disappearance. They all thought that he had logged out to avoid their pestering. Moreover, training in the battle tower was very taxing. Almost everyone had to log out and rest after challenging the tower. Inside the luxurious bedroom, Feng climbed out from his virtual gaming cabin. The machine continuously beeping. A single tempering session in the battle tower consumes so much. Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the virtual gaming cabin's depleted nutrient solution tank before he had entered the training system. He had made sure to refill the cabin's nutrient solution storage and had drunk a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid. The depleted nutrient solution was one thing. However, he was extremely hungry. Moreover, his entire body felt drained. This emptiness felt similar to when he had broken through the limits of his mental strength for the first time. No wonder why Yuan Tiexin had warned me to prepare S-rank nutrient fluids. Ordinary people can't afford to play around with this training system. Feng, more or less, understood why Yuan Tiexin had suggested caution. It seems I'll have to prepare some more S-rank nutrient fluids from now on. While inside the battle tower, he had pushed his 5 senses to their brinks for a long time. In God's domain, however, he usually didn't need to. It was especially true after one reached his standard. While fighting at one's peak, the brain would be extremely active. This would increase the body's energy consumption. If one did not replenish the lost energy afterward, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was even possible to destroy one's own body. Now that Fire Dance and the others had begun their training in the simulation training system, they needed enough nutrient supplements after they emerged. Otherwise, their bodies would suffer. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain the best-performing S-rank nutrient fluid. Only transcendental powers like the Secret Pavilion, which were influential in both the real world and the virtual world, could obtain large quantities. As for a foundationless guild like Zero Wing, it could, at most, obtain a few bottles. Furthermore, each bottle was very expensive. Meanwhile, Feng needed the coins he had to keep the guild functioning, and he had not liquidated any funds recently. As for the credits he had on hand, Liang Jing had already used them to purchase training facilities. Currently, he was almost broke. It seems I'll have to turn some of the coins or items into money for now. Feng sighed helplessly. Truthfully, he did not wish to exchange any of the game's resources for credits. After all, doing so would impact the guild's development. However, nurturing a group of top-tier experts was far more important right now. Just as Feng pondered selling the resources of God's domain, Liang Jing barged into his room, looking worried. Master Feng, something has happened, Liang Jing said, panting. With her hand over her chest, she continued, a group of people has suddenly arrived to challenge our training center. Several instructors have been injured. From what I have heard, this group defeated Master Chen Wu before arriving. They are demanding a match against you. They claim that there will be consequences if their demands aren't met. Challenge? Who are they? What do they look like? Feng recalled a faint memory after hearing these words. Chapter 901, Silent Blade. Inside the bustling dojo, hundreds of people had gathered around the arena. This dojo is pathetic. These instructors are just garbage. They're completely misguiding the students here. With such skills, they even dare start up a dojo. Hey, you guys, you're better off training somewhere else. With these trash instructors teaching you, you won't get anywhere in a fighting competition, no matter how long you train. It's no wonder why, after so many years, this city has not produced a single, decent professional fighter. Of course, you're not to blame. Rather, it's these garbage instructors' fault. If it were up to me, I would pack up and leave after finding out how crappy these instructors are. I wouldn't waste my youth here.
Over a dozen youths in their 20s wearing dark gray martial artist robes glanced at the middle-aged instructor who had just been defeated, disgust filling their gazes. These gray-robed youths then sent sympathetic gazes towards the hundreds of teenagers training inside the hall. Although the Big Dipper Dojo's trainees were furious, none of them dared to speak up, remaining silent as they watched this scene play out. These dozen or so people who had suddenly shown up were just too strong. Among these people, one indifferent youth, who looked to be roughly the same age as they were, had single-handedly defeated 6 of their highly skilled instructors. Moreover, none of their instructors had landed a finger on this indifferent youth. Even someone who knew nothing of martial arts could see the disparity in their strengths. If they had to challenge that youth, they probably wouldn't last one move. It was extremely difficult to defeat an opponent in a single move. It was even more so in an actual battle. Generally, such situations only occurred when martial artists fought an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was only possible if there was a massive difference between the fighters' strengths. The hundreds of teenage trainees felt an immense pressure weigh on them when they looked at the thin, indifferent youth seeing the quiet trainees. The fierce, bald man standing at the forefront of the gray-robed youths smirked with satisfaction. How about it? You've seen the difference in our abilities for yourselves. We have come from the White Tiger Dojo. Recently, our dojo has considered establishing a branch in this city. This is a chance for all of you. If you perform well in the branch dojo, you might even get the chance to train in the main dojo. At that time, you will be the star of tomorrow's fighting competition. You won't have to waste your lives in this tiny place. Hearing the bald man's offer, everyone was momentarily stunned. They immediately understood why even Master Chen Wu was no match for these youths. They had heard about the White Tiger Dojo. Anyone who wanted to join the world of fighting knew about it. Many famous contestants who had taken part in past national fighting competitions originated from the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo had even nurtured well-known international fighters in the past. Countless youths that wanted their own fame in the fighting world dreamed of joining the White Tiger Dojo. However, they had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo would open a branch in their city. Before the bald man could say more, the dojo's doors swung open, having captured everyone's attention. Feng and Liang Jing approached the bald man. Immediately, the trainees grew excited. Feng was the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor. Despite being so young, he had attained this position by relying on his own strength. He was their revered idol. In fact, many among them had specifically joined the dojo because they had heard Feng was an instructor here. However, Feng normally lived in the Greenwater Villa, only occasionally venturing to the dojo. Hence, they did not see him often. You are the head instructor? The bald man's lips twisted into a sneer, glaring at Feng with disdain. He had heard that the newly established Big Dipper Dojo had a 20-something-year-old martial artist who guided the students. He had thought it had been a joke. Now, however, it seemed that the rumor was true. The man before him wore cheap, dark blue sportswear, and he didn't appear strong. Not only did the man seem a little pale, but he also lacked the aura of a martial artist. It was hard to imagine how such a weakling had wormed his way into the position of head instructor. In his opinion, Feng was weaker than the instructors that had already been defeated. At the very least, their auras had been passable. That's right. Why have you come looking for me in such a hurry? Feng swept a glance over the dozen or so members from the White Tiger Dojo, becoming more confident in his conjecture. In the past, after God's domain launched the mind-space system, the well-known dojos throughout the nation had begun to expand. These dojos had set up branches in various cities in an attempt to poach members and expand their influence, hoping to attract major corporations' investments. Although some dojos had received these investments, the majority had not. These corporations' intentions had been obvious. They had all wanted to nurture a powerful guild of their own in God's domain. However, compared to recruiting ordinary players, it was far more efficient to recruit fighters from dojos who were already familiar with actual combat. Moreover, God's domain wouldn't impact these fighters' daily routines. These people only needed to play God's domain while they slept. With this, not only would the fighting world and virtual gaming world remain separate, but they would also form a mutually beneficial relationship, helping each other improve. Both sides would make more money. Knowing this, the major corporations that had been interested in the mind space system had refused to ignore such a valuable opportunity. Among the country's dojos, the White Tiger Dojo had chosen to set up branches in over a dozen third-tier cities. Jinhai City had been one of those cities. Back then, the city's various dojos had despaired upon hearing the news. These dojos had originally chosen to develop in a third-tier city precisely because they could not compete with the dojos in first- and second-tier cities. When the major dojos had targeted their cities, they had been forced out of business in the end. Many of Jinhai City's dojos had been forced to cooperate with the White Tiger Dojo once Feng saw the White Tiger Dojo's members. His gaze stopped on the indifferent youth behind the bald. Feng knew this youth. He had been extremely famous in Jinhai City. Moreover, after joining God's domain, he had become unstoppable. In the past, he had been known as Silent Blade in God's domain. At his peak, he had been a Tier 5 berserker who ranked 58th on the God's domain experts list. Unfortunately, his entry into God's domain was somewhat late. Otherwise, his achievements in the game would have been even greater. Our White Tiger Dojo is thinking of opening a branch in Jinhai City. So we've come to say hello. We were also hoping to spar with you. I wonder if Instructor Shi is interested? The bald man laughed. Spar? Feng's lips hooked up slightly. Shaking his head, he said, "Why doesn't it look like that to me? The White Tiger Dojo is so famous that even a layman such as myself knows of it. Is it necessary to venture all the way here to poach our members?" "Don't say it like that. We are just trying to conduct honest business. Naturally, we have to provide better options to those who wish to join the fighting world." The bald man laughed. He didn't take Feng seriously in the least. In his opinion, Feng was merely a puppet that Big Dipper had employed to run this dojo. The man didn't qualify to speak to him at all. "I've heard that you are quite powerful. I have always admired those with strength. I wonder, would you be willing to spar with me? We can show everyone whether or not your strength is superficial." Chapter 902, Class versus Class. The bald man's sarcasm earned the displeasure of many within the dojo. Just as Liang Jing was about to step forward and say something, Feng held her back with a hand. He was also familiar with this bald man. The man's name was Gan Xingting, and he was one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. The man was quite strong, even stronger than Qin Wu. He was very active in all sorts of fighting competitions and had earned himself some fame. Hence, he had the confidence to wipe the floor with every martial arts instructor in Jinhai City. "What's wrong? Afraid?" Gan Xingting sneered. In Gan Xingting's opinion, Feng's pale complexion was definitely due to fear. With this thought, he became even more certain that Feng was afraid of sparring with him. "I am not particularly opposed to a sparring match. However, if I catered to every random person who burst into our dojo to challenge me, wouldn't I die from exhaustion?" Feng responded softly. Feng's retort didn't fluster Gan Xingting in the least. Rather, he laughed as he continued to run his mouth, saying, "The high and mighty head instructor of the Big Dipper Dojo only knows how to make up excuses. Instructor Shi, aren't you afraid that you might become a laughingstock if others in our industry heard about your cowardice?" Initially, he had thought that the Big Dipper Dojo's rumored martial arts master was truly quite powerful. Now, however, it seemed that those rumors had been nothing but lies. "I see that the Big Dipper Dojo only amounts to so much. If even its head instructor is too afraid to spar, what's the point of starting a dojo? Might as well switch professions. Start a dance hall instead. You and I are closer in age. If you don't want to spar with senior brother Gan, how about my challenge? Do you dare to accept it?" Although Gan Xingting was not angry, the intermediate disciples behind him were more than raring to fight. Wrathful flames filled their eyes when they looked at Feng, and they wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson, showing him exactly how powerful the White Tiger Dojo was. Any one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples could easily serve as a dojo's head instructor in a second-tier city. Even Qin Wu, Jinhai City's top expert, had lost to senior brother Gan. Yet Feng had actually implied that their senior brother wasn't qualified to fight him. It was an insult to the White Tiger Dojo and their senior brother Gan in their opinions. Even one of the White Tiger Dojo's basic disciples could easily defeat Feng with a few moves. Sparring against their senior brother Gan was too much of a privilege for this man. "Don't misunderstand me. I did not refuse your invitation to spar. However, since you are White Tiger Dojo members, I can't use my status as an instructor to bully you, right? I intend to allow our disciples to spar with you. What do you think? Feng asked as he glanced at Gan Xingting. The entire dojo fell silent as Feng finished his question. The crowd from the White Tiger Dojo looked at Feng as if he were an idiot. If even the Big Dipper Dojo's instructors were no match for them, why would the disciples have any chance? Even with one hand tied behind their backs, they could easily defeat any of Big Dipper's disciples. Meanwhile, when the Big Dipper Dojo's disciples heard Feng, they were all dumbfounded. They had already learned how terrifying the White Tiger Dojo was when they had watched the previous fights. Even if they fought together in groups of 5 or 6, they wouldn't be a match for one of the White Tiger Dojo's fighters, much less in a one-on-one. Sure. Only, once every Big Dipper disciple has been defeated, I hope that you will stop giving me excuses and spar against me yourself. Gan Xingting sneered and nodded. Rest assured. If you win, I will step up. Feng laughed. He then turned to Liang Jing and said, Fetch Fire Dance and the others. Fetch them? But aren't they? Liang Jing was momentarily stunned by Feng's order. After she had become Feng's assistant, he had often enlisted her help to manage some of Zero Wing Workshop's affairs. Hence, she knew Fire Dance and the others' identities. None of these people were professional fighters. They were professional gamers. Rather than having them fight the White Tiger's members, it would be more effective if the dojo's disciples fought. Go. It's about time they take part in an actual battle. Feng understood the reason for Liang Jing's shock. However, he still had her summon Fire Dance, and the others' Fire Dance's group might not be professional fighters, but after such a long stay in the Greenwater Villa, they had undergone various training. Lei Bao had even guided their foundations. In addition, they received an endless supply of A-rank nutrient fluids and the occasional S-rank nutrient fluid. Their current physiques were already many times stronger than when they had first arrived at the Greenwater Villa. Fire Dance, and the others had even surprised a martial artist like Lei Bao, and the man often praised the group for being martial arts geniuses. Lei Bao had even wanted to accept them as his personal disciples. Unfortunately, Feng had rejected his request. A short moment later, Fire Dance and the others entered the dojo. Immediately, their appearance caused a great commotion when the White Tiger Dojo group saw Fire Dance and the others. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. Rage flashed in their eyes as thoughts of murdering Feng surfaced in their minds. Originally, they had thought that Feng had summoned a group of powerful experts to spar against them. Now, however, it would seem that he was simply ridiculing them. The group Feng had called to face them actually included girls, although there was no lack of female disciples in the various dojos, and there were female-only competitions in major fighting competitions. Males and females were simply on different levels. The fact that Feng had sent for a female disciple trampled on their glory and pride. Why wouldn't they be angry? Instructor Shi, are you trying to insult the White Tiger Dojo? Gan Xingting asked Feng with a frosty tone. Gan Xingting intended to wait for an answer. However, Fire Dance walked up to the arena and pointed at the White Tiger's members, issuing her challenge. One-on-one matches will be too boring. I want to take on all of you at once. Before the White Tiger Dojo's members could react, Liang Jing nearly fainted. Just who did Fire Dance think these people were? This wasn't a game. They were all bona fide fighting experts. They were not random monsters that one could casually defeat in a game. Liang Jing had thought of warning Fire Dance. However, seeing the murderous looks from White Tiger Dojo members, she rushed up to Feng and said softly, Master Feng, please ask her to stop. These people are from the White Tiger Dojo. If she angers them and they stop holding back, someone will end up in the hospital. You're right, Feng nodded. He then looked towards Fire Dance and said, Hold back. We shouldn't hospitalize them. If it were Kola or Yi Wumian, they could have played with their opponents without hurting them too badly. If it were up to Fire Dance, however, her opponents would be in danger. After all, Fire Dance had never fought ordinary people before. After reaching the refinement realm, she usually only trained with Lei Bao. If she fought an ordinary person, she could miscalculate her opponent and use too much strength. I understand. Fire Dance nodded and smiled. Feng's instructions left Liang Jing speechless. Although she wanted to inform him that that was not what she had meant, the indifferent youth from the White Tiger Dojo had entered the arena. As for the other White Tiger members, they shouted their indignation. "You Zipping, you better not hold back just because she's pretty. Show them the strength of the White Tiger Dojo. You Zipping, if you can't defeat her with a single move, I'll mock you forever." The visiting fighters' eyes were all bloodshot with anger. They all wished they were in the cold Yu Zipping's place, eager to show these bumpkins from the Big Dipper dojo the extent of their strength. Meanwhile, Xinting laughed out of anger. He even wondered if Feng acted out of desperation after realizing the hopelessness of the Big Dipper's situation. Yu Zipping nodded seriously as he turned to Fire Dance with a chilling expression. Since Yu Zipping was already prepared, Feng promptly initiated the fight. "All right, then, since you have decided, let the match begin." Chapter 903. Who's next? When Feng announced the start of the battle, Yu Zipping shot the man a glance, surprise flashing in his eyes. Feng was simply too calm. He had participated in many fighting competitions before and had met people of various standards, so he could tell that Feng's serenity was not an act. Rather, his calm originated from absolute confidence, as if everything were within his control. However, in his opinion, his match against Fire Dance was unbalanced. Fire Dance had no chance of winning against him. After all, females were generally weaker than males. It was especially true for a great beauty like Fire Dance. Although Fire Dance wore a set of dark blue sportswear, her clothing couldn't hide her curvaceous body. She looked nothing like a muscular gorilla. On the contrary, she looked like someone who often practiced yoga. Her perfect figure only contained charm, not strength. In the face of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. All martial artists knew this. In terms of strength, although he was not at the peak of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples, he was still considered above average. Currently, he had a punching strength of 422 kilograms. Although he barely qualified to participate in the National Youth Championship, in a third-tier city like Jinhai City, he could definitely rank among the city's top fighters in an actual fight. It was not easy for one to make up the difference in strength. That required a wealth of combat experience and techniques. However, while he might only be 18 years old, he had already participated in over a dozen large-scale competitions. He possessed a considerable amount of combat experience. He even frequently sparred with the dojo's advanced disciples. In terms of combat techniques, he was already on their level. With the advantage of strength, experience, and techniques, losing was impossible. So why was Feng so calm? Where was his confidence coming from? However, Yu Zipping quickly shook these questions away as he returned his gaze to Fire Dance. He no longer wanted to think about what might be going through Feng's mind. Defeating Fire Dance was his priority with this match. He would teach Feng the meaning of a true professional fighter fall. Yu Zipping shouted, his voice as cold as snow. Like an arrow, he dashed to Fire Dance and sent a fierce punch towards her abdomen. His attack was both fast and precise. He did not hold back in the least. Zipping sure is vicious. No matter what is going on, his opponent is still a great beauty, yet he's not showing any mercy, Xinting muttered with sympathy. With this, the match would end as quickly as it had begun. Even in the White Tiger Dojo, Yu Zipping was looked upon favorably. However, the boy had one shortcoming. He did not know how to hold back. To a youth, however, this was a benefit. If one were frequently distracted, it would be very difficult to improve. Peng. The sound of a collision radiated from the arena. She blocked it. How is that possible? The people below the arena stared at Fire Dance in disbelief. The impact should have sent Fire Dance flying. Yet she had actually blocked Yu Zipping's fist with one hand. It was truly hard to imagine just how that thin, frail arm could endure so much force. Logically, her arm should have been knocked away. No one would have been surprised if her bones had cracked or shattered. However, Fire Dance showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, she had received Yu Zipping's full power punch as if she had reached out to say hello. Yu Zipping was also momentarily stunned. Hurriedly, he tried to withdraw. However, he suddenly discovered that his fist would not budge no matter how hard he tried. Fire Dance's tender fingers clasped his fist like chains. With no other choice, Yu Zipping raised his left leg and swept it towards Fire Dance's neck. Peng. However, Fire Dance caught his iron-like leg with her other hand. As if he had predicted this, Yu Zipping quickly sent a follow-up punch with his other hand just before Yu Zipping's fist struck Fire Dance's face. A creak echoed throughout the dojo. In the next moment, Yu Zipping released an agonizing scream, his fist halting as he suddenly tumbled to the ground. The fist and ankle that Fire Dance had caught had already begun to turn purple. The various spectators were flabbergasted. Having forgotten about the pale-faced Yu Zipping, everyone stared at Fire Dance with awe. Fire Dance's performance was simply too shocking. Nobody could believe their eyes among the crowd. The White Tiger Dojo members were the most affected. They knew just how strong Yu Zipping was. Among their group, only 2 or 3 people were stronger than him, yet in front of Fire Dance, Yu Zipping was as powerful as a child. What technique! What combat experience! In front of absolute strength, they were nothing. Does she have some kind of godly strength? Gon Xingting's expression was somber as he looked at the injured Yu Zipping. Fire Dance was merely a young girl. However, even he was far weaker than her. He couldn't compete with her strength in a fight. He could only rely on his speed and techniques to secure victory. Liang Jing, who stood beside Feng, was similarly stunned. She had assumed that Fire Dance would be hospitalized after this match. She had never imagined that Fire Dance was actually this powerful. Is she a hidden master like Feng? Liang Jing could not help but wonder. There was no other way to explain this overwhelming victory. However, there was one factor that confused Liang Jing. If Fire Dance possessed such skills, why hasn't she participated in any fighting competitions? With her skills, she would even perform excellently in the national competition. If she could earn herself a victory, she would earn an unimaginable amount of money. She wouldn't need to continue working as a professional gamer. As for Feng, he glanced at the stunned Liang Jing before shifting his gaze to Yu Zipping, who was still on the ground. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Of all the things you could have relied on, you chose physical strength." After Fire Dance had reached the refinement realm, her body's physique had improved rapidly. Moreover, with Lei Bao's guidance, she had already grasped the technique to utilize internal force. To Fire Dance, a punching strength 400 or 500 kilograms was not difficult to achieve. Yu Zipping had been looking for a beating by relying on physical strength. If the boy had simply used his combat experience, he might have lasted a little longer. I believe that the outcome has been decided. Take him away, Feng said, pointing at Yu Zipping as he looked at Gon Xingting. Only now did the White Tiger members recover from their daze. This match was over. They had even forgotten that one of their companions was injured and needed immediate medical attention. Relax. I didn't use that much force. His bones should be intact. After some treatment, he just needs to rest for a few days to recover. Fire Dance explained as she looked down at the silent Yu Zipping. She then turned to Gon Xingting, who stood below the arena, and quietly asked, "The first match is over. Who's next?" Chapter 904, Difference in Experience. Fire Dance's voice was like a jade bead falling to the ground as it resounded throughout the dojo. Although her voice was not loud, her words had ingrained themselves into everyone's minds, making them impossible to forget. The White Tiger Dojo members instantly paled at these words. Every one of them silently turned to their companions. Lacking their previous confidence, Yu Zipping's overall strength could rank second among their group. Only Gon Xingting was slightly stronger. They would only suffer if they fought Fire Dance. In contrast, the Big Dipper's disciples stared at Fire Dance with reverence. Even Yu Zipping, who had beaten their instructors, had been defeated in less than a handful of moves. Fire Dance's strength was astounding. Moreover, when they saw the visiting fighters' fear, a bliss sprouted in their hearts. So what if the White Tiger Dojo was impressive? In the end, its disciples had still lost against their Big Dipper Dojo. Aside from helping them vent their stress, Fire Dance's victory reassured them of their decision to join the Big Dipper Dojo before they had joined the Big Dipper Dojo. They had already heard some rumors. They heard that, in the Greenwater Villa, there were some people who were undergoing special training. However, they had no idea about what that special training entailed. Looking at it now, however, they were absolutely sure that the villa was a training ground for martial arts masters. If they performed well, they might even have a chance to participate in that special training. If they could have even half of Fire Dance's abilities, they could nurture a powerful reputation for themselves within Jinhai City. They might even make a name for themselves in the large-scale competitions in their province. After all, even Gon Xingting, who had defeated Hall Master Chun Wu, wore a grim expression. His fear of Fire Dance was obvious in the past. Chun Wu had become Jinhai City's champion fighter, and his results in the provincial competitions had been impressive. Is nobody willing to face me? Fire Dance asked once more as she swept a glance over the White Tiger Dojo members. Before she had come to the dojo, she had heard from Liang Jing just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's members were and had been warned to be careful against them. However, after that first match, she did not consider these people particularly strong. On the contrary, she thought they were pitifully weak. When Yu Zipping had attacked, he had left several holes in his defense. There had just been too many excess movements. Even Violet Cloud could defeat Yu Zipping easily, not to mention someone like her, who knew how to use internal force. What Fire Dance did not know was that, during her time in the Greenwater Villa, her strength had long since surpassed ordinary people. However, since she was usually cooped up inside the villa, she hadn't had much contact with the outside world. Hence, she had not noticed these tremendous changes. I'll be your opponent. Gan Xingting had already realized that this opponent was more than he could handle. However, to preserve the White Tiger Dojo's glory, he had to take center stage even if it meant humiliation. Before coming to Jinhai City, the main branch had made it clear that his group needed to wipe the floor with every dojo in Jinhai City, paving the way for their branch dojo. Even Yu Zipping could deal with these bumpkins easily, not to mention a senior like him. Chun Wu should have been the only troublesome opponent they encountered. As for the martial arts master that governed the Big Dipper Training Center, he did not believe the rumor. Even their White Tiger Dojo had to treat martial arts masters with respect. How could an exalted figure possibly be content in a third-tier city like Jinhai City? Although Gan Xingting was unsure if Jinhai City actually housed a martial arts master, he was certain that Fire Dance was an expert who shouldn't be taken lightly. At the very least, if they wanted a high chance of defeating her, they needed one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors to take her on. However, not all hope was lost yet. No matter what was said or done, he was an advanced disciple from the White Tiger Dojo. His combat experience and strength far surpassed Yu Zipping's. Previously, Yu Zipping had sparred against Fire Dance without knowing anything about her. Now that he knew that Fire Dance was extraordinarily strong, he would not make the same mistake. As long as he maintained a certain distance from Fire Dance and waited for her to reveal a flaw in her defense, he could defeat her. Moreover, based on Fire Dance's appearance, the girl only looked to be in her early 20s. She didn't have much combat experience. No matter how much she trained, actual combat was different. She would reveal her flaws when she attacked. As Gan Xingting considered the upcoming fight, Feng announced the start of the sparring session. As soon as Feng shouted, "Start!" Fire Dance crossed the distance of 5 yards like a leopard and arrived before Gan Xingting in the blink of an eye. She proceeded to send an open palm strike towards Gan Xingting's chest. The wind whistled as her palms sliced through the air so fast. Surprised, Gan Xingting abruptly retreated. Fortunately for Gan Xingting, he had evaded Fire Dance's fast attack in the nick of time, with the latter's palm stopping just a few centimeters from his chest. This single exchange struck fear into Gan Xingting's heart. He hadn't expected her to have explosive speed in addition to an absurd amount of physical strength. Had that attack struck with Fire Dance's strength, he would have had some trouble breathing in the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, his ribs would have broken, and he would have lost consciousness on the spot. However, Fire Dance's sudden attack had revealed a hole in her defense. When she had thrust her palm forward, she had left her side exposed. As long as he attacked that location, Fire Dance wouldn't be able to defend against his attack. In the end, a youngster is still a youngster. Because you're so eager to win, you've exposed such a basic flaw. Gan Xingting inwardly laughed. He then sent a roundhouse kick at Fire Dance. Both this kick speed and power were far more refined than Yu Zipping's. Just as Gan Xingting's leg was about to connect with Fire Dance's side, Fire Dance moved, her other hand snaking out to grasp the man's leg. Suddenly, she jumped and twisted in the air, and with Gan Xingting's leg as a pivot point, she planted her feet straight onto his face immediately. Gan Xingting's face flattened, blood spurting from his nostrils and his eyes rolling as his head was thrown back. Gan Xingting felt the world spin. He couldn't even feel pain. After taking a few steps back, his body abruptly fell to the mat as he fainted. Senior brother gone. The White Tiger Dojo's members cried out. None of them could believe what had just happened. They all felt as if they were dreaming just how fast had Gan Xingting's kick been. They had only seen an afterimage of his leg, yet Fire Dance had managed to grab it and use it as a pivot point, utilizing the flaw she had exposed to land a finishing blow. How much combat experience and how much reaction speed was required to carry out this feat? Even their instructors couldn't replicate Fire Dance's counterattack. Zipping, who rested below the arena, was dazed when he saw this. He finally understood that his loss had not been a simple lack of strength. Fire Dance had only chosen the simplest, most efficient method to deal with him because the gap between them was simply too massive. However, there was one point that he could not make sense of. How did Fire Dance gain such a frightening amount of combat experience? To perform that kind of counterattack, one needed extremely precise control over their bodies. Any mistakes could easily put one in peril. Only those who frequently dealt with such situations could execute such an accurate strike at such a crucial moment. Yet, how old was Fire Dance? How could she possibly possess that much life and death experiences? Are you wondering why there is such a huge disparity between your combat experience? Feng asked as he walked up to Zipping. As if he knew the boy's thoughts, he smiled and said, "If you wish to know, I can tell you." Chapter 905 Workshop expands. Are you seriously willing to say it? Zipping eyed Feng. Suspiciously accumulating combat experience was not something easy to do, especially combat experience involving life and death situations. Training under such circumstances was practically gambling with one's life. There were quite a number of martial artists who had destroyed their own futures as a result of such training. If there actually was a method to accumulate life and death combat experience, improving rapidly within a short time would be an easy task. This rapid improvement was also the reason why so many martial arts experts like to challenge their own limits, of course. However, I have a condition. Feng laughed. I knew it. Forget it. I won't be joining your dojo. Zipping let out a soft snort. He had long since known that a person like Feng wouldn't reveal such a huge secret without conditions. However, Feng's attempt at poaching him would only end up in failure. Many major dojos in first-tier cities had come scouting Zipping ever since his talent became known. Some had even offered very excellent treatment, much better than what he was currently receiving from the instructors of the White Tiger Dojo. However, he had still rejected them all. He was not someone who would betray his benefactor. When he was at his lowest, the White Tiger Dojo had given him an opportunity. Had the White Tiger Dojo not nurtured him, he would not have his current achievements today. Simply put, he would not abandon the White Tiger Dojo just for his own benefit. This kid sure thinks highly of himself. I really don't know what the chief sees in him to actually want to nurture someone like him. Standing a short distance away, the bear-like Cola clicked his tongue when he overheard Zipping's response. Highly annoyed by Zipping's attitude, whether it was in God's domain or Jinhai City, as long as Feng said that he was looking to nurture someone, tons of people would definitely come swarming. The boss might have his own thoughts, said Wumian standing beside Cola. After taking a look at Zipping, he continued, however, that kid indeed possesses some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo at such a young age. Even his fellow intermediate disciples are looking at him with respect. Although Cola and the others spoke softly, their voices still failed to escape Feng's ears. The human brain ruled everything in the body. After Feng's brain activity improved, his five senses had also become much more acute. The trials of the battle tower, in particular, had further honed his five senses. Not to mention a distance of over a dozen yards, even if Cola and the others stood over 20 yards away from him. So long as he focused slightly, he would still hear their whispers. Meanwhile, regarding his companion's sotto voce discussion, Feng could only laugh inwardly in understanding. After all, not everyone was a reincarnator like he was. They did not know the things that would happen in the future. Not to mention, Zipping was currently still a diamond in the rough. Who could possibly expect him to become an expert ranked within the top 50 of the God's Domain experts list in the future? Seeing Zipping rejecting his offer righteously, Feng laughed and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not trying to scout you into the Big Dipper Dojo. I'm only inviting you to join the Zero Wing Gaming Workshop. Doing so won't affect your daily life in any way." Join a gaming workshop? Surprised, Zipping asked. For real? In the current era, there were many gaming workshops in society. There were also plenty of professional gamers. Although not comparable to the fighting industry, the gaming industry was still an increasingly important business sector. Moreover, the majority of gaming workshops operated in the wee hours of the night, so joining one would not affect one's daily life. If he could really increase his life and death combat experience just by joining a gaming workshop, this would definitely be a worthwhile exchange. Feng, nodded before turning to look at the members of Big Dipper and White Tiger and announcing, "This offer isn't just you but for everyone present. As long as you are below the age of 25, all of you have an opportunity to join Zero Wing's workshop." Zero Wing was already developing quite well. Originally, Feng had planned to wait a little while longer before recruiting for Zero Wing's internal training program. Now that a major dojo like the White Tiger Dojo had already started making its move and begun poaching talents en masse, he naturally could not fall behind previously. He had only intended to nurture a few core members of Zero Wing at the Greenwater Villa, so he had not bothered dragging in the disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo. Now that he had such an excellent opportunity, he could use this chance to recruit a few good talents and start internally nurturing experts in large numbers just like the various major powers of God's domain. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking experts or talents getting poached away. Everyone was momentarily stunned when they heard this. Liang Jing was also at a loss for words. This place was a dojo, a place that nurtured experts for the world of fighting, yet Feng was actually recruiting these people to become professional gamers. Doing so was simply ludicrous. If Director Xiao learned of this matter, he was sure to fly into a rage. "Instructor, sure, if we join Zero Wing's workshop, will we really become stronger?" A few disciples asked curiously. Hearing these disciples asking such a question rendered Fire Dance and the others speechless. They were the high and mighty Zero Wing. Moreover, when all was said and done, Zero Wing was extremely famous in Star Moon Kingdom, and even possessed some fame in the world of God's domain. Despite all that, these people actually did not know anything about them. Of course, they also understood that, although these disciples might know about virtual reality games, their lifelong goal had always been to achieve fame in the world of fighting. Hence, they rarely came into contact with pleasure-seeking activities, focusing their all into training their bodies. Instead, how could a bunch of people who had precious little exposure to virtual reality games possibly have heard of Zero Wing's name? Let's put it this way. If you can pass the test and join the Zero Wing workshop, I can assure you that it won't be long before you become much stronger than your present selves. Feng said definitively. "I want to take part in the test. I want to try as well." Immediately, many disciples in the dojo raised their hands and voiced their intent to apply for Zero Wing's workshop, every one of them firmly believing Feng's words. After all, Fire Dance was the best example. Even Gan Xingting, who had managed to defeat Hall Master Chun Wu, suffered a quick defeat at her hands. "What about you guys?" Feng asked as he looked at the youths of the White Tiger Dojo. "No, absolutely not," shouted Gan Xingting, who had just regained consciousness. "As long as you are a member of the White Tiger Dojo, you are not allowed to join any kind of workshop. Otherwise, you will be expelled." Some of the White Tiger Dojo members, who had initially been entertaining thoughts of taking the test, immediately lowered their heads at these words. "Senior Brother Gan, why is this so?" A short youth asked curiously. "Logically, there should not be any clash between a dojo and a gaming workshop. Disciples would normally take on part-time jobs. After all, not everyone could make a living out of participating in competitions, and the dojo did not provide everyone with financial support. They still needed to live. Joining a gaming workshop could be considered a part-time job. Moreover, it was more lucrative than any other part-time job." Chapter 906, You Will Regret It. Feng was also somewhat surprised by Gan Xingting's yelling. He then shot a curious look at Gan Xingting, whose countenance had completely distorted. Something occurred to Feng. The White Tiger Dojo might have already entered into a partnership with a corporation, and instead of recruiting more members to attract investors, it was already preparing to enter God's domain. Meanwhile, in reply to the questions posed by the disciples of the White Tiger Dojo, Gan Xingting simply sent them a glare and said strictly, "If you want to join a gaming workshop, be my guest. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you." Immediately, the crowd from the White Tiger Dojo fell silent. In all dojos, there were two kinds of disciples. The first kind had to pay an exorbitant fee to join and was usually there just to train their body and learn some combat techniques. The dojo didn't place them under any restrictions. The second kind was under contract. They were subject to relatively strict restrictions. However, they paid only a small fee or, depending on their rank, nothing at all to receive nurturing from the dojo. Disciples under this category were all aiming to become professional fighters, and they were more like contracted artists working for an agency. The White Tiger disciples who had come to the Big Dipper dojo this time all fell under the latter category. They had undergone multiple examinations just to get accepted as a contracted disciple of the White Tiger dojo. After all, the White Tiger dojo was renowned in the industry, having produced many famous industry professionals. Just being able to get selected as a contracted disciple proved that one was already among the cream of the crop. If they were expelled from the White Tiger dojo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Faced with that sort of pressure, everyone naturally no longer dared to harbor thoughts of joining the Zero Wing workshop. The White Tiger dojo sure is overbearing. Their contracted disciples don't possess any freedom at all. If it were me, I wouldn't stay in such a dojo at all. It's not even a guarantee that I'd become a top-tier professional in the future. Sure enough, our dojo is much better. Aside from the usual training, we can do whatever we want during our free time. The disciples of the Big Dipper dojo were shocked at the restrictions the White Tiger dojo placed on its disciples. Previously, they still felt relatively envious of the White Tiger dojo members. Now, however, rather than envious, they felt fortunate that they had not joined such a tyrannical dojo. Moreover, Feng had already assured them that anyone who managed to join Zero Wing's workshop would definitely gain significant improvements in the future. Not only would they be able to earn money, but they would also be able to improve their strength compared to joining the White Tiger dojo. They would have a much better life staying at the Big Dipper dojo and joining Zero Wing's workshop. When the White Tiger dojo members heard the Big Dipper disciples' words, their complexions turned extremely ugly. At this moment, none of the pride they had before was evident on their faces. At the White Tiger dojo members' silence, Feng simply smiled and said, "The choice is yours. I won't force you to make a decision. If you guys really want to join, you are welcome to come here and take the test anytime." Although the White Tiger dojo's interference made it more difficult for him to poach Zipping, now that the boy had come to Jinhai City, the White Tiger dojo would naturally come into conflict with the Big Dipper dojo. At that time, he would still have plenty of opportunities to scout Zipping. Having already cast his bait, all he needed to do was wait patiently. As far as Feng knew, Zipping had chosen to develop himself at the White Tiger dojo because he liked the daughter of one of the White Tiger dojo's branch heads. Unfortunately, this branch head had not favored Zipping and had given her daughter to a genius fighter called Xie. Instead, Xie was very amazing. At just the young age of 25, he had already managed to qualify for an international fighting competition. Meanwhile, Zipping had been a mere advanced disciple of the White Tiger dojo back then, mingling only at the bottom ranks of national competitions. With such a great disparity between the two young men, it was obvious which person the branch head would choose. After that incident, Zipping had left the White Tiger dojo and joined the Super Guild Pantheon. Afterward, his achievements had skyrocketed. According to the current timeline, that branch head should not have given her daughter to anyone yet. Zipping and Xie were still competing with each other for her hand. However, if Zipping did not present any outstanding performances to that branch head, then trying to gain her daughter would definitely be a pipe dream. Currently, Xie was a big celebrity in the White Tiger dojo. He was already a famous fighter on the national level. Zipping simply stood no chance the way he was right now. If Zipping wanted to have a fighting chance against Xie, then the opportunity to strengthen himself that Feng was extending to him was his only chance. Even if the current Zipping did not wish to join Zero Wing, once he felt that he could not outcompete Xie, he would surely think back to the absolute strength fire dance showed today. At that time, he would naturally consider joining Zero Wing, just as Xingting thought that no one would dare to join the Zero Wing workshop. A White Tiger dojo member suddenly raised his hand. "Want to take the test?" Xingting and the other White Tiger dojo members promptly turned to look at the origin of this voice. The person speaking was a young man around 20 years old. To those aiming to become professional fighters, his body was slightly too thin. It was truly hard to imagine how such a person had managed to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger dojo. Lu Ping, have you lost your mind? Zipping was filled with shock as he turned to look at the young man currently taking care of him in the White Tiger dojo. Lu Ping's talent was considered merely average. The only reason he had managed to become an intermediate disciple was his having trained at the dojo for many years. Currently, he was already 21 years old, yet he had been promoted to an intermediate disciple just recently. He could also be considered one of the few friends Zipping had in the White Tiger dojo. Zipping never imagined that Lu Ping would actually forsake his future at the White Tiger Dojo just to join a gaming workshop. Although Yu Ziping wanted to dissuade his friend, Lu Ping forestalled him. I am different from you. You are a genius while I'm just an ordinary person. I know my own limits. It would be a miracle if I can even become an advanced disciple by the time I reach 30. Rather than continue walking on this path, I would rather take a gamble, Lu Ping explained. Hearing these words, Yu Ziping inwardly ridiculed himself. At the same time, he also understood that Lu Ping was firm on his decision. The other members of the White Tiger Dojo could more or less understand Lu Ping's feelings as well when they heard his explanation. Gan Xingting, however, had an extremely ugly expression on his face right now. He had originally come to the Big Dipper Dojo, representing the White Tiger Dojo, to humiliate the people here as well as poach some of its disciples. He had never imagined that he would end up on the receiving end of this plan. Instead, if news of this matter were to spread, the White Tiger Dojo's reputation would fall into ruin. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Gan Xingting could not help but laugh madly at this development. He then turned to Lu Ping and said, I won't hold you back if you want to leave. However, you will definitely regret this decision in the future. We're leaving. Seeing that several more people in his group were starting to show signs of hesitation, he no longer dared to remain here any longer. He hurriedly called for everyone to leave the Big Dipper Dojo at this time. Cola walked up to the somewhat dazed Lu Ping and patted the young man's shoulders. In a very welcoming tone, Cola then said, Brother, I have high hopes for you. I can assure you that, if you manage to join the Zero Wing Workshop, it will be, without a doubt, the wisest decision you make in this lifetime. Take myself for example. Before I joined Zero Wing, I was far weaker than your current self. As long as you work hard, you will certainly become much stronger than you would ever be if you stayed in the White Tiger Dojo. May I know how long Big Brother has been with Zero Wing? After Lu Ping took a close look at the tall and robust Cola, as well as considered the feeling he got when Cola had patted his shoulders, he could tell that Cola possessed immense physical strength. He estimated Cola's strength to be equal or above that of Gan Xingting's. After making a rough calculation, Cola answered honestly, It's been roughly a month since I've started training officially. Just over a month. And you say you were weaker than me before. You're not lying to me, right? Lu Ping's eyes widened in shock. He simply could not believe Cola's words. Cola rolled his eyes at Lu Ping, feeling that the young man was getting overly excited over nothing. He then pointed to Fire Dance and the others and said, Why would I lie to you? All of us here started taking part in the special training at the same time. If you don't believe me, ask them yourself. That's right. All of us did indeed start training here only a month ago, more or less. And before Cola began the special training, he really was weaker than your current self. Fire Dance nodded and laughed. Hearing Fire Dance's confirmation, Lu Ping was immediately dumbfounded, or to put it in another way, the amount of information was just too much for his brain to process right now. He felt as if he had wasted all his life training for nothing. Just what kind of place did he come to? Chapter 907 Strength Changes. After leaving the Big Dipper Dojo with miserable expressions, Gan Xingting and the other members of the White Tiger Dojo returned to the high-class hotel where they were temporarily lodging. Disregarding his injuries, Gan Xingting immediately reported what had happened at the Big Dipper Dojo to the main branch of the White Tiger Dojo upon arrival. What did you say? There's an expert who's even stronger than you at the Big Dipper Dojo? The white-robed, middle-aged man on the other side of the video call repeated in surprise. Could that person be that rumored internal force expert? Master Jiang, that head instructor called Feng, did not take action. The one who fought was a woman. Judging from her appearance, she should be around the same age as Feng. However, she is extremely powerful. Even Xie Qiwen would have difficulty defeating her. I suspect that the real behind-the-scenes boss is that woman, Gan Xingting reported carefully as he looked at the man in the screen. Moreover, I believe that the Big Dipper Dojo has plans similar to ours. Although Jiang Tianyuan, the man before him, was not the main dojo master of the White Tiger Dojo, he was still a very powerful branch master. The man had been famous for more than 20 years already. One should not take his appearance at face value. While he might look like someone in his mid-30s,
In reality, he was already 50 years old this year. This is interesting. Even Xie Qiwen wouldn't be able to defeat her easily? It's no wonder the Big Dipper group has constantly been expanding its influence recently. But it doesn't matter. The mindset of that bunch from the Big Dipper group is too simple. What do they think they can accomplish with just one expert? Zhang Tianyuan laughed. I recall that Jinhai City is going to hold a city-wide competition soon. I'll send Xie Qiwen and Tang Jingyao to help you secure both male and female championship titles in Jinhai City. At that time, even if the Big Dipper Dojo tries to recruit members, it won't be able to outmatch us. For the moment, just focus on properly dealing with the matters of the branch dojo. Understood. Ganxingting nodded hurriedly. Shock filling his heart, he had never imagined that Zhang Tianyuan would get so serious as to actually send both Xie Qiwen and Tang Jingyao over. The two of them were the pride of the White Tiger Dojo. Both of them usually took part only in national-level competitions, and they were also very famous fighters within the country. Having them participate in such a small competition was simply a waste of time at that time. A commotion would definitely arise in Jinhai City as long as those two people took action. None of the other dojos in Jinhai City would have any hopes of securing the championship title. Inside the Big Dipper Dojo, Feng had fire dance and the others preside over the assessment of the new applicants. Meanwhile, Feng himself discussed with Liang Jing the matters of recruitment and advertising for Zero Wing's workshop. Feng's approach to these problems was simple. Advertising through the Big Dipper Training Center's connections. The advertisement would state that Zero Wing was trying to recruit internal elites, as well as some application conditions such as only men and women below the age of 25 were allowed to apply. It was simply a recruitment advertisement originally. Liang Jing thought that even if a gaming workshop utilized Big Dipper's connections to disseminate an advertisement, there would not be many applicants. Although the application conditions Feng proposed were not particularly strict, the criteria for passing the assessment itself was very high. As proof of this, only 10% of the disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo had managed to pass the assessment, and every single one of these disciples had been handpicked by Big Dipper. If ordinary people who only exercised occasionally were to apply to the Zero Wing workshop, it would be great if even 1% managed to pass the assessment. Moreover, the treatment Feng offered was only average at best. She expected that anyone who saw the advertised benefits would directly give up on applying altogether. However, when the next day arrived, everyone in the Big Dipper Training Center was stupefied. There were actually tens of thousands of people swarming into the Big Dipper Training Center, every one of them wishing to take Zero Wing's test. These people had very nearly destroyed the entrance of the training center. The lively scene was even more exaggerated than Jinhai City's annual fighting competition. Meanwhile, the only thing these people talked about as they filled the hallways of the Big Dipper Training Center was Zero Wing. Their eyes filled with excitement and admiration as they spoke in Liang Jing's opinion. These people had all lost their minds. Since when did Big Dipper possess such powerful advertising capabilities? With this, there would be no need to run any training center or dojo. Big Dipper could simply start an advertising company and make a fortune. Wasn't Zero Wing just a gaming workshop? It was not as if these people were applying to join one of the Fortune 500 companies. When Xiaoyu found out about this flood of visitors, he thought that a major incident had occurred at Big Dipper. As a result, even though he resided in another city, he hurriedly took a flight back to Jinhai City. When he arrived at the Big Dipper Training Center and heard what the crowd was discussing, his mind stopped completely. He had never imagined that a game like God's Domain could actually garner such popularity as well as possess such massive influence previously. He still considered God's Domain to be like any other game. Even if those major corporations invested in it, they were only doing so to raise their prestige and help promote the game now. However, it would seem that was not the case. It looks like I'll have to find some time to have a discussion with Feng. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally understood why Feng was so intent on playing a virtual reality game. Otherwise, with the young man's abilities, he could easily become a star in the world of fighting. Meanwhile, the large number of applicants also made the extremely confident White Tiger Dojo impatient. Just what kind of trick did they pull? Why are all these people trying to join that place? No matter how many times Ganxingting looked through Zero Wing's flyer, he could not figure out why so many people were trying to join Zero Wing's workshop. Meanwhile, the instructions from the White Tiger Dojo's main headquarters were also very simple. Speed up the construction of the branch dojo. At the same time, the main headquarters also withdrew some funds to start advertising as well.
refusing to believe that they could not outcompete Big Dipper with the fame of the White Tiger Dojo. After learning of the White Tiger Dojo's actions, Liang Jing suggested Feng either increase his scope of advertising or reduce the difficulty of the assessment. However, Feng rejected her suggestions. In his opinion, the people of the White Tiger Dojo were truly fools. He was currently recruiting members for a gaming workshop, not a dojo. No matter how much the White Tiger Dojo advertised itself, it would not affect his recruitment campaign in any way, following which, Feng handed over all the tasks related to the recruitment to Liang Jing to handle, which kept her extremely busy. Not only did she have to go through the applications of tens of thousands of people as well as manage their assessments, but crowds of new applicants also continued coming in every day. If she did not mobilize every staff member of Big Dipper, she would have died from overwork already. Fortunately, becoming an internal elite of Zero Wing was not easy, and the passing rate of the assessment was exceedingly low. At the moment, the passing rate was not even 1%. As for Feng himself, he continued training at the battle tower. At the same time, he shared some of his battle points with Fire Dance and the others, allowing them to fight with the simulated experts for long periods of time. During the 2 days that God's Domain system update took to finish, Fire Dance and the others received massive improvements. Violet Cloud, in particular, had finally set foot into the refinement realm after training at the battle tower, becoming Zero Wing's third expert to set foot into the realms of refinement. As for everyone else, they had all reached the half-step refinement realm standard already. When Big Sis Aqua finds out about this, she will most likely be very shocked at our improvement speed during this period, Violet Cloud said over the public channel, after entering her virtual gaming cabin, her heart full of anticipation as she prepared to log into God's Domain. "Oh right, guild leader, please don't tell Big Sis Aqua about this matter right after you log in. She was always bullying me before. This time, I must give her a surprise." "Sure." Feng laughed as he shook his head. After Aqua Rose obtained her epic staff, although she was still a bit inferior to Violet Cloud in terms of techniques, she became far superior in terms of basic attributes. As a result, when the two sparred with each other, Violet Cloud was usually the one who got the worst of it. "After you guys log in, gather at White River City. I have something important to tell you all. In addition, there is also the matter of these newcomers." Following which, when the countdown timer for God's Domain system upgrade ended, everyone logged into the game simultaneously. Chapter 9083 Star Shop. _ As soon as Feng returned to God's Domain after 40 hours of waiting, the sound of a system notification entered his ear system. "The environment of the area you are in has changed. System. You have 30 seconds of invulnerability to look for a safe zone." I sent this transformation a little too much. Feng was surprised as he observed his surroundings. At this moment, the previously lush, green valley was nothing more than scorched earth. He could even faintly see streams of magma flowing nearby. This place had already turned into a volcanic hell when the waves of hot air blew over Feng. Even with his high fire resistance, his skin still registered a burning sensation. The pungent smell in the air was almost unbearable after God's Domain underwent its fourth evolution. The 5 senses of players had evidently become much more acute. As a result, such severe external environments would have a greater impact on the combat power of players. Likewise, monsters also had their senses heightened. With their enhanced senses, monsters would now have significantly greater perception ranges. This change was extremely disadvantageous for players who grinded at night. After all, while players would have their acuity reduced at night, monsters would not. Now that the senses of monsters were sharper, most likely, players would be under attack even before they could detect these monsters. This change was a nightmare, particularly for players who were usually active in high-level maps, which were already very dangerous to adventure in the first place. Now, things just became even more dangerous, although Feng had already chosen a safe zone to set up a teleportation point before he logged out. With such drastic changes to the environment, his previously safe zone was now infested with extremely fierce level 40 monsters. If not for the invulnerability provided by the system, he would have long since become dinner for these monsters. He immediately activated Wind Rider and continued searching for a safe zone to set up a teleportation point. After looking for about half an hour or so, he finally found an elevated location for the teleportation point. He also set up a protective barrier using the ancient Abyssal book. Aside from the monsters that were originally in the valley, one could also frequently see Abyssal monsters flying overhead. These monsters were much higher leveled than those residing in the valley, with the lowest being level 80. To current players, these monsters were practically invincible existences, without the barrier set up using the ancient Abyssal book. Any player that came here would only become food for the Abyssal monsters, however. It was also thanks to these Abyssal monsters that he could get an opportunity to make a fortune eventually. He would only need to pay out some magic crystals in order to rake in large sums of coins. After he was done with all of his tasks here, Feng took out a return scroll and left. The valley at White River City. Feng discovered that the city's defensive magic array had already been activated. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation hall, there were also thousands of abyssal monsters hovering about in the air beyond the magic array, with the lowest leveled among them being level 180 and the highest being level 200 Grand Lords. With the appearance of such terrifying monsters, the atmosphere within White River City had become subdued. The players walking around the street all felt extremely stressed, all of them fearing that the defensive magic array in the sky would suddenly crumble. We doomed this time. With so many monsters here, will our White River City be captured as well? That can't be possible, right? Although White River City is not comparable to the capital, it is still a major city in the kingdom's eastern region. If even White River City falls, won't the surrounding cities fare even worse? When everyone thought about the gigantic monsters flying in the sky above the city, their scalps involuntarily numbed. In this situation, they couldn't grind and level up within the region of White River City at the same time. The guilds based in the eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom were also holding urgent meetings one after another. The various guilds had initially believed that the Abyss invasion would only affect the Twin Towers Kingdom. They never thought that it would embroil the surrounding countries as well. Now, these guilds had no choice but to decide whether or not they should relocate to another city. However, the consequences of doing so were something that no guild could accept. It had taken them a lot of time and resources to establish themselves in their current respective cities. If they were to leave the city they controlled and choose to start developing all over again in another city, the cost of doing so would be much higher than the first time. The number 2 guild in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region, Overwhelming Smile, was currently extremely busy. Over 100 people were seated inside its spacious meeting room. These people were all members of Overwhelming Smile's upper echelon, and they were existences that ordinary players would rarely get to meet. The timing of these abyssal monsters is simply impeccable. I want to see just how Zero Wing is going to continue strutting around in this situation. Feng Xinyang could not help but smile when he received the latest report based on the information from Underworld. The eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom wasn't the only part of the kingdom affected by the Abyss invasion. These abyssal monsters were already showing signs of spreading throughout the entire realm. By the time that happened, it would be relatively dangerous for players to go out and grind along with this report. The upper echelon of Underworld had also given the command for Overwhelming Smile to move its elites temporarily to the Black Dragon Empire, which did not receive any harassment from the abyssal monsters. Underworld's influence spread across multiple kingdoms. A pause in its operations in Star Moon Kingdom would not affect the entire organization too significantly. It definitely possessed the ability to transfer its elites to the cities of other kingdoms and empires that were under its control. Small and upstart guilds with no background, on the other hand, did not possess this ability. These guilds generally had their foundations in only one country and could not afford to move their base of operations in a hurry. Even if they did relocate, they would have to start from scratch. However, how could these guilds compete in a foreign city against the entrenched local guilds, which had already developed for months? For Zero Wing, the tyrant of Star Moon Kingdom, things were even more severe. The amount of capital and number of advantages it would lose by migrating its base of operations would be unbearable even for a first-rate guild. With such a loss, Zero Wing's development would no doubt suffer a significant setback. When that happened, it would be nearly impossible for the guild to catch up to the major powers of God's domain. In contrast to Feng Xuanyang's joyful reaction, Yulan currently had a slight frown on her face. Zero Wing is really unlucky, but I guess this is also part of life. Yulan could not help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing's rise was already a legend in Star Moon Kingdom. Ultimately, however, it couldn't save itself from falling due to external factors. Who could have possibly imagined that the system would play such a trick? This development had thoroughly ruined Zero Wing, of course. Yulan was also feeling very fortunate about the appearance of the abyssal monsters. This invasion was both a disaster and an opportunity currently. Due to the abyssal monsters, the players belonging to countries neighboring the Twin Towers kingdoms would definitely shift to other kingdoms and empires. Moreover, the possibility of players migrating to the Black Dragon Empire was the greatest. With so many players swarming into the Black Dragon Empire, the player population of the cities there would naturally soar. Hence, the market there for items would expand in spades. If she could nurture a batch of her own advanced lifestyle players now, her authority in Underworld would surely grow as well. Thinking up to this point, Yulan could not help but wish she could take action sooner at this time. Every minute and second was money. Unfortunately, while today should have been the day they went to the holy city of Titan, due to the system upgrade, the operation had been delayed. While every guild was busy holding meetings and deciding on how they should develop in the future, Feng himself arrived at the city hall of White River City. How may I help you, sir? The NPC beauty standing behind the VIP counter asked with a smile in response. He calmly took out a purple gold, diamond-shaped token and said, I wish to upgrade the Candlelight trading firm into a 3-star shop. Chapter 909. Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. After the female receptionist accepted the purple gold token and confirmed that there were no problems, she looked at Feng and said, Sir, if you wish to promote your shop to 3-star status, you still have to pay an additional 3,000 gold reconstruction fee. Without hesitation, Feng handed 3,000 gold over to the receptionist previously. He had been busy with setting up a teleportation point. There had also been the matter of the mutated dragon. Back then, he simply had no time to check how much he had earned from the Blackwing auction house. Although Feng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase the engineering locomotive design from Sindhart, the 5,000 strengthening devices he sold at Blackwing City had made him a fortune after deducting all the miscellaneous fees. He currently had close to 30,000 gold coins sitting in his pockets right now. If those first-rate guilds were to learn of this, they would definitely be green with envy and truth. Feng had never imagined that the strengthening devices would be so welcome. The final 1,500 devices sold at a minimum price of 13 gold 15 silver. The combat guilds at Blackwing City had gone nuts over the device. It's a pity that the number of people who can produce the strengthening device is limited. Otherwise, with just the strengthening device, I could probably earn enough money to construct a city. Feng sighed inwardly. While the strengthening device forging design itself was already extremely rare, the forgers capable of producing the item at a profitable rate were even rarer. As a result, the number of designs he had on hand was much more than the number of forgers he had who were capable of producing the item right now. As players reached higher levels, their chances of obtaining the strengthening device forging design would rise. As the number of strengthening devices on the market increased, its price would definitely fall. By then, it would be very good if he could sell one for 8 or 9 gold. In another few months' time, even selling a strengthening device for 5 gold would be an extravagant dream. After Feng paid the fees and completed all the necessary procedures, as soon as he walked out of the city hall's entrance and was about to head back to the guild residence, a commotion broke out among players on the street. Did you hear? The Candlelight trading firm's shop has transformed again. Transformed? Could there be a new product? No, that's not it. The entire trading firm itself has undergone a transformation. Before, it was only a 5-story building. Now it is 7 stories tall. Currently, it is only second to the NPC-operated Starstreak trading firm in terms of floors. What? Aren't the number of floors for shops fixed? That's right. That's why everyone suspects that Candlelight's shop has been promoted to a 3-star shop. What? Even the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop appear in its imperial capital only recently. How can the Candlelight trading firm possibly upgrade to a 3-star shop so quickly? News of the Candlelight trading firm obtaining a 3-star shop spread like wildfire. Very quickly, every guild in the entire Star Moon Kingdom had found out about it. This incident completely offset the depression and silence brought on by the Abyssal monsters. Just what is Zero Wing thinking? The Abyssal monsters have already started to spread throughout the entire kingdom. White River City is even under siege right now. To upgrade a shop in White River City to 3 stars, isn't Zero Wing throwing good money after bad? Doesn't Zero Wing know that players have already begun migrating to other kingdoms and empires? Rather than constructing a 3-star shop in a city with a rapidly decreasing population, they might as well construct it in a small city in the Black Dragon Empire. When the various guilds received this news, their first reaction was to comment on Zero Wing's foolishness. Meanwhile, The guild that was the most excited about this news was naturally Overwhelming Smile, Zero Wing's longtime rival. Some guilds that wished to overtake Zero Wing also got a kick out of this development. Ha ha ha. Zero Wing is done for this time. It won't be able to rise back up even if it wanted to now. Initially, when Feng Xianyang received news of the Candlelight trading firm's promotion, he had been both shocked and envious. Overwhelming Smile had yet to possess even a single 2-star shop up to now, yet the Candlelight trading firm already had a 3-star shop. Shortly after, however, he started gloating over Zero Wing's misfortune. If not for the invasion of the Abyssal monsters, the fact that the Candlelight trading firm possessed a 3-star shop would have indeed dealt a heavy blow to Overwhelming Smile's overwhelming trading firm. With the special workshop of 2-star shops as an example, even a fool could imagine just how many more additional benefits a 3-star shop could bring. Even a meager increase in the number of special workshops would still greatly enhance the Candlelight trading firm's ability to nurture lifestyle players in the current God's domain. Economic battles between guilds were becoming increasingly important. This change in trend also led to Feng Xianyang loathing Yulan to the extreme. He deeply regretted not contesting for the rights of the overwhelming trading firm, allowing Yulan to obtain them instead. Right now, Yulan was already a very important figure in Underworld. Even he had to treat her with respect before Feng even walked into Zero Wing's residence. He could already hear the merriment coming from inside just moments ago. Melancholic Smile had even directly contacted Feng to report every functionality of the Candlelight trading firm's new 3-star shop, her voice bubbling with excitement. Although the building itself had increased by only 2 floors, the difference between the functions of a 2-star shop and 3-star shop made Melancholic Smile think that she was dreaming. That was right. Dreaming. In order to develop itself, the Candlelight trading firm had recruited many lifestyle players. Some of the new hires had very good potential. The only thing they lacked was experience. Unfortunately, the Candlelight trading firm had only 5 special workshops. With 3 rooms reserved exclusively for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and Roasted Ironheart, only 2 were left for the others to use in turn and increase their production experience. With this, the amount of time allotted for each lifestyle player was not calculated in hours or days, but in minutes. Generally, a lifestyle player with good potential would have roughly 30 minutes to learn and train inside a special workshop. Once every several days now, they had a total of 12 special workshops. Aside from the 3 reserved, they now had 9 special workshops for those with excellent potential to use. This would increase their efficiency over 4-fold. Finally, there was the basic meditation room, which was what truly shocked Melancholic Smile. Out of curiosity, she had spent 300 magic crystals to activate the room. Although the price was indeed costly, the effects of the room left her speechless. While inside the meditation room, her mind experienced a calm like never before. In that calm state, even the most complicated production procedures became very simple for her. As a result, her production success rate had risen by roughly 10%, while her production speed had improved by at least 30% as well. Although this improvement might not seem like much, to lifestyle players like herself who frequently produced items, this improvement was extremely staggering. Currently, items that could raise production success rate by just 1% were selling for astronomical prices. Something that could offer an increase of 10% would be priceless. There was also the improvement in production speed, not to mention spending 300 magic crystals a day. Even spending 500 crystals would be worth it, so long as the meditation room was used to produce high-value items. If it were used only for items such as advanced whetstones, they would never be able to make up for the cost of using the room. Feng only gave some simple instructions regarding the meditation rooms and special workshops. At the same time, he also had Melancholic Smile start recruiting more lifestyle players from the general public. The 4th evolution of God's domain was not as simple as it appeared to be. Rather than the combat system, the lifestyle production system was the part that had truly evolved. Soon, lifestyle players would play a pivotal role in God's domain, just like combat players. Otherwise, a master forger wouldn't have attained such a high standing in society in the past, to the point where even the guild leader of a second-rate guild like himself had to treat them with respect. Back then, even the members of Shadow's board of directors had treated the guild's master forgers like their own babies. Chapter 9:10. Killing multiple birds with one stone. While the Candlelight trading firm was causing a huge commotion, over 100 people were currently gathered inside the meeting room of Zero Wing's guild residence. Every person present was a core member of Zero Wing. Not only did everyone possess very high levels, but even the equipment they wore could easily make expert players of God's domain envious. While the general public considered level 35 dark gold equipment rare, it was just basic equipment for them. As for their combat standards, every one of them could easily reach the 5th floor of the trial tower, or higher experts capable of reaching the trial tower's 5th floor could easily become a first-rate expert in a city with a player population of over 100,000. Nevertheless, all these experts were gazing at the figure seated on the guild leader's throne with eyes filled with reverence and shock. The reason for their reverence was the identity of the man before them. He was a legendary character who had single-handedly established Zero Wing and developed the upstart guild to its current overbearing state. The man was even the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom, and until now he still maintained his indomitable record. As for the reason for their shock when they looked at Feng, it was his level at this moment. Feng had not done anything to hide his level. As long as one paid a little attention, they would be able to see it level 42. Even the current top players in Empires were only level 39 at best. They were also still relatively far from reaching level 40. Previously, when Fire Dance and the others had revealed themselves to be at level 40, the other core members had already been flabbergasted. Although there was just a difference of 1 level between them and the top players of Empires, the amount of EXP required to cross this gap was massive now. Feng was even more terrifying. He was actually 2 levels higher than Fire Dance and the others, not to mention the other core members present. Even Fire Dance and her team were staggered. After all, when they had last met, Feng was only level 40. In just a short time, Feng had actually managed to pull ahead of them by 2 levels. His leveling speed was simply ludicrous. Guild leader, everyone's here already? Aqua Rose said softly to Feng after checking the entire meeting room. Nodding, Feng swept a glance at everyone present and said seriously, "I've asked you all to gather here for 2 matters. The first matter is that Zero Wing is going to start branching out and developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. The exact locations where we'll be setting up the branches have also been determined already. When the time comes, I'll have you all split up to these 2 locations. I'll also set up a new main force in both of these locations. As for who will become part of this main force, I'll be choosing them from the guild's elite members. Of course, you all can put in your recommendations as well. The treatment provided will be the same as Starmoon Kingdom's main force." Truthfully speaking, Feng did not wish to develop outwards so quickly. However, now that God's domain had experienced its 4th evolution, the economic war involving lifestyle classes had also officially begun. Even if he did not wish to develop Zero Wing in other kingdoms, he had no choice but to do so. Without sufficient resources, it would be impossible for them to contend against other large guilds. Before Feng was done speaking, everyone present had already fallen into a daze. Even Aqua Rose, the vice leader of Zero Wing, was shocked at this news. Although Zero Wing expanding to other countries was something that was bound to happen sooner or later, she had never imagined that that day would come so quickly. Or to put it in another way, they had long since grown impatient waiting for the arrival of this day. Currently, Zero Wing simply had too many members. While playing virtual reality games, guilds always had one big problem to face: the limited amount of resources in an area. If a guild wished to develop and grow stronger, it needed to secure more resource-rich areas for itself. Otherwise, sooner or later, it would face resource deprivation due to their constantly increasing member count. Then, the amount of resources each guild member could receive would decrease, which would affect the overall development speed of the guild members. This problem was also the reason why first-rate guilds would spread their roots throughout multiple kingdoms and empires. The influence of the major powers of the virtual gaming world spanned several dozens of countries. However, one thing that confused everyone was Feng's choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. Setting aside how muddy the waters were at the Black Dragon Empire and the fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was Zero Wing's enemy, just the Twin Towers Kingdom was already a huge problem. The Twin Towers Kingdom was infested with abyssal monsters. The players living there were scrambling to leave, yet Zero Wing was actually choosing to charge into the kingdom. The situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom was much more severe than Starmoon Kingdom's. There was simply no way for them to level up there. Just how were they supposed to develop themselves? Guild leader, abyssal monsters have already conquered the Twin Towers Kingdom. Why don't we consider developing at the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the kingdom west of Starmoon Kingdom? The abyssal monsters haven't reached there. Moreover, the two first-rate guilds in that kingdom have constantly been at each other's necks all this time. With our guild strength, we can easily make a place for ourselves there. In addition, the Purple Thorns Kingdom is rich in herbs. Our guild will have a much easier time procuring herbs if we develop there. Aqua Rose suggested hurriedly. She had long since made ample preparations regarding Zero Wing's development. Only she never bothered making suggestions, as Feng had always said that the time was not right yet. The Candlelight trading firm was the largest source of economic power for Zero Wing. With the Purple Thorns Kingdom's abundance of herbs, they could definitely advance the Candlelight trading firm a step further. They would no longer have to rely on external sources to obtain their herbs. If they developed properly, they could definitely achieve self-sufficiency in herbs and greatly reduce the expenses of the Candlelight trading firm. The players in the room voiced their agreement with Aqua Rose's suggestion one after another. The current combat power of Zero Wing's elite members was in no way inferior to a first-rate guild's. In addition, they also had quite a number of experts in the guild now. Even if they sent only a portion of their forces, they should not have any problem handling the threats present in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing already possessed several plots of land in the cities of the Purple Thorns Kingdom. With this foundation, they would be able to construct a guild residence in that kingdom right away. One could say that the Purple Thorns Kingdom was the best option by far. While the Purple Thorns Kingdom is indeed a good option, the Twin Towers Kingdom is much better, Feng replied, shaking his head. Better? All the core members were filled with questions as they looked at Feng. They simply could not figure out what exactly was good about branching out to a place infested with abyssal monsters. I know that you all are worried about the abyssal monsters, but that is also the greatest opportunity for Zero Wing. Feng naturally understood everyone's worries. In their shoes, he too would have chosen to branch out to the Purple Thorns Kingdom. However, he now had both the ancient abyssal book and the teleportation magic array in his possession regarding the threat of powerful abyssal monsters. He could just set up multiple barriers and allow his guild members to grind at high-resource maps safely. There was also no need to worry about other guilds and players coming to contest for those locations. In addition, they could also gain honor points by killing low-level abyssal monsters now that the guilds originally residing in the Twin Towers Kingdom had left. Although the lands of the kingdom's capital remained in the hands of these guilds, as long as Zero Wing paid some coins, it could still buy 1 or 2 plots of land located near the heart of the city without any difficulty. Had he chosen to branch out to other kingdoms, Zero Wing couldn't even dream of obtaining the central lands of the top 10 major cities in these kingdoms, much less the central lands of the capital city. Nobody would be willing to sell them anything at all. Even if there was a willing seller, that price would not be one that Zero Wing would be willing to bear. Furthermore, the Twin Towers Kingdom was a country of ore. In terms of ore-related resources, it was only slightly inferior to the Storm Empire. At the end of the day, the Candlelight trading firm focused mainly on forging. Ore was something that it could not lack. Hence, developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom was akin to killing multiple birds with one stone, following which Feng cleverly hid the matter of the ancient abyssal book, simply telling everyone that he had discovered many special areas not assaulted by the abyssal monsters. Afterwards, as long as he set up teleportation points at these locations, they would be able to level up without worrying about abyssal monsters or other players, essentially turning those locations into Zero Wing's backyard. When they heard Feng's reason, everyone's eyes sparkled, anticipation filling their hearts. Nobody present was a noob. They knew full well just how valuable an uncontested high-resource map was. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not fight over these high-resource maps. However, no one knew that Feng had actually concealed another important reason for his choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom, the large-scale regional dungeon, Tower of Time. Chapter 911 Tower of Time. The Twin Towers Kingdom was named such because of its 2 ancient towers within the kingdom's boundaries. These ancient towers had existed in God's domain for a long time. Their age could no longer be verified among these 2 towers. One was the Tower of Time. It was also the Twin Towers Kingdom's sole, large-scale regional dungeon. Like the dungeon in the Stoneclaw Mountains, this dungeon was set to Azura mode. However, the Tower of Time's level was much higher. Thus, it was more difficult to raid. Meanwhile, the Tower of Time's fame throughout God's domain had not only been due to its abundance of magic crystals, but its bosses also had a chance of dropping the 7 Luminaries crystals. The level requirement just to enter the Tower of Time was level 50 inches. The past, when mainstream players had been around level 50, the Mind Space System had not yet launched in God's domain. As a result, everyone had treated the Tower of Time like an ordinary regional dungeon that produced large quantities of magic crystals. Even when people killed the many bosses inside the dungeon and obtained the 7 Luminaries crystal, nobody knew their true value. The various large guilds had simply treated as the 7 Luminaries crystal as a high-end item to use or trade. Only after the Mind Space System launched did everyone realize their blunder. The guilds that used or traded their 7 Luminaries crystal had nearly choked to death with Anger regional dungeons. All had level limits that prevented anyone below or above a certain level from entering. When the Mind Space System had been introduced, God's Domain had been operating for over a year. Players' average level had already been beyond the Tower of Time's limit of level 70. Hence, it had been practically impossible for guilds to rely on their main forces to grind the bosses for 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, when one wanted to enter the Tower of Time, aside from the level requirement, one needed a spacetime crystal. A single spacetime crystal could allow 100 players into the Tower of Time. However, only the monsters near the tower dropped the spacetime crystals, and its drop rate wasn't very high. This greatly restricted the number of players who could enter the dungeon in this life. Before everyone knew the importance of the Tower of Time, Feng intended to take advantage of the situation and grind for spacetime crystals. Once Zero Wing's core members reached level 50, they could get a head start over the other guilds. Raiding the Tower of Time. After Feng explained his plans for the guild's expansion to everyone, he continued with notifying everyone about Zero Wing's preparation to nurture a large batch of internal experts. Guild leader, if we try to recruit members now, it will be far less effective than our past recruitment campaigns. After all, nobody knows if White River City will hold off the Abyssal monsters. Moreover, even if the magic array holds, it is still extremely dangerous for players to go out to level up. On the off chance that one encounters a high-level Abyssal monster, a team wipe is practically a guarantee. Based on my investigation, a portion of players have already moved to the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, many of our guild members are worried about this crisis. This really isn't a good time to recruit members. We would be better off holding a mass recruitment campaign after we secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. It would be more effective to wait. Saying so, Aqua Rose handed Feng a statistics report, which clearly displayed White River City's situation due to the Abyssal monsters. The city's teleportation fee had been temporarily removed. Currently, over 5% of White River City's player population had relocated. Among these players, the majority had migrated to the Black Dragon Empire. As time passed, more players would relocate to continue their development. Don't worry about it. Start preparing for recruitment and assessment work. We will soon make up for those who chose to head elsewhere to develop, Feng said as he read the report. The situation was much better than his initial prediction. Make up for? Aqua Rose was slightly confused. However, since Feng had already spoken, she did not probe into the matter any further. She trusted Feng's judgment. Feng simply smiled at Aqua Rose's confusion. He then issued further instructions regarding the recruitment campaign. Everyone's worries about the Abyssal monsters capturing the city were unnecessary. The Abyss Passage had been activated in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The powerful NPCs guarding the border had held back most of the strongest Abyssal monsters. As for the remaining powerful Abyssal monsters, almost all of them were busy besieging the various major cities. Hence, when the players belonging to the neighboring kingdoms and empires ventured out to level up, they just needed to be a little more careful of their surroundings. Things were not so severe that their livelihoods in their countries had been severed. This was just like an addition of several bosses, which should not be provoked in everyone's leveling maps. The Abyss invasion was not as severe as everyone thought. On the contrary, due to the temporarily removed teleportation fees in affected cities, players now had more affordable leveling spots to choose from. Moreover, even if everyone failed to notice this, he could stealthily spread the message himself. In addition, there would soon be a teleportation array linked to a grinding area in the Twin Towers Kingdom. By then, the countless players who wanted to change classes would swarm to White River City. They didn't need to worry about a lack of players in the city once the teleportation array was set up. They also wouldn't need to worry about lacking development funds, as Feng arranged for Blackie to lead the Dark Gods Legion's elites to power level the newcomers from the Big Dipper Dojo. Aqua Rose approached and whispered, "Guild leader, Miss Phoenix Rain has arrived and is waiting in the reception room." She says that she has brought what you requested. She's finally here. Feng nodded. He then left the remaining matters to Aqua Rose while he met Phoenix Rain. Inside the elegant, stunning reception room, Phoenix Rain sat quietly by the windowsill, a black cloak draped over her back. When Feng entered the room, her gaze promptly moved away from the Zero Wing members walking around the first-floor hall and to Feng level 42. Phoenix Rain was stunned currently. She knew of several people who had reached level 40 in the Empire. However, these people had used special methods to achieve their level. Take herself, for example. She was an elementalist. Not only had she learned several AoE attack spells, but she also had a large number of elite members to assist her leveling progress. Her leveling speed was already fast. However, even now, she was over 30% away from reaching level 40, yet Feng had already reached level 42. Phoenix Pavilion Master, may I see the Lakeheart City's deed? Feng asked. He smiled in response to Phoenix Rain's surprise here. Take a look. Phoenix Rain quickly recovered her composure and took out a deed for a land in Lakeheart City. This is the only deed I can give you. Even if you're not satisfied, I cannot change it. Not bad. Although it cannot compare to a golden land, it still has relatively high potential. Feng said with satisfaction after examining the deed. With this deed, Zero Wing could secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. What followed next would depend on how things progressed on Melancholic Smile's side. Once they were ready, Zero Wing would officially start pushing its way into the Black Dragon Empire. Elsewhere, a large crowd of players had gathered before the 7-story tall Candlelight trading firm. It was even more lively than during normal times. While many among the crowd were lifestyle players, the majority consisted of sightseers. After all, nobody had ever seen a 3-star shop before. They were all quite curious about the differences between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. This was especially true for lifestyle players. Not long ago, the Candlelight trading firm had published a shocking message. The Candlelight trading firm was currently recruiting lifestyle players, regardless of rank. It did not care if one was an apprentice who had just started, or someone far along the path of their lifestyle. As long as they could pass the simple entrance test, they could become an official member of the Candlelight trading firm. High achievers would even get the opportunity to improve themselves in the special workshop. This was a benefit that could not be found anywhere else throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom and even God's domain. After all, special workshops were simply too rare. Most trading firms only allowed their most skilled and trustworthy members to utilize their limited special workshops. Ordinary people had no hope of enjoying this particular benefit. Chapter 912, Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 912, Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. The news of the Candlelight trading firm mass recruiting lifestyle players spread like wildfire. It wasn't just limited to White River City. Very quickly, everyone throughout Star Moon Kingdom heard about the opportunity. The official forums buzzed with activity. What? This can't be true, right? The Candlelight trading firm is actually recruiting members without any rank restrictions? I heard that Candlelight wants to recruit a lot of people this time. I wonder if an intermediate apprentice like myself has a chance? I remember that, when Heaven's Burial recruited lifestyle players, applicants needed to be at least advanced apprentice rank with a 65% success rate or higher to pass their assessment. However, Heaven's Burial still doesn't have a 2-star shop. Candlelight's assessment will probably be extremely difficult. Currently, lifestyle players grew more important by the day. However, it was extremely difficult for a lifestyle player to make a name for themselves if they had to rely on their own strength. This was because lifestyle players needed a lot of resources for their practice. The more important a lifestyle class was, the more resources they needed to improve. Moreover, the further a lifestyle player progressed, the more valuable were their required resources. Hence, if a lifestyle player did not join a guild, it would become extremely difficult for them to grow stronger. Just hours after the Candlelight trading firm announced its recruitment campaign, thousands of players had lined up outside the firm's 3-star shop in White River City, and the crowd was still growing. Melancholic Smile arranged for these lifestyle players to take the firm's assessment one after another. The test was very simple. Lifestyle players were required to produce a tool or item corresponding to their ranks, and they would be given a pass as long as they achieved a success rate of above 60%. What, exactly, is Zero Wing trying to do? When the various large guilds heard the news, they immediately assumed that Zero Wing had gone nuts. Although lifestyle players were important, one needed to invest a lot of resources to nurture profitable lifestyle players. Moreover, a loss was guaranteed during the early nurturing stages. Hence, when guilds like themselves recruited lifestyle players, they set their requirements very high and would only recruit a limited number. Otherwise, the expenditure would do more harm than good. Yet, not only was Zero Wing recruiting lifestyle players regardless of rank, but it had also significantly lowered the assessment's difficulty. During Zero Wing's previous recruitment campaigns for lifestyle players, it had required a success rate of 70% or higher in just half an hour. Zero Wing had recruited over 30 lifestyle players. Among them, only 7 were advanced apprentice rank, while the others were below that. This outcome worried the lifestyle players still outside of the Candlelight trading firm. They were afraid that the available slots would be taken up before their turn arrived, contrary to expectations. However, more lifestyle players were accepted. Very quickly, over 100 players had been accepted into the firm. However, the Candlelight trading firm showed no signs of stopping its recruitment. Seeing this, the spies the various guilds had sent reported this information to their respective guilds. What? They have accepted over 100 apprentices. Has Zero Wing's upper management lost their minds? Could a 3-star shop really be that powerful? The various guilds that had received this message were stunned. Normally, they would only recruit around 40 lifestyle players when they gained an additional 1-star shop. If they recruited any more, there wouldn't be enough workshops and resources to go around after the Candlelight trading firm upgraded one of its 2-star shop to 3-star status. The building had only gained 2 floors. Generally, it would be a miracle if they could recruit 200 players. Big Sis Melancholic, should we raise the assessment bar? At this rate, we'll fill the new workshops. It will be a pity if we miss out on any talented newcomers later on. Cream Cocoa asked worriedly, as she watched the thousands of people lined up outside of the building relax. I'm actually concerned that we won't be able to recruit enough people. Melancholic smiled bitterly. Not enough people? How is that possible? There are thousands of people outside right now. If we leave the bar at a 60% success rate, at least 400 or 500 of them should pass. How is that not enough people? Cream Cocoa was no longer the noob she had been when she had first started playing God's Domain. She knew that, although lifestyle players who could achieve a 60% success rate were rare, with the base number being so high, a frightening number of people could pass the assessment. 500 lifestyle players was not a small crowd. Even an ordinary second-rate guild could not afford to nurture so many. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was already saturated with lifestyle players. With the extra workshops that came with the 2 additional floor spaces, the most they could afford to recruit was around 300 lifestyle players. Any more and they would have to rent workshops from the lifestyle associations. However, renting workshops would massively burden their finances. 400 or 500 really isn't enough. The guild leader has already determined that we need to recruit 1,200 players. Melancholic smile chuckled. With just the lifestyle players in front of us, we probably won't reach that goal. Hopefully, more players will show up. Cream Cocoa was rendered speechless. Lifestyle players were only a small minority of the player population in God's Domain. In addition, the various guilds often held recruitment campaigns of their own. Gathering 1,200 qualified lifestyle players was a colossal task. Unfortunately, Cream Cocoa had another concern: where were they going to house all of these lifestyle players? Elsewhere, Feng had completed his trade with Phoenix Rain in the City Hall and officially gained the deed to a plot of land in Lake Heart City. This is the information we have obtained on the Evil Dragon battle team. Take a look. The match is in 2 days. I look forward to the Azura battle team's performance, Phoenix Rain said, smiling pleasantly as she handed Feng the information she had collected on the enemy battle team and the time, venue and rules for the next battle. She was in a good mood after obtaining the 10,000 gold from Feng. The Miracle Guild? Feng was slightly surprised after a general glance through the information. We have only discovered this after the system upgrade, Phoenix Rain said solemnly. You mustn't underestimate the Miracle Guild. Although it is a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Miracle's foundation is much stronger than ours. Can even contend with super guilds. When the time comes, the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster will undergo a complete change. You best prepare for the match. Although Phoenix Rain had said as much, she did not think that the Azura Battle Team had any chance of winning after all. The Azura Battle Team had exposed too many of its trump cards. The Miracle Guild would definitely come prepared. If Miracle went all out in this match, the Azura Battle Team would be overwhelmed. After all, the difference between each side's strength was immense. Phoenix Rain only prayed that the Miracle Guild would not take the match too seriously. This way, she could haul in another fortune. Feng nodded silently in response to Phoenix Rain's advice. In truth, even without Phoenix Rain's warning, Feng knew just how powerful the Miracle Guild was in his previous life. When a Tier 3 mysterious flame had appeared in God's domain, the various large guilds had employed all sorts of methods to obtain it. In the end, however, a dozen or so experts from the Miracle Guild had secured the flame. Among the guild's experts that had fought for the mysterious flame, 2 other super guild's top combatants had been present. That battle had become a classic within God's domain. To put it simply, defeating the Miracle Guild-led Evil Dragon Battle Team would be extremely difficult for the Azura Battle Team. As Feng hurried towards the Candlelight trading firm, a party of 6 arrived in the teleportation hall in White River City. The instant these players appeared, they became the main focus within the hall. Their equipment was too gorgeous to ignore. Even the lowest quality equipment was dark gold rank. As for these players' levels, that was even more impressive. Of the 6 players, 2 were level 40, while the remaining 4 were level 39. Even in an empire, this group would be a force to be reckoned with, much less White River City. So this is White River City. The standard of the players here is quite high. We're not here to sightsee. Focus on the task at hand. Let's head over to Zero Wing to have a look. Chapter 913. Intermediate Shop. After these 6 players conversed among themselves, they left the teleportation hall and stepped onto the busy street as everyone watched. As soon as the group left the building, the leading white-haired, middle-aged man carrying a black and white spear summoned a giant snow-white wolf. The wolf was even larger than a lion assassin, wearing dark gray leather armor with 2 blood-red daggers hanging from his waist, summoned a black warhorse beside the middle-aged man. The warhorse sported silver armor and looked far more majestic than the horses NPC soldiers used. The instant these 2 mounts appeared, they had immediately attracted the attention of every player on the street. Damn, who are those people? Their mounts are definitely not common rank. You're right. I've never seen any common mounts that look that cool. At the very least, they should be bronze, maybe mysterious iron mounts. To current players, even common mounts were a luxury, not to mention mounts ranked bronze or above. Hence, when the players on the street saw these mounts, both envy and admiration filled their hearts. Some beautiful female players even sent the white-haired man on the giant wolf flirtatious glances. Nowadays, God's domain was increasingly popular. One frequently saw the game mentioned in the news. Moreover, powerful guilds were offering annual salaries ranging from 500,000 credits to 6 million credits, depending on a player's strength. To ordinary people, this was an astronomical amount of money, seeing as the white-haired man rode a bronze mount or greater at this stage of the game. His salary must have been in the 7-digit range. Ha ha ha. Boss Blood, I think those beauties are interested in you. An elementalist, who wore a robe embroidered with runic symbols and exuded a refined air, poked fun at the white-haired berserker leading his group. It's a pity that these beauties will never catch Boss Blood's eyes. After all, his heart already belongs to someone. Why won't these beauties look at me instead? A level 39 skinny, male swordsman said as he side-masked, "You really should learn a thing or two from the boss. If you put more effort into your improvement, you would have already reached level 40 and could amount to woo those beauties." The male assassin on the black mare snorted. How can I possibly compare to Boss Blood? Even now, I have not passed the test or obtained a title. Unlike you, Kirin, who obtained your title half a year ago. The swordsman named Masked Angel said enviously. All right, that's enough chit-chat. Focus on our task. I will head to Zero Wing with Kirin. The rest of you catch up with a carriage. The leading berserker named Bloodsucker ordered sternly. Immediately, everyone fell silent and did as they were told. The 4 level 39s rode an advanced horse carriage and followed Bloodsucker and Kirin towards Zero Wing's guild residence. Although the advanced horse carriage was fast, it was still slightly slower than the Snow White Wolf and Black Warhorse. As a result, the gap between the two groups gradually increased. The party caused a commotion everywhere they went. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm's entrance was overcrowded before anyone knew it. The Candlelight trading firm had recruited over 300 lifestyle players. With this number, everyone could see how powerful the firm's foundations were. The other trading firms in Starmoon Kingdom could not compare to this guild leader. We've reached our recruitment limits for the moment. Any more and we'll have to send these people to the lifestyle associations. Melancholic's smile reported worriedly as she looked at the numerous files on the newcomers. 1,200 people. This was already beyond what the Candlelight trading firm could handle. If they really recruited this many people, they would lose money each day, rather than make it its fine. Bring all of the information you have on the Candlelight's branch shops. Feng instructed, waving his hand dismissively and chuckling in God's domain. Shops were officially categorized by star ranks. However, one could also categorize a shop by its size. Players in his previous life had realized his and summarized the differences. There were a total of 4 categories: basic shop, intermediate shop, advanced shop, and special shop. To begin with, 1-star and 2-star shops fell under the basic shop category. A basic shop could only accommodate a limited number of lifestyle players, and a firm had to rely on numbers to make up for the lack of space. A basic shop's assistance it could provide to lifestyle players was also quite limited. The intermediate shop category included 3-star shops to 5-star shops. In terms of size, intermediate shops were massively different than basic shops. As long as a shop reached 3-star status, it gained far more room than a 2-star shop. Hence, when the various guilds opened their own shops, while it was relatively easy to upgrade a 1-star shop to 2-star status, it was many times more difficult to upgrade a 2-star shop to a 3-star shop naturally. Upgrading from an intermediate shop to an advanced shop was even more difficult. Meanwhile, the benefits an intermediate shop could provide became more obvious. The basic meditation room was a primary example. After Feng's command, Melancholic's smile compiled all of the information she had on every Candlelight's branch shop and handed the files to Feng. Not only was the compiled information detailed, but it was also easy to understand. So far, the Candlelight trading firm had a total of 25 shops. Among them, 24 were branch shops. These branch shops covered 22 cities. The fact that the firm had expanded so much was partly due to Phoenix Rain's secret assistance. Her help had allowed the Candlelight trading firm to set up shops in the cities of a few neighboring countries. Moreover, she had only sold the shops to Feng at a price slightly higher than the initial cost. Phoenix Rain is certainly dedicated in her work. Feng smiled slightly after reading the information. Among the many shops, 6 were within the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, 5 of these shops were in cities with a player population in the millions. In addition, there were 6 shops in the kingdom's neighboring Starmoon Kingdom. Among them, 4 were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. All 4 of these shops were in the top 10 most populated cities in the kingdom. As for the remaining 2 branch shops, they were in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Unfortunately, most of the kingdom had fallen into ruin, and only the capital city remained standing. Feng had to admit that it was beneficial to cooperate with a major power. Without Phoenix Rain's help, Feng would have to exhaust himself to no end to achieve a similar result, and this would have greatly impacted his personal growth. Based on this alone, one could see how frightening the foundations of God's domain's major powers were. Currently, Zero Wing's advantage only lay in the fact that it had a lot of liquid funds. However, this did not mean that the game's major powers were poorer than Zero Wing. Rather, these powers reinvested most of the money they earned into valuable lands. Although Zero Wing had a lot of money on hand, it didn't have anywhere to invest in terms of capital turnover. The difference between Zero Wing and these major powers was obvious at a glance. I will have to thank Phoenix Rain. I would have had a hard time using up these 5 slots otherwise. Feng then chose 5 branch shops and upgraded them to 2-star shops. When upgrading these shops to 2-star status, he saved far more money by using the special rights of a 3-star shop than when he had used a promotion order. Each shop only cost 600 gold to upgrade. With this, he only needed to spend 3,000 gold to obtain 5 2-star shops. Meanwhile, of the 5 shops Feng chose, 3 were in the Black Dragon Empire, with one of them in Lakeheart City. As for the remaining 2 slots, he used one on a shop in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and the other on the shop in the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin. The reconstruction of the 5 branch shops completed fairly quickly only 10 minutes after Feng chose to upgrade them. The 5 1-star shops evolved into 2-star shops, although the number of items that the shop could sell had not changed. It could accommodate far more lifestyle players. The additional space was more than enough for the 1,200 lifestyle players the Candlelight trading firm wanted to recruit. God's Domain was already developing faster than Feng had expected when Feng had first obtained the 3-star shop promotion order. He had not intended to recruit so many lifestyle players. At most, he had planned to recruit around 500 or 600 players. However, after the game's 4th evolution, items became more complicated to produce, and this, in turn, would impact production speeds. After the system upgrade, Melancholic Smile had calculated the statistics of everyone's production speed within the trading firm. To put it simply, the more advanced an item was, the more its production speed had been affected. For common items such as whetstones, production speed had experienced roughly a 15% reduction. As for items such as advanced whetstones, their production had slowed by around 20%. In other words, if a lifestyle player was capable of producing 5 advanced whetstones within a certain time before the system upgrade, then now they were only capable of producing 4 advanced whetstones within the same period. As for items that only intermediate forgers or higher could craft, such as the strengthening device, their production speed had decreased by roughly 40%. Before the system upgrade, the Candlelight trading firm had not been able to produce many strengthening devices each day. Now, the item's output was pitifully low. Unfortunately, Feng had already agreed to hand over 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices to the secret pavilion within 5 days, as well as the rest of the items within 12 days after the system update completed. If he failed to do so, not only would he have to return the 10 black cards he had received, but he would also be out of the items he had already paid. Hence, Feng was very short on time. If he wished to increase production speed, he had 2 options: increase his current workforce's success rates or grow his workforce, as there was a limit to how much he could raise a lifestyle player's success rate. His only viable option was to bolster his workforce. However, Feng did not have much hope of nurturing a large batch of excellent lifestyle players from the new recruits. Rather, he wanted the new advanced apprentices to take on the workload of the firm's basic forgers, while the basic forgers would take on the intermediate forgers' work. In turn, the intermediate forgers would take care of the advanced forgers' workload. This way, he would have a higher chance of completing his task within the allotted time. Following which, Feng explained his plans to Melancholic Smile and had her begin preparations. After all, it would not be easy to sort so many people in a short time. Guild leader, I'm afraid that this will be very difficult to accomplish. Even with the help of the special workshop, Coco, Uncle Ironheart, and I only have a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices. Even if the firm's intermediate forgers have the help of the special workshop, they will only have, at most, around a 15% success rate. With such a low success rate, we'll be lucky if we break even, let alone make a profit. Melancholic Smile was very familiar with the success rates of the trading firm's forgers, as she usually analyzed the trading firm's statistics. Although a 15% forging success rate seemed relatively high, when one started the actual work, they would most likely fail 10 out of 10 tries. Based on her analysis, only with a 20% success rate would a forger have a chance of succeeding once out 10 tries. Only after reaching a 25% success rate would a forger notice a qualitative change. Once a forger reached that milestone, they would generally succeed once or twice out of 10 tries. If they allowed intermediate forgers to produce the strengthening device, they would be pushing their luck. Cream Coco, who stood beside Melancholic Smile, nodded her agreement. After a long period of research and experimentation, she decided that, as long as the system calculated success rate was below 20%, she would give up on making the item. After all, her chances of successfully crafting the item were too low. Even if she did produce the item, the firm would only take a loss. Wasting money was one thing, but wasting resources was another thing altogether. The resources in God's domain were limited. The materials required to produce advanced items were even rarer. It would be foolish to produce an item without guaranteed success. Look at this, Feng said, chuckling as he retrieved a fist-sized, aqua blue ingot and placed it on the table. Immediately, Melancholic Smile and Coco were stunned. The mana the or faintly emitted was actually denser than the mana from the magic crystal. When the 2 forgers clicked to read the item's introduction, their jaws dropped. Guild leader, where did you get this? Melancholic Smile locked her eyes with Feng's, excitement evident on her face. Do you have a lot of them? Mysterious flames were extremely rare in God's domain. They were so rare that, Even after a long investigation, Melancholic Smile had not found any clues leading to a single mysterious flame. She only knew about mysterious flames to begin with because of the ice blue devil flame in the Candlelight trading firm's special workshops. Feng had left behind this mysterious flame. However, after one obtained a mysterious flame, they could only place it in up to 3 workshops. If not for the ice blue devil flame, they would not have reached a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices. However, the mana source was the perfect item to make up for their lack of mysterious flames. The intermediate mana source Feng had revealed could grant an ordinary flame the effects of a tier 3 mysterious flame. The only downside was that, unlike true mysterious flames that could be used indefinitely, the ore was only effective for 30 minutes. With the aid of a tier 3 mysterious flame, the intermediate forgers could at least reach a 25% success rate with the strengthening devices. If they had a large stock of intermediate mana source, these intermediate forgers could definitely produce the strengthening devices. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had close to 20 intermediate forgers, more than their strengthening device forging designs. If they allowed 3 intermediate forgers with the highest success rates to learn their 3 remaining forging designs, they could double their production team. Meanwhile, if the 3 of them utilized the intermediate mana source, their success rate might even exceed 50%. Including the basic meditation room's effects, if they forged strengthening devices non-stop, they might achieve a production volume of more than 700 devices. Rather than suffering a slower production rate due to the system upgrade, they could significantly increase their production. They could absolutely hit the target. Feng had requested. Relax. I have enough for your needs. Feng nodded, laughing. He then took out a table-sized design and unfurled it. This was none other than the bronze engineering locomotive design that he had purchased from Sindhart. Melancholic, you're the most familiar with the trading firm's people. Look for a few trustworthy engineers and alchemists and work with them to produce this item. After glancing at the design and its name, Melancholic Smile was thoroughly stupefied. Cream Coco stared at the design, as if she were looking at a priceless treasure, her eyes sparkling brightly. Although the design before them was an engineering design, the manufacturing procedure involved 3 classes: engineers, forgers, and alchemists, the 3 major lifestyle classes. Moreover, the manufacturing procedure required a lot of its crafters. The engineering locomotive was far more difficult to manufacture than the strengthening device.